War of Attrition, Fighting the First World War, Part 2.
Controlling the Seas. Just after midnight on April 1st, 1916, the armed trawler Olivine and two drifters of the Royal Navy's Auxiliary Patrol weighed anchor and steamed out into the Thames estuary to engage an unidentified vessel. After issuing a challenge which went unanswered, the patrol ships opened fire. "We surrender, have no arms, come alongside," came a panicked voice. The Olivine launched its dinghy, and on closing with the adversary, its commander, Lieutenant Mackintosh, was surprised to see a vast balloon emerge out of the darkness, with a Prussian officer in full uniform adorned with the Iron Cross standing amid the wreckage. Worthy of an April Fool's joke, this was probably the only time a naval vessel captured a German Zeppelin. 17 surviving crewmen were taken prisoner, and the airship taken in tow, although it collapsed and sank before landfall. 1. The capture of Zeppelin. L-15, which had ditched in the sea off Essex after being hit by anti-aircraft fire while returning from a bombing raid, was one extraordinary, memorable incident in an otherwise routine naval war along the coasts and in the narrow seas around the British Isles and in the Mediterranean. Stopping and inspecting merchant vessels, mine-laying and mine-sweeping, the cat-and-mouse hunt for enemy submarines, scouting and patrolling, these were the daily duties of hundreds of small ships, fishing vessels, pleasure boats, yachts and paddle steamers, now commissioned, armed and manned by Royal Navy reservists. Between 1914 and 1918 they were the eyes and ears, and to a great extent the claws and teeth, of the world's most powerful navy. The Royal Navy flotilla, labouring night and day, year-round, and in all weathers in the North Sea and the English Channel, made a vital, yet generally unrecognised contribution to defeating the Central Powers. The action of naval power. The blockade, as it was dubbed, applying a not entirely accurate term from the pre-industrial age to modern economic and maritime warfare, was slow, steady, always working, rarely dynamic, and only after some time really effective. Commercial warfare was not glamorous, and its practitioners with humdrum roles, destroyer and submarine captains, naval ratings and merchant seamen, intelligence officers and statisticians, generally went unrecognized. But blockade and counter-blockade characterized the naval war between 1914 and 1918 and had a growing impact on both home and fighting fronts. The attitude of waiting that a navy imbued with the audacious offensive spirit inculcated in naval officers since Nelson's time had been forced to assume galled everyone from the First Lord of the Admiralty downwards, yet a fleet action remained elusive. 2. In December 1914, the German Imperial High Seas Fleet steamed out to challenge to the Royal Navy at a time when British numerical superiority had been temporarily weakened by mechanical problems and the detachment of 3 battlecruisers to deal with von Spee's squadron. Battlecruisers bombarded the coastal towns of Scarborough, Whitby, and Hartlepool, another atrocity to add to Germany's growing list. In an attempt to lure the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet out, when British numerical superiority had been temporarily weakened by mechanical problems and the detachment of 3 battlecruisers to deal with von Spee's squadron. Battlecruisers bombarded the coastal towns of Scarborough, Whitby, and Hartlepool, another atrocity to add to Germany's growing list. In an attempt to lure the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet out and draw the pursuing British warships onto a line of waiting submarines, the commander of the Grand Fleet, Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, took the bait only partially. He sent one of his 3 battle squadrons out to trap the German battlecruisers, which in turn was nearly surprised by the whole German battle fleet. The German battlecruisers got away, and the few cruiser encounters that did occur were badly handled. If anything, the incident highlighted the problem of finding enemy ships and bringing them to action which would not go away. The Dogger Bank action in January 1915, an attempt to trap the next German battlecruiser raiding squadron, was equally muddled. SMS Blucher, an armoured cruiser bringing up the rear of the German squadron, was caught and sunk, but in the ensuing confusion the other German ships escaped. 3 thereafter, the Germans curtailed capital ship incursions into the North Sea for nearly a year. Churchill famously quipped that Jellicoe was the only man on either side who could lose the war in an afternoon, but he was wise enough not to put his ships at too great a risk. The waiting game could continue once German surface raiders had been swept from the high seas, and the Royal Navy had demonstrated which fleet dominated the North Sea. The Allies' navies would steadily undermine the Central Powers' home front prosperity and civilian morale with economic blockade, while their armies were worn down on land. Germany could only fight back with the other weapons in their naval arsenal, the submarine and the mine. These would now determine the course of the maritime war, which by 1915 was starting to focus on disrupting the supply of war materials rather than naval battles. There were certain rules. They lacked the status of international laws since not all states had ratified them, and they remained subject to interpretation. That governed the conduct of commerce warfare. By the terms of the 1856 Declaration of Paris, belligerents were expected formally to announce the blockade of a port and to maintain warships at sea off that port. Blockade runners would have to take their chances with the cordon of patrolling ships. Captured ships carrying contraband cargo could legitimately be committed to a maritime prize court and sold. What worked in the age of sail, however, was problematic now that torpedo boats and long-range shore batteries could drive off the ships that maintained such a close blockade. Instead, the Royal Navy instigated distant blockade in August 1914. Standing patrols were established in the northern approaches between Scotland and Norway and across the Strait of Dover, through which merchant ships coming across the Atlantic would have to pass on their way to Germany or the neutrals through which she traded. While far safer for the blockading ships, distant blockade made control of trade in the North Sea less tight. Scandinavia, for example, was beyond the reach of the physical blockade. Its legality was also dubious. The more bullish warriors at the Admiralty chafed at the Navy's inability to attack Germany more directly. Fisher fully appreciated that Germany had adopted Frederick the Great's 7 Years' War defensive strategy of using his interior position to deliver violent attacks beyond each of his frontiers successively, thereby holding the hostile coalition at bay until it had exhausted itself and split. Sea power, he argued, might redress Germany's advantage on land. The only real threat to Frederick had been from a Russian landing on Germany's Baltic coast, and Fisher pressed to recreate such an operation, risky though it was in the age of mines and submarines. For Churchill agreed, the Baltic is the only theatre in which naval action can appreciably shorten the war. Denmark must come in, and the Russians be let loose on Berlin. 5. Once stalemate set in, and speculative strategic memoranda began to flourish, various elaborate schemes were floated for seizing an island off the German coast, to enforce the blockade more closely, to mine German coastal waters, and to push British naval power into the Baltic. 6 submarines and mines could bottle up the high seas fleet, and had not the Royal Navy Copenhagened enemy fleets in the past. Yet this was no longer the age of Nelson, and, perhaps fortuitously, the distraction of the naval expedition to the Dardanelles, Fisher's resignation, and Churchill's demotion from the Admiralty in May 1915 ensured that such operations were never tried. Fisher was undoubted right in recognizing that passive pressure of our fleet would only exhaust Germany very slowly, but it was improbable that active naval measures would have brought Germany to her knees, and the cost to the Royal Navy would undoubtedly have been heavy. 7. The maritime war therefore became by default one of steady commercial and economic strangulation, as far as neutrals would allow. As the war intensified, Britain unilaterally extended the range of merchandise that could be considered contraband. Conditional contraband goods such as foodstuffs and coal, and civilian commodities such as cotton, rubber, fertilizers and metallic ores were placed one by one on a growing list of goods that the Royal Navy would confiscate if they were bound for Germany. By applying the long-established principle of continuous voyage, whereby ships bound for neutral ports could be detained if the final destination of their cargo was a belligerent state, intermediaries' trade with the enemy could be constrained further. The fact that the Board of Trade purchased goods seized at a fair market price might mollify businessmen. They were, after all, useful for the Allied war effort too. But the arbitrary rewriting of international treaties and interference with neutrals' property at sea would anger statesmen. America's President, Woodrow Wilson in particular. By 1915, a more pragmatic, conciliatory approach was adopted. Wherever possible, the Foreign Office sought to negotiate bilateral agreements by which neutrals would voluntarily restrict their trade with the Central Powers. The Netherlands Overseas Trust, an association of Dutch importers who agreed not to send goods on to Germany, set up in January 1915, by agreement between the Foreign Office and the Dutch government, furnished a model for voluntary limitation of the re-export trade that was copied in Switzerland and Denmark. Some neutrals, such as Sweden, that had a more lucrative trade with Germany, refused such restrictions. This measure might limit onward transmission of imported commodities, but it did not stop neutrals from exporting home-produced goods, foodstuffs in particular, at a premium and replacing them with cheaper substitutes purchased on the world market. To limit this, Britain tried to impose import quotas calculated on neutrals' pre-war domestic production and consumption, as well as to pre-purchase neutrals' produce for themselves. Ultimately, by the terms of December 1915's Trading with the Enemy Act, the Foreign Office drew up blacklists of neutral firms trading with the Central Powers, with which British shipping firms were forbidden to do business, of neutral shipping lines conveying cargoes to Germany, whose ships were subject to confiscation if intercepted, and of banks and other firms financing enemy trade. Owing to the commercial acumen of neutrals and the self-interest of many Allied businessmen, although blockade reduced imports and exports compared to pre-war levels, Germany and her allies seemed perfectly able to function in a restricted wartime global trading economy. By 1915, it was becoming evident that the Board of Trade lacked clear statistics on exactly how much trade had been conducted with and by the enemy and neutrals before the war, and how much was still getting through, directly or via neutrals. Without such information, there was no way of assessing how the blockade was functioning. The data the Board of Trade had cobbled together by June 1915 actually suggested that the blockade was having very little impact on Germany's ability to make and pay for war. Moreover, uncontrolled recruitment of workmen into the army was having a negative effect on Britain's own balance of payments. The logical conclusion drawn by advocates of business as usual was that the blockade should be abandoned. 8. As with other aspects of the British and Allied war effort, it was not until mid-1915 that systems were even in place that were able to assess the effectiveness of economic warfare against Germany, and then they only served to prove Fischer's contention that maritime blockade alone would not bring Germany to a state of hopeless exhaustion within a reasonable time. 9. As the war entered its second year, the overambition of the Admiralty's plan to bring Germany to her knees with economic warfare was obvious. If anything, the maritime war, in which naval efforts had focused on engaging the enemy's fleets or mounting amphibious operations, lagged behind the military one. Private enterprises and commercial bodies and ministries had certainly not been properly prepared for such a struggle in peacetime. The domestic limitations on blockade in its early years were as significant as uncooperative neutrals, which might of course have been anticipated. Too many competing agencies, divided responsibilities, poor inter-allied coordination and unclear legal expedients combined to make blockade another slow, grinding weapon, just as it had been in previous wars, rather than the stab into the enemy's heart that the Admiralty had represented it to be pre-war. That the blockade was not going well was apparent to many come 1915, but what could be done about it was not obvious. It was not until February 1916 that Asquith appointed Lord Robert Cecil Minister of Blockade. His job was to pull together and streamline the activities of the various maritime and commercial agencies distributed across government departments. 10. This reorganization was part of the belated acknowledgement that business as usual was an inappropriate economic strategy for prolonged war and heralded greater government interference with private businesses and overseas trade. The vital thing is to succeed in stopping German commerce, Cecil pronounced, adding, I believe we have a perfect right to do that by every principle of international law. I believe it is perfectly legitimate for a belligerent to cut off all commerce from his enemy and to destroy and injure it by economic pressure exerted to the fullest extent. With that, I think we ought to combine absolute respect for the rights of another nation. 11. Thereafter, however, diplomatic niceties would impinge far less on economic and commercial warfare, potentially setting the Allies on a collision course with the United States. In July 1916, the 1909 Declaration of London that supposedly governed the conduct of war at sea was formally repudiated, the precursor to deepening the blockade and pushing home the advantage secured in the first 2 years of the economic war. 12. By now, various orders in council issued on matters of contraband and other high-handed interference in the international trading economy had effectively nullified the Declaration of London as anything more than a document on which neutrals could found their protests. This and other measures, such as the addition of many American firms to the Foreign Office's black lists, provoked Wilson's anger, and he appealed to Congress for powers to deny Allied shipping access to American ports. 13. Yet by September 1916, when such powers were granted, such retaliatory action in principle promised in practice to do considerable harm to United States businesses, since by then American economic activity was much more bound up with the Allied than the German war effort. This ensured that in the second half of the war, the mature blockade would start to strangle Germany, working alongside Allied military forces to intensify attrition. America's entry into the war would merely enhance it. By 1916, the Allied blockade had become familiar to neutrals and their own businessmen, even if they did not like it and did all they could to evade or limit its operation. Measures such as the introduction of naviecerts, certificates issued by British embassies to merchants endorsing the legitimacy of their cargo and allowing them to pass freely through the blockade patrols, removed some of the more onerous obstructions to the flow of legitimate trade. 14. An international trading economy adapted to an ongoing war of attrition between two powerful coalitions had stabilized by 1916. Trade in scarce commodities with Germany and her allies might prove lucrative, but it was also more risky given Allied inspections and prize courts. The blockade was tight enough that few ships could evade inspection. 15. On the other hand, trade with and among the Allies was regular, more certain and equally likely to turn a profit, if subject to other risks, as Germany's commerce raiders and submarines took their toll on merchant shipping. A lot of what the Allies did in the name of economic warfare was of questionable legality, but to a certain extent it was a matter of might is right, at least when that might was not applied indiscriminately. For at least in comparison to Germany's maritime strategy, the Allied blockade maintained some veneer of civility and some pretense of respecting neutral rights. Moreover, when their own relations with the United States started to become strained, the Allies could always rely on Germany to do something worse to redress the balance. Germany had one weapon, the U-boat, and one strategy, unrestricted submarine warfare, that enabled her to challenge the Allies' command of the sea and control of global shipping and commerce. Like so many of Germany's strategic expedients, this was a controversial policy, and one that her diplomats shied away from until it became clear that the army was not going to win the war quickly. For the first 6 months of the war, Germany largely restricted submarine attacks to warships, hoping to erode the superiority of the Royal Navy. Thereafter, in the tit-for-tat war on trade, Germany raised the stakes. Her first declaration of unrestricted submarine warfare on the 4th of February 1915, by which she threatened to sink without warning any merchant ship entering the war area around the British Isles, while provocative, was militarily ineffective. Germany had too few submarines to make an appreciable impact on British trade. Only 21 vessels were sunk before the declaration was rescinded. Diplomatically, unrestricted submarine warfare proved a disaster. Protests inevitably followed when American lives were lost in the notorious sinking of the liner Lusitania on the 7th of May, and again after the steamer Arabic was sunk on the 19th of August. The campaign was suspended on the 18th of September, 16. During 1915, U-boats were railed overland in sections to the Austrian Navy's Adriatic bases and reassembled, allowing the submarine war to be extended to the Mediterranean. At the end of May, U-21 scored a notable success at the entrance to the Dardanelles when she sunk the elderly British battleships Triumph and Majestic. British warships supporting the land operations had to be withdrawn to safe harbours. Thereafter, troop ships, merchant vessels, and even hospital ships fell prey to German and Austrian U-boats. The enclosed and relatively calm Mediterranean Sea turned out to be a particularly rich submarine hunting ground. 32 Allied ships, 100,000 tons, were sunk by U-boats or submarine-laid mines in the Mediterranean between January and March 1916. Two-thirds of the ships sunk during that period. The situation worsened thereafter. 100 ships, 149,000 tons, were sunk between April and June, 155, 312,000 tons, in the third quarter, and 129, 428,000 tons, in the final quarter of 1916. Moreover, over 400 Allied vessels were tied up in anti-submarine warfare, 17. Falkenhayn pressed strongly for a resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare to coincide with his Verdun offensive in spring 1916, believing that this was the best way to attack the British while his land forces invested the French. The second time around, Bethmann Hollweg prevaricated. With few U-boats at Germany's disposal, he was not confident that Britain could be starved into submission and feared permanently alienating the United States. After more American lives were lost when the unarmed liner Sussex was sunk on 24 April, another strong American protest obliged Germany to declare that she would abide by prize rules thereafter, Falkenhayn's threat to resign notwithstanding. 18. In practice, U-boat captains continued to sink merchant ships without much compunction through 1916, but with re-election looming, Wilson could not exercise his threat to break off diplomatic relations with Germany while limited submarine warfare was ongoing. Certainly the Allies were getting the better of the sea war in its first phase. German surface raiders and U-boats could predate merchant shipping steadily, but Allied tonnage was not lost at an irreplaceable rate, or one that threatened to interrupt the supply of food or raw materials for the Allied war machine. A little over 6% of British merchant shipping was sunk in the first year of the war. 19 Germany's merchant shipping had been all but eliminated. Indeed, such was the sense of commercial isolation that the German Navy started to build large ocean-going submarines with a view to using them to run the blockade. The presence of supporting battle fleets on both sides made the commerce war in the North Sea and the Atlantic possible, but they had little influence over its course and outcome. When the fleets did confront each other again in the North Sea in the Battle of Jutland from 31st May to 1st June 1916, the result was indecisive. Jutland was not a real battle, as the main fleets barely came to blows. Vice Admiral Reinhard Scheer was hoping to engage and defeat a part of the British fleet, thereby improving the balance of naval force. With 37 Royal Navy battleships and battlecruisers ranged against his 21, it was a brave strategy. Beatty's battlecruiser squadron came off worse in the first encounter, losing 2 modern ships to powerful internal explosions caused by a design fault. When the Grand Fleet appeared, the outgunned High Seas Fleet steamed for port after a short engagement in which another British battlecruiser was sunk and 1 German battlecruiser was crippled. The Grand Fleet gave chase, but as night fell, the German fleet was able to evade its pursuers, who feared torpedo attacks in the darkness. Jellicoe turned his battleships back to Scapa Flow, secure in the knowledge that the German fleet had returned to its self-imposed prison after assaulting its jailer. Both sides claimed victory. The fact that the German Navy sunk more capital ships caused initial alarm, although this had little impact on the balance of naval power in the North Sea. 20 British naval mastery was acknowledged. Thereafter, the German fleet never ventured out of coastal waters or the safety of the enclosed Baltic Sea. Even if the fleets had come to blows, the mutual destruction of capital ships would not have ended the war in an afternoon. An overwhelming British victory would have strengthened the blockade, but that was hardly necessary, and this would not have brought the German army leadership to terms. A German victory would not have given them control of the seas. Even if a substantial part of the high seas fleet had escaped destruction in a melee with a superior fleet, there was still a Franco-Italian battle fleet to defeat. The Royal Navy might not have wished to acknowledge the fact. The naval war in the Mediterranean was a microcosm of the bigger picture. The escape of the German battlecruiser Verdun and heavy cruiser Breslau to the Straits at the start of the war was a naval nuisance, but of more political than military significance, as it encouraged Turkey to join the war. But the ships themselves could be bottled up by superior Allied force. In 1915, an Anglo-French fleet was able to operate against the Dardanelles unimpeded by enemy capital ships. Once again, it was mines and submarines that took a toll on the Allied vessels there. In the Adriatic, at the Straits, and in the Black Sea, where a Russian fleet contested control with the Turkish Verdun and Breslau, a naval stalemate that mirrored that on land persisted throughout 1915. The Allies' control of the seas gave them greater strategic flexibility. Although sea power did not prove to be an antidote to land power, it did, however, encourage and enable so-called sideshows. Without sea power, the war against Turkey would have been difficult, and the Salonika campaign impossible. More importantly, however, sea power allowed manpower and supplies to be brought from the British and French empires for the battles in France. The apparent flexibility offered by sea power belied the fact that in the railway age, peripheral sea movement had lost its edge over land communications. Amateur strategists such as Churchill and Lloyd George failed to grasp the implications of this change, no matter how often sailors and soldiers tried to explain it to them. The idea of an easier way round seems to be based more on impatience than on careful examination of evidence. Siggs Murray had to remind them again at the end of 1915.21. Although British statesmen brought up on the exploits of the Pitts and Nelson were the main culprits, enough French politicians condoned such manoeuvres to ensure that they were a distraction at the start of, and in the case of the Salonika campaign, a nuisance throughout the war. To Murray and his successor Robertson, however, peripheral campaigns supplied from the sea were anathema. The fundamental principle of war, which can never be neglected without serious detriment, namely the principle of concentration of force, at the decisive point, was being flouted, Robertson warned the War Committee in June 1916 as the Somme offensive was in preparation, adding, "The maximum number of men must be placed on the main fronts and commitments in all other theatres reduced to a minimum, even to the extent of taking considerable risk in those theatres." 22 ships were also essential for supplying offensives in the main theatres, so tying up increasingly scarce shipping on subsidiary operations, not to mention the threat from predatory U-boats in the Mediterranean, galled military strategists. Domestic politics and imperial strategy nevertheless meant that Joffre, Robertson, and later Foch would all have to accept campaigns beyond Europe, despite the fact that they would stretch Entente shipping resources alarmingly at times. Using naval force to project military power on land was rarely tried. Although often mooted, capturing an island off the German coast or landing troops on the Belgian coast were never attempted. The small-scale amphibious landing at Tanger on the African east coast in November 1914 proved a debacle. 23. The only successful amphibious operations, the two landings on the Gallipoli Peninsula, turned out to be the precursor to stalemated land campaigns supplied by sea. This campaign as a whole, the only one that tried to integrate land and naval forces, demonstrated that modern warfare was more complex and liable to mishaps than that in the pre-industrial age, although it might be speculated whether the Dardanelles campaign could have enjoyed greater success had it been launched after full mobilization could sustain it. As well as for supplying home fronts and the armies in France, Italy, and Russia, by 1916, shipping had to be found to move men and supplies into and out of Egypt, Salonika, the Middle East, and Africa. Longer journeys to the Mediterranean and the Middle East placed a proportionately greater strain on finite shipping resources than the relatively short crossing between Britain and France. Come April 1917, Robertson persuaded Lloyd George to argue for a reduction in the number of British divisions at Salonika because there was insufficient shipping to supply them. The campaign required 150 merchant ships even when there was no offensive underway, and 22 had been sunk in the Mediterranean in that month alone. 24. By 1917, a plan had been hatched to develop a railway supply route between Calais and Brindisi on the heel of the Italian peninsula. So great was the need to relieve the pressure on shipping resources. 25. By then, shipping had become another resource managed centrally, initially through Allied shipping ministries, and later through joint boards of control, such as the Allied Wheat Executive, which from December 1916 apportioned shipping for this vital foodstuff. This was the precursor to a more general shipping agreement that created an inter-Allied chartering bureau in London. 26 such diplomatic agreements regulated the fair distribution and efficient take-up of this essential resource, acting rather like a lubricant, the coming and going of merchant vessels. Troop ships, tankers, bulk carriers, refrigerated ships carrying meat and other fresh produce, tramp steamers, fishing trawlers, kept the Allied war machine operating. By the time an Allied Supreme War Council was established to direct coalition strategy in late 1917, such central control of vital war commodities and pooling of resources had become commonplace. In fact, the Allies' united front had been solidifying for some time around such commercial and economic cooperation, notwithstanding the intergovernmental and civil-military disagreements over military strategy that rumbled on. Soon after, an Allied Maritime Transport Council came into being to regulate imports and exports and to ensure shipping was not being wasted on goods that were not vital for the war effort. This belated but necessary government intervention in the working of the private commercial economy was a decisive stage in the economic history of the war, in the recollection of French Minister of Commerce Etienne Clementel, one of its architects. It would ensure that in 1918 American men and supplies would flow freely across the Atlantic during the war's decisive year, 27. It took the Allies until 1918 to master the methods of controlling supply in wartime. They took nearly as long to get to grips properly with how to interdict the enemy's supplies. Blockade, therefore, was not going to provide a rapid solution to the stalemate. It might at least strengthen the Entente's grip on Germany and her allies, and begin to impact on their ability to conduct the war on the home and fighting fronts. Controlling the seas and interrupting German trade was relatively unproblematic for the Allies and became increasingly effective. The military application of sea power proved much more difficult. The blockade's effectiveness should be measured by the impact that it had on Germany's ability to make war. Into 1916, Germany's war industries seemed to be functioning without undue hindrance. She was self-sufficient in coal, while many pre-war imports on the Allies' contraband list could be replaced with domestic substitutes or found in occupied countries. There were few commodities that Germany could not get access to, but tropical raw materials were one category of goods whose supply was becoming increasingly restricted. Rubber for tires and gas masks was in very short supply by 1917. The innovative German chemical industry turned out ersatz synthetic rubber but could not meet all of Germany's needs. German army trucks had to run on iron-rimmed tires, reducing their speed and mechanical reliability. Jute for sacking and sandbags that came from India became virtually unobtainable, the army resorting to using paper for the latter. Yet these were peripheral commodities, significant but not vital for the war effort. Essential for the manufacture of explosives and as fertilizer, nitrates were one commodity that Germany was going to have difficulty replacing. The chemical industry could produce synthetic nitrates, but these were prioritized for the munitions industry. Short of fertilizer, German agricultural productivity declined steeply, exacerbating a growing wartime food crisis. British blockade measures had gone some way to restricting the unlimited flow of goods through neutral entrepôts by 1916, although Germany was still a long way from crisis. There was still enough food and other commodities coming in via Scandinavia and Holland to meet basic requirements, although prices had risen and supply to urban areas was becoming erratic. Cereal grains were the first commodity to become scarce, not least because imported fodder had been declared contraband and so they were being fed to animals instead. In a development that mirrored those in the industrial war economy, in November 1914 the state established a wheat corporation to oversee grain supply. Oat and potato supplies were also managed centrally from 1915, and other commodities thereafter. By 1916, a food control office and a war food office oversaw the supply and distribution of foodstuffs and managed a comprehensive system of rationing. 28 notwithstanding the proliferation of food agencies and the civil servants who staffed them, a dual food economy was effectively developing in Germany. Country folk who produced food still enjoyed a reasonable standard of living, while townsfolk who relied on external supplies were starting to go hungry. Similarly, with Germany still largely governed and administered locally, conditions and supplies varied significantly from region to region. Bread rationing was first introduced in Berlin in February 1915, with meat rationing, meat-free and fat-free days to follow. Quality was also declining. Unpalatable wartime black bread became commonplace. Richer urbanites could redress the imbalance with weekend excursions to the countryside to buy overpriced food from the producers. The urban poor had to resort to bread queues when foodstuffs were available. Food riots broke out if they were not. In mid-1915, the government stepped in to prevent profiteering, introducing price controls for vital commodities. Around 1,000 items were to be regulated in this way. But yet another solution that increased bureaucracy rather than addressing actual shortages was no real solution. 29. As an example, an order in spring to slaughter pigs in large numbers because feeding them was putting too great a demand on the nation's potato supplies served only to glut the market. The price of pork plummeted, then rose excessively in the ensuing pork shortage. To cap it all, the Imperial Potato Office calculated soon afterwards that Germany had far larger potato stocks than was thought. 30. The state had responded to being blockaded by tightening the national belt and taking control of supply and demand in order, in principle, to ensure equality of experience and sacrifice for all. This theme the press rehearsed week after week, although in practice all knew that there was one rule for the wage-earning worker and his family, quite another for the farmer and rich businessman with produce to sell and money to spend on the flourishing black market. One of the principles of the Burgfrieden that Bethmann Hollweg constantly stressed was that all Germans were in the war together, but the steady play of the blockade gradually undermined any sense of common duty and shared hardship. But hunger itself was no deterrent. If hunger is all that we have to face, even the hunger of millions, the momentary impossibility of effecting a decision, cannot justify our throwing up the sponge, Binding avowed. Only starvation, which was a long way off, should force Germany to capitulate. 31. The more closely the history of the war is studied, Hankey suggested after the war, the larger does the factor of sea supremacy loom. 32, a former Royal Marine and determined navalist, and a forthright supporter of Lloyd George in his disputes with Robertson and Haig over strategy, Hankey was prominent among those who, after the war, discounted the efforts of armies and industries, suggesting that the strangulation of Germany and her allies by maritime power was the decisive weapon. The cumulative impact of the Allied blockade on their adversaries' home fronts and military operations was certainly significant, particularly from 1917. But while Britannia ruled the waves and the trade and finance that flowed across them, Germany bestrode the continent with a powerful economic bloc of her own. In occupied Europe, there were sufficient resources to offset interdiction of her maritime commerce. The other dimension of the picture is the Allies' reliance on sea power. La guerre, c'est le shipping. 33 was how Clementel expressed it, in language that suggested that by 1918 the Anglo-French sense of coalition had imbued maritime affairs like so many others. Without sea power, the land campaigns in France, Italy, and Eastern Europe could not have been sustained for 4 years. Churchill was very proud of the fact that the Admiralty had conveyed 809,000 men and their equipment across the Channel in 1914 without any loss to the enemy. 34. After the commencement of submarine warfare in earnest, such good fortune would not continue, but the passage of troop ships, supply ships, merchant steamers and colliers always sustained the Entente's war effort even on the many land fronts. The war could not be won on the maritime front alone. Navies could never defeat armies or overthrow nations, as the Dardanelles campaign had shown. But it seemed to both sides that it could certainly be lost there, if the popular will to victory should be fatally undermined, and if the supply of vital resources for feeding and equipping armies and paying for the war could be sufficiently degraded. Over the winter of 1916-17, when the potato crop failed and the nation was reduced to a diet based on turnips, there was a prolonged period of hunger and misery in Germany, in that at least everyone shared equally. Temporarily, this ordinary root vegetable had a huge impact on a world war, Tony Sender remembered. The worst winter, that of 1917, when almost all food consisted in whole or in part of turnips, bread made of flour mixed with turnips, turnips at luncheon and dinner, marmalade made of turnips. The air was filled with the smell of turnips, and it almost made you vomit. We hated turnips and had to eat them. They were the only foodstuff obtainable in abundance. I soon realized that a great change in the mentality of the people was taking place. They had lost their confidence in Hindenburg and Ludendorff, in the whole general staff. 35. Propaganda played a significant role in mobilizing people for the war effort. This British poster from 1915, designed by the founder of the Boy Scout movement, Robert Baden-Powell, portrays military and civilian service as equally important to the war effort, and suggests everyone, man, woman, and child, could make a contribution. General Franz Conrad von Hotzendorf, Austrian Chief of Staff 1914 to 1917, was spoiling for war before 1914, even though he knew that it was likely to bring down the Habsburg Empire. Field Marshal Lord Horatio Kitchener, British Secretary of State for War, 1914 to 1916, is best remembered for the citizen army that he raised to fight a war of attrition and that bore his name. General Joseph Joffre, at centre, Commander-in-Chief of the French Army, 1914 to 1916, was the architect of the Allies' strategy of attrition. Men and women worked side by side in munitions factories and navy yards such as these two throughout the war. Russian infantrymen lined the trenches in the forests of Sarikamish in the Caucasus during the winter of 1914. One of Russia's greatest strengths lay in its nearly endless supply of manpower. French soldiers lying in hastily dug personal trenches along the Western Front in 1915. The Second Battle of Artois in May 1915 took its toll on the village of Carency in northern France. A German giant bomber aircraft from 1916, the Zeppelin Starken R-4. Zeppelin airships and long-range bombers were used from 1915 to terrorize Allied civilians on the home front. The Red Cross brought Americans to the front long before their nation joined the fight. The ambulance seen here is on its way to the battlefield at Verdun in 1916. Austrian positions in the Julian Alps offered a natural fortification against invading Italian forces. After a demoralizing defeat, Italian troops retreat through Caporetto on 24 October 1917. German soldiers round up Italian prisoners of war during the Battle of Caporetto. Canadian machine gunners dig in on the Vimy Ridge that was finally captured during the Battle of Arras, the most successful phase of the April 1917 Nivelle offensive. The attack plan was ambitious, but, as in earlier Western Front offensives, early success degenerated into a prolonged attritional struggle with heavy casualties and little change in position. French Schneider tanks being unloaded in railway sidings. The French army made very effective use of these new weapons of war during its last year. A section of the Hindenburg line at Bullecourt, viewed from the air. This formidable 1916 defensive position could be stormed by the Allied armies in a week come 1918. Nicholas II of Russia, the last Tsar, was an autocrat who failed to inspire a popular war effort in Russia and paid with his throne and his life. Vladimir Lenin, leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, condemned the imperialist war in Europe and also offered a new agenda for peace, one that appealed to Russia's disillusioned masses, but less so to social democrats elsewhere in Europe. Enver Pasha, Turkish war minister and the strongest advocate of Turkey's entry into the war on the side of the Central Powers, visiting the Dome of the Rock in 1916 with Navy Minister Cemal Pasha. David Lloyd George, British Prime Minister, 1916 to 1918, was a strong populist war leader, but was handicapped by a weak grasp of military strategy. Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, Commander-in-Chief of the British armies in France and Flanders, 1915 to 1918, engaged his forces in a costly and controversial offensive campaign to defeat the German army on the Western Front. General Paul von Hindenburg, German Chief of the General Staff standing with General Erich Ludendorff, First Quartermaster General, 1916 to 1918. The two men inherited a losing war after the Allied general offensive began in 1916 and thereafter resorted to increasingly desperate strategic expedients to try to save Imperial Germany. The German cruiser SMS Seydlitz was severely damaged during the Battle of Jutland, but did not sink. Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States, 1912 to 1920, offered a new liberal agenda for peace after America entered the war. This was not to the liking of European leaders, but appealed to many of their people. This drawing, made for the New York Herald and the London Sphere, shows the Lusitania as a torpedo from a German U-boat tears a gaping hole in the hull. British battlecruiser HMS Invincible explodes at the Battle of Jutland, 31st of May, 1916. The United States was appalled by the sinking of civilian vessels like the Lusitania, and papers throughout the country ran cartoons like this one, portraying the Germans as savage pirates slaughtering civilians. Financing a truly global war was a daunting challenge. Posters, such as these from the United States and Canada, encouraged citizens to invest in war bonds, often restyled as Liberty bonds, for maximum patriotic effect. General Philippe Pétain, Commander-in-Chief of the French Army, 1917 to 1918, with General John Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the American Expeditionary Force, 1917 to 1918. Pétain reorganized the French army to fight modern material-intensive warfare effectively. Regrettably, Pershing's attention was focused more on alliance politics than military efficiency, and his forces would repeat many of the mistakes made earlier in the war when they took the field. A 21-centimeter German gun captured by Canadian forces in the Battle of Amiens, 1918. Georges Clemenceau, French Premier, 1917 to 1918, offered the war-weary French people war, nothing but war, but they were quite prepared to fight on to liberate their country from the German invader. Marshal Ferdinand Foch, Allied Generalissimo, 1918, grasped the problems of fighting on the entrenched battlefield better than any other First World War general and put his experience to good use in a sustained campaign of attrition that broke the German army. Although in straitened circumstances and on short, if still sufficient rations, Germany and her allies were still a long way from being brought to their knees by economic and maritime pressure. By this point, however, the economic war, like the military war, was getting into its stride. It was not the overabundance of turnips alone that dismayed the German people, but also the facts that the fleet was confined to port and the army was now on the defensive. The nation's solidarity was starting to waver, just as the High Command's grip on the war was starting to slip. 9. Attack. The 1916 campaigning season opened at dawn on 21st February 1916, when the German bombardment of Verdun began. A huge 380mm railway gun landed a shell in the courtyard of the bishop's palace. It missed its target, a bridge over the River Meuse. Heralding artillery fired on a scale not yet seen. 1,200 guns pulverized the French forward defences from 3 sides, up to 40 shells per minute raining down in places, while new gas shells blanketed French gun positions. The next afternoon, German infantry pressed forward, penetrating between the isolated pockets of dazed French soldiers who had survived the bombardment. The Frenchmen fought back aggressively, contesting their shattered trenches a few meters at a time, but were gradually overwhelmed by infiltrating assault troops armed with grenades, light mortars, and another new and terrible weapon of trench warfare, portable flamethrowers for clearing undamaged bunkers. The first days of the offensive went well, as they usually did when guns were concentrated, troops were fresh, and enemy reserves were dispersed. Combining artillery and infantry effectively in the first assault was something that armies were starting to get right now. Lessons from the previous year's tactical experimentation had been absorbed. German observers were confident. "I have a feeling that the attack at Verdun must succeed," Binding noted. Not because of the number of guns and attacking troops, but because of the more general reason that war must be directed in the last resource, not against positions and armies, not against a state, but against human weaknesses. When they appear, there is no more hope. The French are abandoning absolutely impregnable positions, no council of war, no talk of glory, and no army order can prevail against that when Verdun falls. And I believe, subject to reserves, that it will fall. Frenchman will lose the butter off his war bread, and I doubt whether he will still care to eat it then. 1. By 25th February, the heights east of the Meuse were in German hands, and Fort Douaumont, the supposed key to the Verdun perimeter defences, had fallen without a shot being fired. But Binding was well aware, it may take a long time yet. This feeling does not portend the end of the war by a long way, particularly against a coalition. 2. It was Falkenhayn's objective to bleed the French army white in front of the fortress. It soon became Joffre's intent to wear down the enemy among the ruins of Verdun's outer defences until the Allies could organise themselves to counterattack and destroy the German army once and for all. Like all the other battles, the Verdun offensive was to slow once the rhythms of campaigning asserted themselves. Within a fortnight, the defence of Verdun had organised. Councils of war, army orders and motivations to death or glory prevailed, and French resolve toughened. Tenir became the watchword of army and nation. Verdun would hold on, and so would France, until her allies came to her aid. Guns and fresh troops were hurried to the battle, and Second Army Commander Philippe Pétain was rooted out of a hotel room where he was entertaining his mistress and sent to organise the defence. Today, Pétain is better remembered for his notorious second career as head of France's collaborationist Vichy regime during the Second World War. The reputation that allowed him to take the helm in France during an acute national crisis was made on the battlefields of the Great War, and particularly at Verdun. He had earlier been professor of infantry tactics at the École de Guerre. At the same time, Foch and Fayolle had also been instructors, and so understood the problems of tactics and operations that he met on the battlefield. In 1914, Pétain was a colonel of chasseurs, France's elite light infantry, in command of an infantry brigade. He was one of those promoted when Joffre purged the French high command following the army's disastrous first engagements, taking command of 6 D1. He ascended rapidly thereafter, taking command of 33 CA in October 1914, and having made his reputation as one of the best corps commanders in the army in the Second Battle of Artois, the Second Army in June 1915. By that point, he had recognized that the French army was engaged in a war of attrition and would have to husband its reserves. This principle he applied to the Verdun battle, where he organized a sector-based system of defense sustained by a continuous cycle of reinforcement and supply along the road and light railway corridor, the famous Voie Sacrée, Sacred Way, that connected the fortress with the front, stabilizing the situation. 3. Another future French leader passed that way. On March 1st, Captain Charles de Gaulle led his company of the 33rd Regiment d'Infanterie into the maelstrom, taking up scratch positions in shell holes and among the ruins of a village, from where his men beat off repeated German attacks. Last seen leading the remnants of his company in a charge against another wave of advancing German infantry, de Gaulle was awarded the Legion d'honneur posthumously. In fact, he had collapsed after being wounded and was to spend the rest of the war a German prisoner. 4. Now backed by their own concentration of heavy artillery, by early March fresh French divisions had checked the German advance. The offensive has got stuck at its beginnings, Binding quickly recognized. 5. Thereafter, the battle would grind down both armies in the longest continuous engagement of the war. Phases of relative calm separated brutal close-range fights when one or other side went on the attack. All the time, the guns kept firing, while the infantry cowered below the earth. In that respect, Verdun represented the new way of fighting now that the war machines were mobilized. The strategic reviews over winter 1915-16 were better informed and much more realistic than those a year before. Overall, Germany's military situation still looked comfortable, with Serbia defeated and the other Allied fronts contained, although the General Getafe at the OHL appreciated that the Allies' stranglehold on Germany was noticeably tighter than it had been at the end of 1914. The blockade was starting to have an impact on the home front, and it was incumbent on the army to relieve that pressure somehow. But the land victories of 1915 had not brought the Allies to terms. If anything, they seemed to bring them closer together while their resources were developing all the time. The effort to break the enemy coalition would have to be hastened and increased, for time was not on Germany's side. 6. The majority of the German army had to remain deployed in the west to contain Britain and France, and so Germany could never build up the necessary preponderance of force to smash the Russian army once and for all, although Falkenhayn had been obliged to contain Russia in 1915. Despite the advance into Poland, Russia was far from broken as the new campaign commenced. If anything, she was strengthening. In 1915, Germany had possessed a decisive material advantage over the Russians on the battlefield, which Allied mobilization was likely to negate in the coming campaign, for all these reasons. And for personal ones too, since Falkenhayn resented the home front's glorification of the Eastern Front's successful commander, Hindenburg. Germany's strategic focus turned westwards in 1916. Her strategic method changed too from annihilation to attrition. The bottom line, the Kaiser was informed on the 3rd of December, is that a decision can only be reached with a blow in the west, for which all available forces must be staged. 7. If he could not break Russia, Falkenhayn calculated that he might break France. 8. Falkenhayn's calculations were wrong, and his assumptions false. The OHL's intelligence staff estimated in November 1915 that the French could, at the current rate of wastage, sustain the war until September 1916, before having to call up younger classes ahead of schedule. France had 400,000 fewer replacements in her depots than in August 1914. By that estimation, a long, grueling campaign was in prospect. Moreover, the expanding British army, if not yet efficient, would in time balance any French losses, while the German army enjoyed no local superiority in the west, with only 25 fresh reserve divisions against 27 Allied. Central to Falkenhayn's strategy was the belief that the French army's morale was weak after its 1915 checks and losses, that civilian commitment to the war was wavering, and that France's will to victory would break if put under sustained pressure. 9. Given this inferiority, the enemy's morale was the obvious target. It might be broken before Germany's military strength, and this was a chance that Falkenhayn had to take because Germany would never win the manpower and material contest as it stood. 10. Knocking France out of the war might split the alliance ranged against Germany, but France showed no signs of capitulating without a fight. Tentative peace feelers extended in September had been rejected out of hand. 11. To break France's army, Falkenhayn chose to attack the strategic fortress complex at Verdun, which the French would have to defend to the last drop of blood. Falkenhayn reasoned that in this salient, which could be fired into from two sides, attrition could be conducted cost-effectively, since he could draw the French army's reserves onto his concentrated guns. This plan acknowledged what the German army could achieve on the battlefield, although it was not a realistic stratagem for ending the war quickly, which was a fundamental flaw, since the longer the war lasted, the longer the Entente would be able to bank on the fact that the Central Powers would exhaust themselves militarily and economically. 12 German losses in 1915 had been heavy, if sustainable, 612,000 in total. Austria-Hungary had suffered far more heavily, around 2,100,000 men killed, wounded or captured fighting Russians, Serbs and later Italians. 13 Falkenhayn was naturally starting to worry about the staying power of his main ally. The horrible sacrifices in blood were starting to tell on the home front, where a tenacious determination was now substituted for early war enthusiasm. Time favoured the enemy in an alarming, ominous way, although as yet the will to prevail was unbroken. 14. The Allies also chose a strategy of attrition. In 1916, replacing the disjointed, speculative operations of the first phase of the war, which would manifest itself in a long-anticipated big push against the German lines in France, supported by offensives in Galicia and Italy. It would take considerable effort and much negotiation to get there, but the process indicated that the Allies' united front was consolidating around a shared objective and agreed method for taking on and defeating the Central Powers. It offered better prospects than the 1915 campaign, although the test would only come once battle was joined. The Allied plan was hatched at a strategic conference at Joffre's GQG at Chantilly in early December 1915. Joffre presided masterfully and with authority over 3 days of deliberations in the ballroom at the Hôtel du Grand Condé that served as French military headquarters. He recognized the need for the Allies to work more closely together, and his political masters agreed. By then, Joffre had triumphed in the civil-military battle of wills that had hobbled French strategy throughout 1915. The most recent round of civil-military discord in Paris brought a new premier, the wily lawyer Aristide Briand, to power, and also toppled Millerand, Joffre's closest political ally, from the War Ministry. Briand replaced Viviani after the latter lost a parliamentary vote of confidence following the confused opening of the Salonika campaign. Like Viviani, Briand was no war leader. He is most famous today for the interstate peace plan, the Kellogg-Briand Pact, that he went on to sponsor between the wars. But he could operate the Republican political system deftly. Briand would be France's longest-serving wartime prime minister, holding office until March 1917, while ministers came and went and the fortunes of war shifted. The new leader could not immediately sack his commander-in-chief, so instead Briand terminated the crisis by enhancing Joffre's authority. In the heated arguments over exactly how the war should be carried on after the loss of Serbia, Joffre at least offered a clear view of the nature of the war and a plan for winning it. The GQG would now control the campaigns outside France, and implicit in this reorganization of the High Command was an expectation that Joffre would also offer strategic leadership to the coalition. The Salonika crisis had made it clear that the Allies were being outmaneuvered for want of a coordinating strategic authority. So this, and formalizing the ad hoc system of inter-Allied political military conferences that had developed during 1915, seemed to meet this need. The new system for coordination, if not perfect, would at least make Allied collaboration more speedy and consensual than it had been during 1915, strengthening the united front. 15. It showed immediate results in the strategy agreed for 1916. Joffre's appointment suggested that after the strategic flailing of amateurs, in 1916 the military professionals would be given their chance now that the war machines were properly ready. Military plans would, however, be subject to scrutiny and approval by the Allies' political leaders. Reflecting on 1915's campaign, Joffre was aware that a quick, decisive victory was not possible in an attritional war. Germany had so far held her own in the West against 2 strong Anglo-French offensives, had weakened, if not broken, the Russian army, and had better organized her resources for a long, slow war. Germany had gained a new ally in Bulgaria, while Allied diplomacy had faltered in the Balkans. The war against Turkey had proved a shambles, and the Italians had disappointed, while Serbia had been defeated, relieving some of the pressure on Austria. But despite these achievements, there was much that suggested that the Central Powers were no nearer victory than they had been in 1914. Allied unity and concentration of effort was the key to beating Germany, and she had not made much progress towards breaking it. If anything, her enemies had recognized this and were starting to draw closer together. Allied preparations for the 1916 campaign, more systematic and realistic than they had been a year before, aimed to escalate Germany's blood sacrifice and undermine national will. By concerting the Allies' superior resources, Joffre reasoned, the strategic flexibility which the Central Powers had enjoyed in 1915 would be curbed. 16. This was the basis of the general Allied offensive, essentially Joffre's plan, agreed to at Chantilly in December 1915. The military leaders of the four main allies pledged to undertake a simultaneous combined offensive with the maximum of troops possible on their respective fronts whenever they are in a position to undertake it and where circumstances appear favourable. Up to that moment, the war of attrition will continue. 17. The agreed objective, the destruction of the German and Austrian armies, was simple. 18. It was calculated that the Allies' manpower and material superiority would now allow them to seize the initiative and engage and defeat their enemy's reserves, at least if these offensives were to be launched simultaneously, or at least on dates sufficiently near each other to prevent the enemy moving his reserves from one front to another. 19. This agreement suggested that a dose of reality had been taken. The Central Powers' military strength could not be broken quickly in this way, but systematically and decisively over a prolonged campaign. Joffre admitted that the decisive moment of the war may still be far off. 20. The Chantilly meeting produced an expression of strategic intent from which a workable plan was expected to follow. Attrition of the enemy's armed forces was set as the goal of 1916's military campaign. How and when this should be done remained to be decided in further military and political meetings. Joffre's role thereafter became to muster his allies as the vagaries of war diverted their attention and buffeted their resolution. He kept the plan together, but it lost momentum during the spring after Germany attacked, such that when the general Allied offensive was launched, it was to fall considerably short of Joffre's ambition. Civil-military disagreement and unpreparedness undermined British engagement. The Russians were willing enough, but reluctant to take on Germany directly. The Italians remained weak. At Chantilly, Joffre had made it clear that after taking on the greater burden of fighting the war throughout 1915, the French army was weakening and that it was time for his allies to take a greater share in beating the German army. In particular, their armies should undertake a preliminary phase of attritional operations, while France husbanded her fighting strength for the decisive offensive later in the year. This would be the main sticking point for the British. Kitchener had always intended what Joffre now planned, to engage the enemy directly once his armies were ready. Moreover, there were indications that amateur strategists were coming to appreciate the nature of a modern war. In his speech of resignation from the cabinet in November 1915, Churchill acknowledged his own change of heart. There is no need to be discouraged about the progress of the war. While all the appearances of military success attend her arms, Germany may be defeated more fatally in the second or third year of the war than if the Allied armies had entered Berlin in the first 21. Churchill had gone to do his own small part in that military effort, taking command of a new army battalion at the front. Others would still need persuading, although in 1916 the General Staff's case was much better made, being founded on experience and having the weight of statistics to support it. After returning from Chantilly, Murray presented a memorandum to the War Committee, as the Dardanelles Committee was renamed in November, that explained in clear, stark prose the actual situation of the war. It would be a slow war of attrition fought and decided in the main European theatres. In this war, the resources of the Allies are sufficient to enable them to wear out the enemy and finally to beat him, if only the will to conquer and a sound direction of their united efforts and resources are not wanting. The choice Murray represented was now between assault and investment of the Central Powers' defensive lines, and he advocated the former. With manpower more or less fully mobilized and munitions production now sufficient, if not yet ample, the time had come for strong, vigorous, simultaneous and sustained pressure by all the Allies on existing main fronts that would deny Germany the freedom of maneuver she had enjoyed in 1915 and bring her armies to battle. With between 4.5 and 5 million Germans and Austrians under arms with reserves to sustain them in the field for some months yet, that would certainly be a slow, risky strategy, Murray admitted, adding, "The prospects of success are considered at least sufficient to justify the attempt. Such an effort stands at least a fair chance of pushing back the enemy's armies. They may break badly." 22. William Robertson, Murray's successor as CIGS, hailed this memorandum as the Bible of the war. 23. It would fall to him to implement the 1916 plan and to hold politicians to these principles thereafter. It would be a tough job, but the army now had at its head a common soldier who would fight its position robustly. Robertson did not shy from an argument, as Lloyd George was to find. The new CIGS was a bluff, no-nonsense farmer's son from Lincolnshire. He holds the distinction of being the only man in the British Army to rise from the rank of private to become a field marshal. He did so by dint of intellect, hard work, and professionalism. Before the war, he had been a staff officer, mastering supply, intelligence, and operational matters. That made him a natural choice as commandant of the Staff College, Camberley, from 1910 to 1913. He went to war as Quartermaster General of the BEF and replaced Murray as Sir John French's Chief of Staff in January 1915 after Murray fell ill. Once it was recognised that the General Staff in London needed strengthening to ensure a better military grip on strategy than in 1915, the choice lay between Robertson and Haig. Robertson came home, insisting on powers in his new role that would ensure that he, not Kitchener, would direct the war. Kitchener acquiesced since he and Robertson were broadly agreed on how the war should develop. Haig would stay in France to execute their plans, at least if the government concurred. In December 1915, some doubters in the British cabinet remained to be persuaded. Both the method and likely outcome of the Chantilly plan were questionable. Lloyd George and Balfour remained determined to hold Kitchener and the General Staff to account over the details of military planning. On the other hand, Kitchener was now less tolerant of the schemes of his more maritime-minded colleagues, not least perhaps because they had all come to nothing. He agreed with Robertson that anything not now essential for imperial defence should go to France. He had raised an army for that purpose, and in 1916 it was ready to take the field. This also brought to a head the clash over the affordability of Kitchener's strategy, since business as usual was incompatible with maintaining a mass army through conscription. Supported by Robertson, Kitchener presented the case for concentrating effort in France to the War Committee on 28 December 1915. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, McKenna, demurred and was backed up by Lloyd George and Balfour, who after the costly autumn 1915 offensive were concerned as to the methods the army would employ and the potential for heavy losses. The War Committee endorsed Kitchener's proposal to take the offensive in France. But with reluctance. Military unanimity, it appeared, had mastered amateur strategy, the bane of 1915, although there were aftershocks. 24. At its next meeting on 13th of January 1916, at which Balfour represented that British and Russian forces would not be ready to attack until the summer, the War Committee added the proviso to their earlier endorsement that a final decision remained to be taken. 25. Only on 7th of April, after Asquith presented his colleagues with a stark update of the state of Allied opinion after visiting Italy and Paris, was the decision to take the offensive in France confirmed. 26. Despite political misgivings, the British Army had an inevitable appointment with the German Army at some place and at some time because strategy had become simple. As Reppington noted matter-of-factly, "I don't think we have anything to do but go on steadily killing Germans in the West." 27. It would fall to General Sir Douglas Haig, who had replaced French in command of the British Army in December, to implement this decision. Haig remains notorious, the British general associated with attrition more than any other. The greatest soldier that the Empire possessed, as his obituarist in the Times lauded him, has been ill-served by history. 28. In 1916, he was both the best qualified man for the job and a commander still moulding his army and adapting to fighting industrialized war. His reputation as a skilled professional soldier started to slide after his death, at a time when a scapegoat was sought for Britain's wartime sacrifice. The novelist C.S. Forester amplified the developing perception of British command in alluding to the arrival of Sir Douglas Haig at the GHQ. The personality of the new commander-in-chief was already noticeable in his selection of his subordinates, and so through them to the holders of the lesser commands. The men who were wanted were men without fear of responsibility, men of ceaseless energy and of iron will, who could be relied upon to carry out their part in a plan of battle as far as flesh and blood, their own and their men's, would permit. Men without imagination were necessary to execute military policy devoid of imagination, devised by a man without imagination. Anything resembling freakishness or originality was suspect in view of the plan of campaign. By 1936, when Forester was writing, the reputations of British commanders had been increasingly tarnished by memoirs and histories written by politicians, by Lloyd George because he never accepted Haig and Robertson's attritional strategy, and by Churchill, who was disappointed because his own former cavalry lieutenant's military intuition had proved less perceptive than the general's. There is illogicality in such critiques of Haig's performance, in that he was castigated for seeking to replicate mobile operations in the inappropriate conditions of positional trench warfare, while being condemned for not finding a supposed magic solution, Forester's elusive screwdriver, which might restore dynamism to the battlefield. Haig was an educated and trained professional seeking to remodel military science and the military art in novel circumstances, while actually having to prosecute operations at the front and manage the largest army Britain had ever deployed. Strategy was one thing, and never Haig's to decide, although he fully accepted the attritional nature of the war, tactics quite another, and operations that linked the two, Haig's real responsibility, problematic. In his solutions, Haig was certainly not as freakish or original as Foch, for example, but he was up to the task of leading and managing his army as it grew, learned and adapted. Costly and tragic mistakes were made. The second day of the Battle of Loos, for example, and the notorious first day of the Battle of the Somme. Such mistakes have been dwelt on by subsequent generations, thereby obscuring the steady evolution of warfare and the growing effectiveness of Haig's army in fighting it. It should be remembered that in the dynamic of combat, the effectiveness of the enemy's defence was significant for the outcome of an attack, and the real killer on the battlefield. Attributing disaster to poor planning and lack of imagination alone is misguided and narrow-minded. Haig was a meticulous planner and a thoughtful and adaptable soldier who wrestled with and mastered the administrative and operational problems he faced. His admirers like to eulogize him as master of the field, acknowledging that the armies he commanded were instrumental in the final defeat of Germany. Haig had a particularly difficult and unique task. He had to build an effective mass army on the cadre of a small professional force. The latter he understood, since he had helped to create it in a successful staff career before the war. Haig had advised War Minister Richard Haldane as a modern British army was organised after 1906, endeavouring within the limitations of the voluntary system to maximise the number and efficiency of the forces that Britain could deploy in a future war. Haldane and Haig created the BEF, the second-line territorial force, and imperial contingents. Haig also managed the drafting of Field Service Regulations 1909, the Army's new warfighting manual. In August 1914, he had advocated keeping the British Army at home and building up its strength to intervene later in the campaign. To that extent, he agreed with Kitchener that it would be a war of several years, for which Britain would need a proper army. 29. Haig led 1st Army Corps to war in 1914 and commanded it in the Battle of Ypres. Promoted to command the First Army in January 1915, he directed it in 1915's clumsy, under-resourced battles for the Aubert Ridge and at Loos. He had the widest experience of command in battle and a growing professional understanding of what was and was not possible on the battlefield when he assumed the chief command. Haig agreed in principle with the Chantilly strategy. To beat the German army would require engaging it on a larger scale than had been possible in 1915. His pre-war staff training had inculcated the principle that battlefield operations consisted of a series of phases: maneuver, attrition, decision, exploitation. And he recognized that the immediate task facing the Allies was to employ sufficient force to wear down the enemy and cause him to use up his reserves. 30. It did not suit that the British should undertake the attritional phase on the coming campaign alone, however. Robertson apprised Haig of the political mood in London, and in particular of ministers' fears of a return to the costly, indecisive offensives of 1915. Joffre's proposal that the British carry out the attritional phase of the offensive before the French army delivered the coup de grace appeared to be both bad politics and bad strategy. It meant that the British army would do the hard work while the French took the glory if the general Allied offensive proved decisive, and it dissipated rather than concentrated the Allies' growing strength in the West. Between December 1915 and February 1916, in a series of complicated and often tense negotiations, Haig forced Joffre to abandon the attritional phase of any Western Front offensive. Any preliminary British operation would now directly precede the main Anglo-French attack. This, at least, would mollify the politicians, although Haig's chopping and changing angered Joffre, who determined that the British must attack alongside the French army, rather than alone in Flanders towards the Belgian coast, which would have been more palatable to maritime-minded British strategists. 31. Thus the Battle of the Somme, the main element of the intensified strategy of attrition, was conceived, and the fate of Britain's new armies was decided. After a plan was agreed upon, its implementation remained subject to developing events. Haig argued thereafter that the attack should be delayed until his armies would be properly trained and ready. Joffre refused to countenance such a delay given General Allied and France's own military difficulties. The eventual compromise was that the Somme offensive would be launched in the last week of June. The Russians also proved hard allies to direct. After Russia's mauling in 1915, Russian commanders were aware that they could not engage the German army on equal terms. They could certainly beat Austrians, however, and the strategic principle adopted at Chantilly left them a loophole to do so. Russia's representative at the conference, General Yakov Gilinski, the head of the Russian military mission in France, had tabled the Russian Chief of Staff, General Mikhail Alexeyev's plan for a concerted campaign to knock out Austria. This was thrown out because, in Joffre's estimation, it was logistically impossible to deploy the 800,000 English, French, and Italian troops Alexeyev expected to support the Russians in the mountainous Balkan Peninsula. 32. Yet the development of events on the Eastern Front meant that, come the summer, the Russians would default back to Alexeyev's plan. It turned out that there would be an attritional phase to the 1916 campaign and that it would be carried out by the French army. At Chantilly, the Allies agreed in principle to be ready to attack in the spring in order to forestall a renewed enemy offensive. It soon became clear that Russia would not be ready by then. Once Falkenhayn struck at Verdun, the strength of the Chantilly agreement was to be tested. In the event of one ally being attacked, the others were expected to mount relieving offensives. It turned out that Britain was unready and unwilling, that Italy was willing but barely ready, and that Russia was willing but unable. 33. Rather than mount a relief offensive, Haig agreed to take over more of the front in Artois, which he had so far declined to do in order to train his army for the summer offensive. On March 11th, Cadorna launched Italy's first offensive of 1916 after Joffre appealed for a relief operation after Verdun was attacked. The Italian army was better prepared for the new campaign. Cadorna's army was growing. It expanded from 35 to 48 divisions during 1916 as the call-up was extended to older classes and new tactics appropriate to close-range warfare were being adopted. Machine guns, hand grenades, trench mortars, wire cutters, and other trench stores, including the first steel helmets, were now arriving in proper quantities. Heavy artillery was still lacking. Italian industry was not producing guns quickly enough to equip newly raised field, mountain, and siege gun batteries, an indication of the intention, if not the ability, to adapt the Italian forces for fighting attritional warfare in the mountains. In February, Cadorna asked France to provide heavy guns, but French industry was tied up producing weapons and munitions for France's own forces. 34. The Fifth Battle of the Isonzo did not amount to the large-scale preparatory attritional operation that Joffre had expected his allies to mount. The Italians suffered 13,000 casualties in 7 days' fighting that advanced the line only a few hundred meters in isolated sectors, the Austrians only a few thousand casualties. 35. The offensive indicated that the Italian army was prepared to fight, although Cadorna himself regarded it as little more than a demonstration, and winter weather forced a rapid halt to the battle. Thereafter, he would turn his attention to arming and training his army for the general Allied offensive that was now postponed until the summer. More was expected of the Russians, but perhaps the Western Allies still expected too much from Russia. British military attaché Knox's reports had been pessimistic about the prospects of Russian offensive action. Too pessimistic in Robertson's view. But it was evident that the rearmament of Russia is the main problem of the winter months. Knox accompanied a Russian delegation which visited the Ministry of Munitions in London and attended an inter-allied munitions conference in Paris. This betokened greater cooperation, but French and Japanese small arms ammunition and British howitzers would take time to manufacture and deliver to Russia. 36 Knox noted that there was still a great misunderstanding of Russia's actual capabilities. Competent authorities in the West seemed to expect from Russia a continued effort based on the size of her population, without taking into consideration the limitations imposed by actual conditions of armament, communications, and power of organization. 37. Joffre now appreciated that Russia was not the make-weight that had been thought. The GQG calculated that Russian rifle strength was only 1,300,000, even though Zielinski had represented at Chantilly that Russia had 2,700,000 men under arms. This was evidence, Joffre recollected, that a clear lack of confidence reigned between the Russian general staffs and ours, and that ordinary Russians did not share the Emperor's commitment to the Allied cause. 38 Joffre was realizing that Russia would be slow to engage and hard to direct. Russian military headquarters effectively ignored a French military mission under General Paul Pau, Joffre's predecessor as French Chief of Staff, that went to Russia over the winter to investigate the military situation. Senator Paul Dumas' simultaneous mission to arrange for surplus Russian manpower to be sent to France where it would be equipped to fight with the French army did little better. By the end of 1916, one Russian brigade had come to France, and 2 others had reached Salonika. 39. Russian unpreparedness obliged Joffre and Robertson to postpone the date for resuming the offensive until April, and only then to relieve Russia if Germany attacked in the east. The date of the general Allied offensive would ultimately depend on when Russia was ready. 40. In fact, it was the Russians who were obliged to mount a relief offensive themselves at Lake Narok in March. Joffre was right. General Alexis Kuropatkin's hastily organized and poorly led attack on the German 10th Army in appalling winter conditions failed disastrously, despite his forces outnumbering the German defenders 6-1. Another failure of artillery-infantry cooperation condemned the Russian infantry to an attack on largely undamaged enemy defenses. The Russians suffered 112,000 casualties, including 12,000 from frostbite, while the battle inflicted only 20,000 on the enemy. Now that they were on the offensive, Russia's field commanders began to appreciate that the German army should be broken with firepower rather than by sacrificing manpower, but it had taken a costly operation in 1915 style, which aimed to force a breakthrough that could be exploited by cavalry. To realize this, 41. But since guns and shells were still lacking, Lake Naroch was, despite appearances, one of the decisive battles of the First World War. It condemned most of the Russian army to passivity. 42. Thereafter, the prospect of Russia not attacking at all started to concern Joffre. In fact, the Russians remained broadly faithful to their commitments, yet they declined to take on the better equipped and effective German army in the summer offensive, defaulting once more to an operation against the Habsburg armies akin to Alexiev's rejected plan. Such an offensive equated better with Russian territorial and imperial ambitions, and on past evidence was more appropriate to their military capability. The United Front was still consolidating in spring 1916. The British still seemed reluctant to engage the enemy. Despite her weaknesses and previous losses, Russia had little choice but to soldier on, although the rapid check of her March offensive reinforced her wariness of fighting Germans. Italy had no real alternative to supporting a coalition strategy on the success of which her own fortunes now depended, although how determinedly she would fight remained to be seen. Nor could she engage Germany directly. France was battered but still determined. Joffre strove to rally these diverse, discordant forces for her liberation, while the enemy disrupted his planning by grinding down the Allies' principal fighting instrument, the French army. Come mid-March, the Verdun offensive was developing into the usual prolonged slogging forwards against reinforced defences stiffened with artillery, blocked on the east bank and enfiladed by new French batteries deployed across the river. On 6 March, Crown Prince William's Fifth Army struck again, with far less success, on the west bank of the Meuse. Here a back-and-forth fight for the heights at Côte 304 and Mort Homme ensued for 3 months. With its cycle of attack and counterattack, its rhythmic artillery fire that rose intermittently to a crescendo as small infantry units sought to wrestle a trench or a bunker from the enemy, Verdun epitomized attritional battle. It is impossible to know how many men passed through Verdun, the Meuse mill that ground up men and spat out their bodies smashed, maimed, or traumatized. They were sucked into the salient's churned, featureless lunar landscape, occasionally relieved by a shattered tree stump or remnant of human habitation. There, mud caked everything, the noise of near-constant shelling, thirst and hunger, a troglodytic existence among dismembered bodies and decaying fly-blow cadavers. The stench of mortal decay mingled with noxious chemical fumes was their lot, even if they avoided the fears and dangers of mounting an assault. Such was the theatre of attrition, with its sights, sounds, and smells, which men would experience as their unit took its turn through the mechanical battle. The lucky ones would come out some days later, mentally exhausted, if physically unharmed after a tour of duty. Many would depart prematurely, wounded and evacuated. Others repose in Verdun's ossuaries and all-enveloping soil. But even the lucky ones were aware that if spared this time, inevitably their turn to endure would come again, and that next time they might not be so lucky. To have done Verdun became a badge of honour among French soldiers, a widely distributed one, but also one that they relished. As it seemed that his division would take its turn in June, Seeger reflected, "That would be magnificent, wouldn't it?" The long journey drawing nearer and nearer to that furnace, the distant cannonade, the approach through the congested rear of the battle line full of dramatic scenes, the salutations of the troops that have already fought, "Bon courage, les gars," and then our own debut in some dashing affair. Verdun nous manque. I should really like to go there, for after the war I imagine Frenchmen will be divided into those who were at Verdun and those who were not. 43. Falkenhayn's plan to break their morale was coming unstuck. Rather than collapse, after the initial shock, Petain's defence rallied public opinion and steeled the army for a grim, tenacious resistance. They know that they are saving France, but also that they are going to die on the spot, one military censor reported approvingly. 44. For German soldiers, in contrast, initial elation was to turn increasingly sour. In the defence of the Western Heights from March to May, the French extracted a substantial toll for the ground. The German army lost as heavily as the French. Mort Homme, the key position, was aptly named. 45. After the battle flared up again on the Eastern Heights in May, Fort Vaux fell on the 7th of June after a long siege. This local victory marked the height of German success. Thereafter, the French contained and counterattacked the Fifth Army once the general Allied offensive got underway, drawing off German reserves from Verdun. It was not until the 18th of December, 303 days after the battle had begun, that the gunfire finally slackened off for the winter. By then the guns were predominantly French, and Douaumont and Vaux were both back in French hands after a successful late-autumn counteroffensive directed by Pétain's successor, General Robert Nivelle. Meanwhile, attrition had done its work in the spaces between Verdun's scattered forts, the epicenters of the battle. The Germans had inflicted, by French reckoning, 377,000 casualties on their army, of which 162,000 were killed. The Germans themselves suffered 337,000 casualties. Other imprecise estimates put the total casualties both sides suffered around Verdun over 4 years as high as 1,250,000.46. These are the stark facts of attrition in practice. While Verdun ground down his army, Joffre strove to organize his counterattack, the Somme offensive, which would be the principal Anglo-French action of the general Allied offensive. As France's reserves diminished, Joffre encouraged, cajoled, and sometimes tried to bully his allies into accelerating their preparations. Verdun's positive knock-on effect for Germany was that by wearing down the French army, it would lessen the blow that the Allies were preparing against the German army. Falkenhayn's offensive had seized the initiative back from Joffre, whose intention to mount the general offensive in the spring had been thwarted by his allies' unpreparedness. Falkenhayn reasoned that his sustained attack on Verdun would force the Allies to mount hasty relief offensives, thereby using up Allied reserves more generally, although it would also reduce the reserves Falkenhayn had in hand to meet Joffre's counterattack when it came. 47 Falkenhayn was right in that Russia and Italy did mount hasty and easily checked attacks in March. Thereafter, Joffre had to play a waiting game, offsetting his army's losses at Verdun and the enemy's against the increasing potency of the pending general offensive. In a war in which material predominance was starting to become the determining factor in battlefield success, it made sense to delay the offensive until all armies were armed and ready, a deduction that the early phase of the Verdun operation affirmed. Haig certainly let Joffre know whenever he had the opportunity that the longer the Somme offensive was delayed, the better armed and trained his army would be. But when Haig started to suggest that his forces might not be ready to attack before mid-August, Joffre became anxious, for while his allies built up their strength, France's army was wasting away. 48 Joffre recognized even before the Chantilly conference that France's military manpower policy, 134 infantry division were in the field by November 1915, was unsustainable in the long term. As reserve divisions were cycled into and out of the Meuse mill through Pétain's Noria, bucket waterwheel system, at a pace calculated not to break their fighting power irreparably, Verdun only served to emphasize that manpower would be the crucial issue for France thereafter. 49, defending Verdun, forced Joffre to deploy the reserve divisions he had husbanded for his own offensive, and to call on the British to take over more of the line from the French, shrinking the reserves available for the general Allied offensive, a 67-division battle conceived in February, to involve 42 French and 25 British divisions, shrunk in scope and size. 50, by the end of May, when Joffre and Haig agreed to launch the Somme offensive in late June. It would engage initially only 21 British and 18 French infantry divisions, some 60% of those available in February. Although the Somme offensive was to be the biggest Anglo-French battle yet, its shrinking as a consequence of Verdun would make attrition, which depended on its scale for defeating multi-million-man armies, much less effective. Fayolle, who was to command the French Sixth Army on the Somme, speculated that an attritional offensive that resulted in 200,000 casualties might still not bring the war to an end. 51. Indeed, Joffre himself seemed to recognize this, defaulting like Falkenhayn to the expectation that a prolonged battle would break the enemy's morale more rapidly than it used up his strength. 52. The prospect of victory depended partly on how much the German army had been worn out at Verdun, and partly on the respite Verdun had given the other allies while preparing their part in the offensive. To that extent, France herself had carried out the attritional phase of the Chantilly plan at Verdun. Allied intelligence, monitoring the state of the German army, started to tick off its reserve divisions as they were consumed on the Meuse. As the general Allied offensive got underway in June, the GQG concluded that the attritional process still had some way to go. German reserve divisions were reported moving eastwards to contain the Russians, who started the offensive in early June. The GHQ calculated that there were now very few fresh German reinforcements to halt its advance if the defensive crust was breached, and scaled up the British attack on the Somme accordingly. During June, Haig's plan evolved from one for a steady attritional battle to one that anticipated the decisive phase of operations. 53. In the Verdun counterattack, as the Somme offensive was starting to be perceived, his forces might now break the thinned German front, once and for all. If Italians and Russians took their share of the fighting, the general offensive could beat an overstretched German army, although not without weeks and months of heavy fighting. An offensive of durée prolongée, drawn out, Foch's expression, was in prospect however well the first attack went. 54. Italy's share was by now uncertain, since the Austrian armies, which had been quiescent since the defeat of Serbia, had taken the offensive. Like Falkenhayn, Conrad was fearful of a war of exhaustion that the well-provided Entente could impose on the Central Powers in 1916. Over 2 million casualties in 1915, including 775,000 prisoners of war, 55 furnished brutal evidence of the war Austria-Hungary was engaged in. The punitive expedition in the Balkans that her July 1914 ultimatum to Serbia had set in motion seemed to be concluded. On the other hand, a levy of 3 million recruits over the winter had been needed to refill the army's ranks for the next campaign against Russia and Italy. Nevertheless, Conrad remained misguidedly optimistic about the way the war would go in 1916.56. With renewed confidence after driving back the Russians and beating the Serbs, Conrad was inclined to disregard the support that Germany had given to these successful operations. Indeed, Austria found a new independent spirit in 1916, and relations with Germany became strained. 57. While Falkenhayn had been drawn eastwards by the threat Russia posed to his principal ally in 1915, Conrad, in his turn, was disinclined to look westwards. Instead, his attention was focused south. The time for Conrad's long-desired reckoning with treacherous Italy, Conrad's personal bête noire, had come. While Falkenhayn planned to grind down the French at Verdun, Conrad was separately planning to smash the Italian army with a strike southwards from the Alpine front, the so-called strafe expedition that would trap Italy's armies against the river Isonzo defences and destroy them. Conrad retained unrealistic expectations as to what was possible on the battlefield. A sketch of his plan envisaged 6 daily 12-mile advances culminating in the occupation of Venice. But nonetheless, this would be his first independent offensive since that which had gone so disastrously wrong in August 1914. Falkenhayn had firmly refused to send German divisions to support the Austrian surprise attack, which he considered a selfish diversion. Moreover, Germany was not yet officially at war with Italy. Piqued, Conrad deployed reserves of his own from the Galician front, 58. The Trentino offensive was a map offensive, planned at Austrian headquarters 600 miles away at Attrition in Silesia. The operation's objective was to advance 45 miles and occupy Padua, the main railhead supplying the Isonzo front. It could not take place until the spring thaw in the Alps, and even then conditions on the lines of communication did not allow forces and supplies to be built up properly. The Italians were forewarned. Hiding such a build-up of forces from the enemy's intelligence network was always difficult, and Cadorna deployed reserves northwards. Nevertheless, with no experience of being attacked in this way, Italian forward defences were poorly sighted and overmanned. The First Army commander, General Roberto Brissati, made the rudimentary error of using the reserves Cadorna sent to reinforce the front lines, for which Cadorna sacked him on the eve of the offensive, rather than manning his strong defences in depth and keeping reserves in hand to counterattack. This meant that if the defensive crust could be cracked, which was always possible with a powerful artillery preparation, the softer interior could be penetrated. 59. The attack therefore opened with some success on 15th May, although it still took the Austrian 11th and 3rd Armies 2 weeks to defeat the Italian 1st Army and occupy the Asiago Plateau. In all, an advance of some 12 miles was made on a 20-mile front, which looked impressive but was far from decisive. Cadorna proved as imperturbable in a crisis as Joffre. The dogged defence gained him time to reinforce his threatened northern flank and to organise a new 5th Army to contain and counterattack the Austrian penetration. Between 6 and 16 June, the Italians recaptured much of the lost ground. The battle cost the Austrians 81,000 casualties, the Italians 147,000, including 56,000 prisoners, a worrying sign of uncertain morale. 60. It cost the Italian Prime Minister his job too. On 10th June, Salandra lost a vote of no confidence in Parliament after he tried to blame the initial Austrian breakthrough on Cadorna. 61. In a belated recognition that Italy was really at war, his successor, Paolo Boselli, a respected if undynamic 78-year-old parliamentary veteran who could reconcile Italy's political factions, organized a national unity government. The failure of the Strafe expedition finally disabused Conrad of any lingering expectation of quick victory. If he did not relish the potential consequences, it was evident now that there was no alternative to all-out war and to backing the alliance with Germany come what may. The only alternative, a compromise peace, would mean the end of the dual monarchy. 62. By different reasoning, but through the inexorable logic of the war, at roughly the same time both sides established that prolonged attrition was necessary to bring the land war to a decision, and accepted that they would suffer losses in consequence. Heavy casualties would certainly occur, domestic support would probably waver, military authority and political legitimacy might be questioned. Commanders on both sides now understood that they could use material to inflict casualties and swing the balance of losses in their favour, although since both sides had reached the same conclusion, this would merely result in the intensification and mechanization of carnage on the battlefield, where rather than other men, machines would now kill men. Since battles became lengthy and attritional in 1916, casualties remained high, absolutely, but they were decreasing in proportion to time and space as infantrymen dispersed. During 1916, commanders' overambitious operational expectations were scaled back now that they appreciated better what their troops could achieve in positional warfare. The material balance also started to shift towards the attacking army, at least in the first phase of an offensive. The development of material Schlacht was also shifting the balance of morale in the attacker's favour. By 1916, warfare had become a matter of calculation, of manpower resources, of weight of shell per metre of front, of how many trains could supply an army on the offensive with munitions, of how many casualties and prisoners it would take to break the enemy once and for all, and the dual Western Front killing machines of 1916, the battles of Verdun and the Somme, would come to epitomize the worst of attritional warfare. At the same time, in Russia and Italy, more men were being put into the mincer more rapidly in an attempt to decide the war. That was how the war had become by mid-1916. The war does not move, and peace is farther away than ever, Binding opined. It had become a stupid, senseless brawl without any trace of justification from necessity, from superfluous energy, from outstanding policy, from the creative power of any one person. That will be written of this war. It is not mania but stupidity that rules that which was left of the spirit of mankind 2 years ago, and what is still left of it after 2 years. 63. Binding's self-deception about the glory and justice of the war was starting to evaporate, as was so many others. 64. It was against this very different, volatile background that Joffre was to launch the general Allied offensive, his own endeavour to win the war, now that Falkenhayn's had clearly failed. 10. Counterattack. On 4 June 1916, the Galician front erupted suddenly, spectacularly, as General Alexei Brusilov's Southwestern Army Group began the general Allied offensive. For Austrian troops grown accustomed to watchful calm, the impact was devastating. For 3 days, heavy artillery bombardments and aggressive infantry attacks rippled along the 150-mile front south of the Pripyat marshes, probing for weak spots and confusing Conrad and his subordinate army commanders as to where their reserves should be deployed. Inevitably, sectors of the front were penetrated, destabilizing the defense. By 7th June, the 4th and 7th Austrian armies on the northern and southern ends of the Galician front had been broken, and the 1st and 2nd armies and the German-led Südarmee between them were starting to lose ground as their lines were infiltrated. With the front collapsing, a general retreat ensued. 1. In the offensive's first week, the Russians captured 216 guns and 190,000 prisoners and inflicted at least 100,000 casualties. 2. Brusilov's success indicated that Russia was belatedly mobilized to fight modern war and that she had found commanders who knew how to operate a modern war machine. 3. Brusilov, a general whose common sense amounted to brilliance, had surrounded himself with a coterie of young, efficient staff officers who demonstrated a growing appreciation of how infantry and artillery should work together on the battlefield and of the need for thorough preparation. 4. The Brusilov offensive's tactics were innovative and anticipated to a certain extent those of 1918, but they also drew heavily on those developed in the West in 1915. Careful monitoring of the bombardment's progress from the air ensured that it cleared a way for the infantry effectively. The infantry in their turn sapped their lines forwards to within close assaulting distance of the enemy's front. They practiced the assault on mock-ups of the enemy's positions beforehand. 5. While highly effective, these tactics were not in themselves decisive or an alternative to the stage of sacrificial material Schlachten that was taking place on the Western Front. 6. While they precipitated a smashing collapse of a lengthy section of the front, a genuine rupture of the sort that was talked about in the West but proved impossible given the limited space for maneuver in that theatre, this was nothing new in the East with its lower concentration of forces and longer lines of communication along which reserves had to be moved. However devastating it was to a part of the Habsburg army, Brusilov's attack was not in itself going to decide the war. That would be a matter of operations and strategy. Brusilov had a momentary advantage in June 1916, partly and paradoxically because he had not amassed sufficient reserves of his own to give the enemy the impression that a large-scale attack was being prepared, but also because the overstretched Austrians also lacked reserves in the theatre. Since the winter, when an offensive by Brusilov's predecessor, General Ivanov, had largely failed, the Galician front had been quiet. Then the Austrian defences had proved strong, and their defenders well equipped with artillery and machine guns. 7. Thereafter, manpower at the front had been thinned, and however solid, field defences were only defendable with men and guns. Falkenhayn had turned his attention westwards, stripping reserve divisions from the temporarily quiescent Eastern Front for his sustained assault on Verdun, thereby largely removing the stiffening of German divisions that had sustained the Austrian forces in 1915. Conrad had redeployed 6 veteran divisions and heavy artillery batteries to reinforce the strafe expedition, replacing these with newly raised semi-trained formations. 8. Also, in December 1915, Ivanov's attack had been concentrated on a short section of the enemy's front, while Brusilov opted to engage on 4 army fronts at once, testing weakened Austrian defences over a long distance. Reserves simply did not exist to contain or counterattack the many and widening breaches that Brusilov's troops forced in the Austrian front. Brusilov's offensive obliged Falkenhayn to go to the aid of his hard-pressed ally once again, stretching his reserves even more thinly. It took 10 days to redeploy German and Austrian divisions from other fronts, but by mid-June a new Austro-German army group was being formed under German General Alexander von Linsingen to contain and counterattack Brusilov's northern advance. Falkenhayn had gripped the crisis situation and re-gripped his allies, much to Conrad's consternation. For the remainder of June, while the rest of the Russian army remained static, Brusilov's troops would have to push against stiffening resistance. While the scale of Brusilov's battle was greater than any seen since 1914, its development conformed to the established pattern of attritional operations. The Allies' summer 1916. Offensive, like so many First World War military operations, began well. Brusilov's initial success was certainly striking and raised hopes on the Allied side to fever pitch. Now the Russian steamroller was finally moving, and the big push that had been the subject of speculation and rumour for many months was underway. Yet this was merely the first phase of operations that might last until the winter. Such a sustained engagement with the enemy's armies over several months might eventually break the Central Powers' forces through concerted cumulative attrition. Joffre's broad ambition, the destruction of the German and Austrian armies, if reduced in scale and less focused, might yet be achieved. The German army had already been worn down appreciably at Verdun, and while Russia was not attacking Germany directly yet, Brusilov's success had obliged Falkenhayn to send German reserves to support her wavering ally, including 5 divisions from the Western Front. 9. The Austrian army was certainly gripped and suffering casualties at Italian and Russian hands at a rate that it could not sustain. Operations in Italy and the East would not be directed at the German army itself. This was expected in Italy, where the war was with Austria, but Russia's reversion to Alexeyev's plan for an attack on Austria that had been rejected at Chantilly in an attempt to break the Habsburg armies once and for all dissipated the concerted effort that Joffre had planned to exercise against Germany. In fact, Alexeyev had given orders to renew the attack on the northern section of the Russian front, and Brusilov's blow, hasty and speculative in its conception, was only envisaged as a short-term auxiliary attack intended to assist the French and Italian armies that were then under attack and to draw German reserves southwards. 10. Its success took everyone by surprise, Alexeyev included. Brusilov had only a small numerical superiority in men and guns on the southwestern front, while General Alexey Evert's armies to the north had more than 3-2 superiority in divisions. 11. But while Alexeyev naturally chose to reinforce Brusilov's success, stripping divisions from Russia's northern army groups, Evert stalled when ordered to attack to support the operation to the south. 12. He would after all be taking on the German army, not the Austrians, and after Lake Naroch was chary of the likely outcome. The next effort, the Anglo-French attack astride the river Somme, would complete the encirclement and intensify the process of attrition. In his last briefing to the field commanders, Joffre identified that the offensive might develop in one of 2 ways. Either the enemy's weakened front would be ruptured, or a prolonged battle of attrition would ensue. 13. Either way, 1st of July 1916 marked the start, not the end, of the destruction of the German army. Knocking out the German army on the Western Front, or at least an important part of their forces, was going to take time. 14. For the denouement, Joffre had chosen his most trusted subordinate. Foch now had the chance to apply the lessons he had learned from 1915's fighting. What mattered to Foch at this point was not objective but method. In particular, how to take proper control of the battle, which he saw had become prolonged and would be unduly costly if infantry was squandered indiscriminately attempting to follow up early success. 15. The battles Foch had fought in Artois had shown that the enemy's trenches could be taken as long as a sufficient weight of supporting fire was brought to bear effectively and the infantry was properly armed and organised. Holding on to them proved more difficult. Cutting the wire was vital, as was silencing the enemy's machine guns. Eliminating the defending garrison with artillery fire alone, however, was difficult, as most would be sheltered underground during the bombardment. Therefore, the infantry would have to fight for control of a position. It was not so much that the artillery could conquer and the infantry occupy, but rather, as Joffre formulated it, the artillery suppresses, the infantry overwhelms. 16. During spring 1916, French infantry were trained to do just that, to advance quickly behind the barrage and to sweep through the enemy's forward lines to more distant objectives, while the supporting waves mopped up the remains of the defense behind them. The depth of an attack, meanwhile, would be limited to the range of effective artillery cover. 17 increasingly effective tactics were the first element in solving the military problem that was trench warfare. Systematic scientific operations were the second. By ensuring that cohesion was not lost and that any blow struck by his armies was not wasted, Foch would make offensive warfare effective again. His methodical approach, determined by the capabilities of technology and the skill and stamina of the infantry, proved better than one which staked all on surprising and smashing a defensive system with one huge blow. Many other commanders, unfortunately, had yet to reject that sanguinary method. In the Somme offensive, the French forces would proceed systematically through the enemy's defences, using weight of artillery fire to advance the infantry steadily, step by step, through successive German defensive positions. In the modern war, machine soldiers were the less durable component, and reducing losses was becoming the watchword of the French army's methods after the bloodletting of 1915 and Verdun. 18. In Fayolle, who was to lead the Sixth Army in the offensive, Foch had an experienced subordinate who was able to execute such methods on the battlefield. "We have understood that we cannot run around like madmen in the successive enemy positions," Fayolle noted as he started to prepare. "Doctrine is taking shape. For every position there must be a battle, following each other as rapidly as possible. Each one needs a new plan, a new artillery preparation. If one goes too quickly, one risks being checked. Too slowly, and the enemy has time to make more positions. That is the problem, and it is serious." 19. Fayolle, however, doubted that attrition on the scale that was now possible would prove decisive. Moreover, the Allies' main instrument for the first assault was not the increasingly skilled French army, but Haig's largely untried and partially trained divisions, whose role in the offensive had been increasing as Verdun shrank that of the French army. Haig took planning for the battle seriously, and Fourth Army Commander General Sir Henry Rawlinson, who was to direct the offensive on the ground, also prepared assiduously to kill Germans. 20, but planning went awry in its later stages, and the British troops, although keen, lacked the professional skill and military means to execute Haig's over-ambitious plan. Copying the French, Rawlinson prepared a steady, systematic assault against successive German positions. But a combination of factors led Haig to reject Rawlinson's plan in favour of an attempt to take the enemy's defensive positions in a single rush and exploit the breakthrough with mobile forces in the direction of Bapaume. This was more in keeping with Joffre's overall conception to take on and beat the German army in a major offensive, and erroneous intelligence reports in June suggested that German reserves had been thinned to the point that the decision phase of operations could be mounted with some hope of success. 21. Privileging operational objectives. The desire to break the German lines and capture ground over tactical capabilities proved a recipe for disaster. The Somme offensive notoriously started very badly for the British Army, which was obliged to attack some weeks before Haig had wished because of the pressure on Verdun. The opening of the Battle of the Somme cost the German army 25,000 casualties, so intense was the 7-day Allied preliminary bombardment. This was a small number, absolutely, but greater than in any earlier Anglo-French attack. Although the British Army had more guns and shells than ever before, the munitions produced by a rapidly expanded war industry proved of poor quality, which, coupled with Haig's plan, condemned Britain's raw troops to a bloodbath. The British bombardment was too diffuse, and so failed to cut all the German wire or to silence the enemy's machine guns and counter-barrage, which fell on the infantry as they left their trenches. On the right of the British line adjacent to the French attack, the enemy's first position was taken, but not without a prolonged fight which exhausted the attacking formations. Farther north there was little to show for the first day's fighting, but casualties once the initial assault collapsed into chaos under the concentrated fire of German guns. The blow to the British Army's strength and prestige, if not irreversible, was profound. Its 56,886 casualties killed, wounded or missing on the first day of battle have ever after stood as shorthand for the folly of attrition. This was a consequence of tactical and operational mistakes that might have been avoided with more careful preparation, rather than the fault of the strategy per se. Fayoll's Sixth Army, attacking alongside the British, demonstrated that it was perfectly possible with adequate guns and shells and appropriate tactics to inflict a smashing blow on the enemy in the first attack, and to follow it up rapidly with a successful assault on the enemy's second position. His troops were fully confident of success. Think of me when you read the first big communiqué, which we shall have a brilliant share in the making, Seeger bragged to his moraine. 22*. Within 4 days, Fayoll's divisions had advanced 5 kilometers south of the river. It was touch and go whether the enemy could contain the Anglo-French assault after 1st July. The German commander certainly judged that the offensive had torn a huge hole in his defences, and only the tenacious, localised resistance of small parties of infantry survivors had prevented a disaster. 23 Seeger was to lose his life on the 4th of July as the legionnaires stormed the village of Belloy-en-Santerre, south of the river. This was to be the high point of the Sixth Army's early success, however. As in all battles, the defence was reacting to the first shock and stiffening. 24. During the first fortnight of the battle, a hasty, disorganised defence had to be improvised while reserve divisions were deployed to the Somme front. 25. If the British Army had not been so badly mauled, a large-scale local collapse of the German defence might have ensued. The evidence of other fronts, however, indicates that this would not have proved decisive, and that Joffre's long battle was inevitable. The counterattack was underway and would be sustained as long as German forces remained to be fought and beaten. Falkenhayn immediately halted offensive operations at Verdun. He appreciated that Germany was now facing her worst strategic fear, an encircling alliance attacking on all fronts. Falkenhayn gained a breathing space as a result of the inauspicious start to the British offensive on the Somme, although his own future was now in doubt. He would be relieved of his command at the end of August, ostensibly because he had failed to prevent Romania from joining the Allies. Hindenburg would replace him, advised by Erich Ludendorff, his chief of staff, who assumed the new and all-encompassing role of First Quartermaster General. Ludendorff's title reflected the sort of war it had become, one in which reserves and resources were the mainstays of strategy. In the new post, he would direct the home front as well as Germany's forces. Hindenburg was a popular general, Prussian, patrician, ascetic, unflappable, with a strong sense of duty to Kaiser and fatherland, and a record of service that dated back to the 1866 war with Austria. Ludendorff was a highly competent military manager, intelligent, hard-working, and with an excellent grasp of the technicalities of making war. He had had a successful general staff career before the war, when he had risen to be director of operations. His professional talents, unfortunately, were tempered by a tendency to irascibility and panic. Hindenburg and Ludendorff had come together to grip the situation in East Prussia in August 1914 and had made a name for themselves by smashing the Russian Second Army at Tannenberg. They worked well as a command team, and their armies swept all before them in Poland during 1915. Binding saw signs in Hindenburg of the sort of military talent that the High Command generally seemed to lack. 26. But a better field commander was not the answer in a war into which nations and empires were locked and in which military operations were deadlocked. While he may be their best man, Sandhurst judged, he is not a magician, and he cannot stave off the results economic, as well as the constant all-round steady and inevitable pressure exercised by the Allies. 27. Binding could certainly see that the writing was on the wall. If Hindenburg doesn't have a brainwave, we shall gradually come to the conclusion that we are not going to be able to win this war. We shall probably be able to go on holding off the enemy for a long time, but instead of beating him, we shall come to be satisfied. If he doesn't beat us, the odds against us are too immense. 28. Hindenburg and Ludendorff's appointments reflected the way Germany was moving as the war turned against her, and their inheritance was poisonous. With the general Allied offensive, the Allies had gained the strategic initiative, and the choices facing the new duumvirate were unpalatable: offense or defense, fight on land or at sea, try to make war more vigorously, or seek peace. Their first visit to the Western Front showed them a different sort of war, one in which the German army was suffering rather than sweeping the enemy before it. The home front seemed unable to meet the army's needs, but attempts at deeper mobilization would only show that the German war effort was already running near full capacity. The Navy was hamstrung in taking the war to Great Britain by American protests. The phlegmatic field marshal offered a beleaguered Germany some hope. A military dictatorship suited a nation in a state of siege, and thereafter the Kaiser faded into the background as the army strengthened its grip on the people. In the second half of the war, Germany's effort would be intensified, as far as was still possible, and there would be many more thrashing blows against the encircling alliance, but they would prove no more decisive than Falkenhayn's. The belief that powerful enemies could be annihilated persisted against the evidence, the fundamental flaw in German military strategy thereafter. Romania's entry into the war in September suggested that carrion were gathering round the dying Central Powers. The alliance did not expire under the constricting pressure of the general Allied offensive, but thereafter it was administered increasingly desperate, unpalatable, and ineffective remedies. The workaholic Ludendorff soon emerged as the driving force of the partnership, but Hindenburg's significance as military strategist and national figurehead should not be discounted. Beyond containing the pressure on all fronts, the new directors of German strategy would have to mobilize Germany more deeply, a difficult task by this stage of the conflict. A further round of more intense war production, the Hindenburg program, was initiated. It would be serviced by extended labor conscription legislated by December's Patriotic Auxiliary Service Law. Austria-Hungary was reaching the limit of her resources, however, and Germany was having to divert more and more manpower, money, and raw materials to her southern neighbour. The bitter jibe that Germany was now shackled to a corpse was not far off the mark by the end of the year. First and foremost, in summer and autumn 1916, Germany needed to parry the steady, powerful blows raining down on her and her allies from all sides. Troops and guns were railed from Verdun to the Somme and back, then from west to east to meet the ongoing Russian and new Romanian threats. The key principle of the general Allied offensive, concentration and coordination of effort on all fronts, was now working. That it did not break Germany in 1916, however, was the consequence of two deficiencies. The concentration and coordination could have been better still, and the Allies' material advantage, while obvious and significant, was not yet enough to decide the war. As events on the Eastern Front unfolded during summer and autumn, it became clear that Russia did not have the military strength or will to intensify pressure on Germany, while Romanian entry on the Allied side, a diplomatic coup that was presented as the potentially decisive factor in the general Allied offensive, turned out to be the final manifestation of the over-optimistic 1915 style of making war. In the west, on the Somme and at Verdun, the German army would bleed copiously under concentrated Allied gunfire, trommelfeuer, drumfire, that smashed trenches and mutilated men, more so than in any previous battle, but not yet at a rate that would prove mortal. Operations on the Somme settled into a pattern after the first assault. Weather allowing, every few days, Fayoll's or Rawlinson's army would launch a heavy attack supported by many guns that moved the front line forward. To the north and the south, General Hubert Gough's British Reserve Army and General Joseph Mikula's French 10th Army conducted less powerful supporting flanking operations. After each set-piece attack, there was a process of consolidation, which involved fighting off German counterattacks and straightening the line before the next push. The same was going on at Verdun, where the Second Army kept up an active defence to prevent men and guns from moving to the Somme. This type of war was effective, but to many unsatisfactory. It conformed to its architects' expectations. Kitchener, it seems, thought our staying power and superiority would be asserting themselves in summer 1917, Sandhurst noted of a conversation with Lord Crewe, the Lord President of the Council in Asquith's cabinet. All this Somme business had been planned carefully, of course, and that we had not only realized anticipations, but had done more. Meanwhile, we keep creeping on. 29. But creeping was not enough for many, especially as while the army was creeping, casualties seemed to be surging. Churchill, for one, restless on the backbenches, mounted a sustained criticism of the lengthening casualty lists and the apparent lack of progress in the war. 30. The Somme offensive was one of the positive tendencies that he had alluded to in his resignation speech only months before, but that insight now seemed to have clouded. In the south, things continued much the same as Italians and Austrians grappled breast to breast along the river Isonzo once more. The Italians' 6th Isonzo offensive finally opened on the 6th of August. Because the strafe expedition had obliged Cadorna to divert reserves to protect the Italian army's flank, preparations for the Isonzo battle had slowed and Cadorna's ambitions had been scaled down. Nevertheless, the attack proved more effective than those mounted in 1915. Borovich's defending forces had also been thinned to sustain the northern battle and then to confront the Russian breakthrough, while the Italians had many more guns and shells than in 1915. In a few days, the Austrian positions on San Michele, Sabatino and Podgora, rocky heights in front of the river against which earlier Italian offensives had smashed themselves, were overwhelmed. With no operational reserves to oppose the Italian advance, within 3 days the Isonzo had been crossed on a 20-kilometre front and Gorizia beyond it had been occupied. The Italians were at last recovering unredeemed territory, if only some 5 kilometres of it, and church bells were rung. The Italian army now faced the challenge of conducting a prolonged offensive battle like those being waged at Verdun and on the Somme. The Italians had shifted their problems several kilometres eastwards. The challenge ahead was all too familiar, attacking uphill against well-built positions defended to the death by battle-hardened troops. Borovich simply withdrew the remains of his forces to the next line of even higher hills where they entrenched to await the next Italian offensive. 31. Joffre's expectation that the German army would be engaged directly on the eastern front was not coming to pass. Evert's army group had finally attacked north of the Pripyat marshes on 2nd July, intensifying the pressure as the Somme offensive opened. However, his methods were not as sophisticated as Brusilov's. Another attack in which the artillery failed to clear the infantry's passage properly, and the infantry were launched in deep waves against a narrow sector of the enemy front in the hope of forcing a breach, only led to heavy casualties. The back-and-forth fight between the Russian and German 10th armies lasted a week, wasted a vast number of precious Russian shells, and cost 80,000 men for no appreciable gains. The Germans and Austrians suffered only 16,000 casualties, and while the defence was hard-pressed, no reserve divisions were drawn away from the south. 32. It meant that when Brusilov's northern armies moved forward again after 4th July, they would meet a strong defence and make no spectacular gains like those in June. Thus the pattern was set for Russian operations over the summer. A heavy slogging fight between Russia's masses and a fairly solid Austrian defence, stiffened like stays in a corset by German reserve formations doled out sparingly by Falkenhayn, who by then had taken effective control of the Austrian front in Galicia as well. 33. By August, the Allied armies were engaged and everywhere making progress. On August 20th, the forces at Salonika also attacked. To that extent, Joffre's general Allied offensive was functioning and had gripped the enemy's armies. It was not yet clear if this was a death grip or merely a restraining one, because on all fronts the same pattern of operations had repeated itself. Initial tactical success, which varied in scale but was essentially due to concentrating artillery fire against forward defences, had lapsed into struggling through rearward defences held by the fresh reserves that Falkenhayn had deployed against tiring assault troops. Yet Germany was clearly struggling to meet all the threats at once. During the campaign, Falkenhayn and Ludendorff had to create 33 new divisions, either by splitting existing formations or raising new ones from scratch. 2/3 of these went to reinforce the Western Front. Even then, by the beginning of August, the OHL had only one division left in its strategic reserve, 34. The truth was that when hard pressed, fresh troops could no longer be moved from west to east or back in a crisis. Divisions that did go from west to east had generally already been fought out and went to hold a quieter sector of the front to free a fresh one to fight elsewhere. Such troops as could be redeployed came from Macedonia or quieter sectors of the eastern or western fronts. Everett's relative inaction, plus the limited number of Allied heavy guns and a growing lack of munitions in the west, as shells were fired away in their millions, confined offensive operations to small sectors of the front and greatly assisted Germany's strategic defense. Nevertheless, by August, Falkenhayn was stripping German troops from the Salonika front and had even asked Turkey to deploy an army corps to Galicia. In the war of reserves, by late summer, the Central Powers were all but exhausted. Their army's defensive fighting power was far from broken, but the situation was growing uncertain. The army which has been formed here has now been completely split up into separate shreds and used to patch the endless front. Binding, who had been posted as a staff officer to one of the newly raised divisions in the east, noted despairingly, 35 frontline formations would have to defend positions longer, taking heavier casualties since there were fewer men to replace them. Come September, therefore, the general offensive would intensify as Joffre strove to squeeze the life out of the enemy that he now had in a stranglehold. Would German reserves last out, and could enemy morale hold? As the general Allied offensive ground on, Joffre found a new card to play, hopefully a trump: Romania. An old standing ally of Germany since 1883, had declined to commit herself during 1915's diplomatic bartering. The situation in the East in 1915 had not given her any hope that intervention would be beneficial. Instead, she renewed her alliance with Germany, pending developments, although the treaty was never ratified by Romania's parliament, a sign of her tergiversation. By August, it seemed that the Central Powers were on the verge of defeat in the East. The time was right to intervene. A hastily negotiated treaty arranged that Romania would declare war on Austria-Hungary by August 28th. Her army would make a land grab at Hungary's expense on the heels of Russia's victorious armies. In return, Romania was promised money, munitions, and the support of a Russian army corps. But the real asset was Romania's 623,000-man army. 23 extra divisions were committed against an enemy that had no strategic flexibility. 36. All should go well if the general Allied offensive could be renewed in force at the same time. It could not. By 27th August, the day on which Romania declared war, Brusilov's offensive had spent much of its force. In July and August, a Western Front-style slogging battle had developed as his armies tried to press on after capturing Lutsk. The Guards' army attacked Kovel 17 times between August 1st and September 16th with huge losses, 37. These attacks showed little of the operational skill of the earlier phases of the offensive and enjoyed only a fraction of the success. Now physical obstacles held up the Russian advance: the Pripyat marshes to the north and the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains to the west. Russian battalions could be sucked into these and devastated by artillery fire. 38 Falkenhayn had enough warning of Romania's entry to scrape together forces and make preparations to contain the new threat. And in the recently sacked Chief of Staff, Hindenburg and Ludendorff found a commander capable of conducting a campaign that broke Romania's armies by the end of the year. Rather than tip the numerical balance in an attritional war, the Romanians' military ineptitude merely allowed German commanders to do what they did best: surround and annihilate inexperienced and under-equipped enemy forces. First, the Romanians were surprised on September 1st by a strike from the south, across the river Danube and along the Black Sea coast, by a German-led Bulgarian-Turkish army. Romanian diplomats had miscalculated that Bulgaria would remain neutral in a war with Austria, overlooking the treacherous defeat she had inflicted on Bulgaria in the Second Balkan War, which it had come time to revenge. In the second half of September, Falkenhayn's newly formed Ninth Army struck from the west. The Romanians' overconfident invasion of Hungarian Transylvania was checked and repulsed. Thereafter, the pincers closed on the increasingly dispirited Romanian forces. Romania's capital, Bucharest, fell on the 6th of December, and the remains of the shattered army withdrew eastwards to link up with the Russians. The campaign ended in a decisive Central Powers victory, but for a time things had been chaotic and the outcome touch and go. "Our positions are constantly being changed," Binding complained, adding, "Refugees suddenly appear and disappear. Nobody knows where from or where to. Troops are constantly being borrowed to be thrown in suddenly at a weak spot in the front. The changes in command, with their comings and goings, are past all understanding. Every moment brings fresh surprises into view, which appear to be without meaning and without advantage for anybody. So for the ordinary mortal, it is difficult to find any explanation of the masked face of events." 39. Fortuitously, Allied support for the Romanians had been shambolic. A planned supporting offensive from Salonika in mid-August was thwarted by a preemptive Bulgarian advance. Thereafter, a struggle continued along the Struma River valley until the winter. The Allies' forces sapped forward slowly, but their objective, Monastir, was never reached. The Salonika front was under-resourced as guns and munitions were fully committed to the Western Front offensive, and so offensives there posed no great threat. Contemptuous of their inept allies, supporting Russian forces had resorted to looting and atrocities in Romania, rather than giving effective military assistance. France could only send a military mission, led by Joffre's former head of operations, General Henri Berthelot, but there was little that could be done to save the situation by the time it arrived. 40 Russia, by then, had abandoned her offensive. All reserves were needed on the southern end of her front, which had suddenly become 300 kilometers longer. The Italians also renewed their offensive beyond the Isonzo in 3 more battles during September, October, and November. On the Carso Plateau, Cadorna's better-equipped and more numerous forces swapped casualties with Borovich's hard-pressed defenders under a heavy metal rain of shells from both sides. The Italians made limited and costly progress against strong, deep field fortifications and a more flexible counterattack-based Austrian defense. These offensives pushed the front a few kilometers eastwards, but the Austrians held on until the winter. Cadorna too held on, although criticism of his conduct of the war was mounting. 41. The Romanian debacle was a final instance of how not to fight a modern war. Meanwhile, on the Somme, Foch was demonstrating how it could be done. In September, the Somme battle took on a new cadence. During that month, Foch threw the 4 armies that he managed one after the other against the enemy's crumbling defences in a series of coordinated, repeated and heavy blows designed to accelerate the destruction of the German army in the west. The front line pushed forward steadily, and any counterattacks were smashed by concentrated Allied artillery fire. By the end of the month, the German army seemed to be nearing its breaking point, but then worsening weather waterlogged the shell-churned ground and slowed the tempo at which the Anglo-French armies could operate. During October and November, such intensive pressure could not be sustained. By then, Allied logistics were failing, and their own reserves of manpower and munitions were severely depleted. The offensive, which had promised so much, ultimately degenerated into grignotage. In deteriorating winter conditions during its final weeks, a disjointed series of smaller-scale battles for key positions worked on the enemy's morale, but no longer threatened to exhaust German manpower reserves. 42. During the Somme offensive, Foch demonstrated that a properly managed battle, even if prolonged, would not be unduly costly. However, as Foch had expected before the Somme offensive began, even with their current advantage over Germany, the Allies did not yet have enough war material to decide the war once and for all. 43. It also turned out that the organizational and logistical systems required for sustaining such drawn-out military operations were not yet effective, delivering the daily requirements of multi-million-man armies, even in the relatively confined space of northern France and Belgium, where there was a well-developed communications infrastructure, always proved a strain, and supplying them in 1916's lengthy battles ultimately overwhelmed the transport system. In 1914, railways had moved men and guns behind the solidifying front, and the men had then marched into battle along roads. During 1915, railways were just about able to sustain the day-to-day needs of entrenched armies. Since the home front was still mobilizing, 1915's battles, while requiring increasingly large amounts of war material, had still essentially been manpower intensive. Moreover, they had been relatively short, ceasing after a few days or weeks as shell supplies dwindled. The logistics systems of 1915 could not cope with the sustained material Schlacht that began in 1916.44. These prolonged, repetitive battles required more guns to be deployed and supplied regularly with more and heavier shells, as well as elaborate casualty evacuation arrangements. In 1916, each division in the field required 1.25 trainloads of stores per day when merely holding the line. During an offensive, a division needed 4 trainloads per day, all of which had to be unloaded and transported forwards from fixed railheads, placing huge demands on transport and labour resources. Motor vehicles took up some of the strain from the horse-drawn wagons that had predominated in 1914. The French army became the most reliant on motor transport as the war went on. It started the war with 164 cars and lorries, but by its end, there were 98,000 motor vehicles in service. 45. Along the Voie Sacrée supplying Verdun, at the height of the battle, trucks passed along a single road at 5-second intervals. At the peak of the Somme offensive, trucks passed along the Amiens-Proyas road at 4-second intervals. 46. The strain on logistics was further exacerbated once an offensive was underway by the need to shift more stores across shell-shattered ground with no functioning rail infrastructure. Bad weather often brought everything to a muddy halt when roads became impassable. 47. The modern logistical systems that emerged in response required the same sort of professional managerial methods on the battlefront as had been utilized on the home front. By September 1916, the British Army's logistics were reaching their breaking point, and on Lloyd George's recommendation, Haig turned to railway manager Eric Geddes to reorganize the lines of communication. Geddes inaugurated a frontline supply system based on narrow-gauge light railways, something the French had initiated during 1915, that enabled bulky loads to be distributed directly to gun positions. 48. Without such a bridge between the national railway systems that moved men and materials strategically and the field armies, operations on the scale undertaken from late 1916 would not have been possible. The enemy had been doing the same. The advancing German army laid its first 60-centimetre gauge railways in August 1914 to support the siege of Liège. 49. A light rail network spread behind the static front during 1915 and 1916. This was an example of dynamic change on one side of the line being countered by parallel developments on the other, binding the two sides into a cycle of measure and countermeasure that confirmed a battlefield stalemate even as the opposing war machines were modernizing and engaging more and more ferociously. After the Somme offensive began, the tables were turned at Verdun. Nivelle's Second Army mounted a steady attritional counterattack against the eastern heights, while the defence was being stripped of resources to feed the avaricious struggle on the Somme. On the 13th of September 1916, Poincaré presided at a ceremony in the citadel of Verdun to honour the heroic defence and to mark the fact that the fortress had been held, yet the battle was not over. When fighting 2 battles, Joffre had to apportion resources between them carefully. While the attack was being pressed on the Somme, the commanders at Verdun had to do the best they could with what their forces had in hand. 50. Once the Somme battle started to wind down, however, Joffre could respond to Pétain and Nivelle's desire for a major counterattack. Verdun ended with 2 striking successes: the recapture of the symbolic Douaumont and Vaux forts in late autumn, and their disengagement with another 2-kilometre advance in December. The Second Army's tactics were now quite commonplace for the French army. They were, Fayolle noted dismissively, exactly the same as those he had been using on the Somme for months. 51. Foch's and Nivelle's battles had overmastered the German army just as the Russians and Italians had the Austro-Hungarians. In that respect, the general Allied offensive represented great progress compared with 1915's ill-coordinated and diffuse operations. Murray had cautioned as he recommended Joffre's strategy to the British cabinet. There are no certainties in war, and it cannot be guaranteed that the course recommended would succeed, but the General Staff feel convinced that there is no alternative worth adopting, and that the prospects of success, and perhaps decisive success, for such an offensive are good if all the Allies agree on it, prepare for it without delay and to the utmost of their several and collective abilities, and carry it through wholeheartedly and with the utmost vigour, by so much as any of the Allies falls short of developing his full power of preparation and execution, by so much will be the chance of success be reduced. 52. Certainly all of the Allies had fallen short of the expectations with which they had begun the year. British ministers' indecision, Haig's delay in preparation and bad planning, the new army's inexperience, French panic and anxiety over the army's staying power, Russia's reluctance to engage Germany directly, Italy's relative military weakness, Romania's folly, war industries incompletely mobilized everywhere. These elements were the grit in the Allied war machine that ensured that at the end of 1916 the war remained stalemated. They suggested that Allied unity and the concentration of effort still had some way to go. Although the general Allied offensive had failed, it turned the fortunes of war in the Allies' favour. Cadorna's battles had brought the Italians within sight of the goal of attritional warfare, exhausting the enemy to the point of collapse. 53. Haig was able to end his dispatch on the Somme offensive with the confident claim that, although the enemy's power has not yet been broken, nor is it yet possible to form an estimate of the time the war may last before the objects for which the Allies are fighting have been attained. The Somme battle has placed beyond doubt the ability of the Allies to gain those objects. 54. Joffre was confident that renewing the general Allied offensive in early 1917 would bring his strategy to a successful denouement. Germany was our principal enemy, and her defeat would immediately bring about the dissolution of the coalition opposed to us, he informed the Allies' military leaders. With a superiority of 2,200 battalions over the enemy, the time had come for destroying the enemy's defensive capacity, having paralyzed his offensive power. Slow and indefinite attrition was no longer enough. In the coming campaign, the enemy should be dealt decisive blows at particularly sensitive points. In 1917, 1916's effective strategic principle, attack together and on all our fronts, should be pursued against a weakened enemy with renewed vigour to a decision. 55. His military colleagues agreed, his political masters did not. Although it had been a far tougher year than 1915, neither side was exhausted by the end of 1916, yet all belligerents were starting to tire. Casualty lists were lengthening, finances and resource were coming under strain now that mobilization was complete, and political and popular will was wavering. Although peace was starting to be talked about seriously, when, if and how it could be made remained unclear since the stakes were becoming higher. Casualties remained high in 1916, a year of managed and sustained attrition. Battles were lengthy and apparently indecisive. Only in Galicia, where they were always more flexible, had the front lines moved more than few miles. Although in practice, Brusilov's offensive was also a 4-month attritional fight like those at Verdun, on the Somme and along the Isonzo, but as those such as Asquith, who understood the nature of attrition, protested on occasion, lines on the map, particularly if it was large in scale, misrepresented the military outcome of the general Allied offensive. It eviscerated the Austrian army and plunged the German army into an acute manpower crisis and greatly undermined its morale. Binding, who only arrived on the Somme as the winter war of observation began, was horrified by the shattered battlefield over which men had struggled. The earth here has been churned up again and again to its very depths. Dead men and animals, arms and equipment are tossed about in the mud and slime, splashed up on high, pounded down into the earth again thrown up and torn into pieces until they are things without form or shape. It was a miserable environment in which to spend a bitter winter contemplating the folly of the war and wallowing in the gloomiest reflections on what 1917 might bring. 56. The year of attrition had cost the Allied armies heavily too, but they were fighting the war much more effectively by its end. The balance of attrition was shifting in their favour as technology was applied to the battlefield in a grinding Materialsschlacht. War had become constantly repeated destruction, constant putting forth of effort, development of power and means, employment of masses of men and material, constant physical and mental strain. 57. Such methods were breaking bodies and traumatizing minds on both sides. It is not dying that is the demoralizing thing, one Italian lieutenant who fought on the Carso remembered. It is dying so uselessly, for nothing. His commanders were the obvious men to blame. 58. The bigger strategic picture was of course hard to discern from the trenches, and many more men had died during a year of intensified attrition. Italian losses had accumulated over the spring and summer. In the huge battles in the east, casualties on both sides were again enormous. Some 2 million Russian casualties were offset against at least 777,000 Austrians killed, wounded, or taken prisoner on the Eastern Front. Such losses could not be redressed with replacements, and most Austrian units fought severely under strength in the second half of the year. 59. Germany suffered 1,400,000 irreplaceable casualties on both fronts during 1916. On the Somme, between 400,000 and 680,000 men were killed, wounded, or captured. Estimates are still disputed. There, the British and French lost 419,000 and 203,000 respectively. 60. Romania, coming late and ill-prepared to the fray, lost 310,000 men, half her army, for nothing. 61. It would have been of little comfort to soldiers that their generals now understood better how to conduct operations. It certainly was no sop to political leaders. Although objectives were being better matched to tactical capabilities, the scientific operational method was too slow, and as yet the scale on which offensives could be resourced was insufficient to defeat the enemy. 62. Foch recognized that we are not just fighting a battle like we did in Champagne or on the Somme, but organizing an offensive system against the enemy's defensive system, for better initial results, mobile mechanical means. The tank and armored car, the cavalry of the future, had to be incorporated into offensive combined arms tactics. Also, he adduced that the means had to be found to repeat such attacks at several points along the front and to switch back to the first once the others had been checked. 63. We must attack everywhere, but to attack, we must have an offensive armament, which we do not yet have. It is therefore production that determines the progress of the offensive, and hence of the war. 64. This was a mechanistic approach to making war, imposing on it a slow, grinding, attritional rhythm. It was at least a realistic one in the middle of the war, and would produce results in time. As Foch had anticipated before he attacked on the Somme, the German army could now be taken on and beaten within its defensive system, with cumulative attrition taking its toll. On the Somme, 95.5 German divisions were drawn in and fought out, some more than once. The Allies committed 96 divisions of their own, 44 French and 52 British, but for shorter tours of duty than the Germans. If the pace of attrition was not intense enough to break the German army once and for all, Materialsschlacht of such intensity was a new and deeply damaging experience for it. Positions could no longer be held, local counterattacks would generally be defeated, and larger-scale counter-offensives would be crushed by the weight of Allied artillery fire, which in effect determined the course and outcome of the battle. Although winter came before a decision could be forced, this offensive had tested and proved tactical methods that worked on the entrenched battlefield. As the war machines ground on during 1916, gradually warfare changed and the war turned decisively. The Allies secured a clear, if hard-to-exploit advantage from the year's fighting. Perhaps, however, this was belied by the lengthy casualty lists on both sides. Lieutenant General Sir Henry Wilson could starkly lay out the balance of achievement. A year of indecisive fighting, Verdun, Somme, Greece and Romania all indecisive, both sides claiming victory. On the whole, victory inclining to us, and the final decision brought nearer. 65. The Romanian campaign demonstrated that German operational skill still allowed the occupation of countries. They would take their biggest prize, Russia, by 1918, if not by main force. But she and her allies had no effective military answer to attrition, and strategically the Central Powers had been forced onto the defensive. Skillful defensive tactics, which adapted as the Allies' blows became stronger, enabled them to absorb the shocks delivered on the Somme, at Verdun, along the river Isonzo, and at Salonika, in Galicia and Bukovina. But building more and more lines of defense was only a temporary palliative for the cost in lives that were becoming irreplaceable. From 1917, therefore, the war was to be a somewhat different contest. The German army would still thrash to try to break the Allied grip, using operational skill in an effort to offset the attritional grindstone. But thereafter, Germany was losing the land and home front wars, and her strategic expedients became increasingly desperate, maritime and diplomatic, as a post-Somme manpower crisis gripped, and her material disadvantages increased. If the Allies' political leaders had shared the confidence of their field commanders and sustained the pressure on Germany, the war might have ended in 1917, but they did not. 2 Sommes at once. Wilson's formula for victory in 1917 was not a strategic panacea that the incoming British Prime Minister Lloyd George wanted to acknowledge. 66. Lloyd George, who was Secretary of State for War after Kitchener's death in June, was responsible for finding the manpower to sustain the offensive, was genuinely concerned that the British army seemed much less effective on the battlefield than Fayolles's Frenchmen. 67. Indeed, to some extent, he had been mentally preparing himself for such an eventuality since the start of 1915, when he had warned against throwing away Britain's superb volunteer army in what he feared might prove futile enterprises. 68. Lloyd George never accepted that a mass army is raised to die for its country as well as to fight for it. As it was, in 1916, the professional cadres of the British regular army were too thinly spread to lead a newly raised citizen army that had expanded tenfold in less than 2 years, particularly since it had to learn new methods of warfare quickly. It meant that the Somme offensive would be a battle school. After its disastrous start, the battle progressed increasingly well, as fighting sense was inculcated into the raw troops and their keen but untested young officers. Almost all the British and Imperial divisions on the Western Front were engaged at least once, and after a process of adaptation, British tactics started to deliver results. It took a while for success to become consistent, and Haig's operational ambitions remained unrealistic. The Somme finally demonstrated the sterility of the idea of breaking through into open country. When the German line was broken in mid-September at Buchavsen and Flers, the breaches were closed before fresh troops could get forward to exploit them. In positional warfare's battle of reserves, the advantage remained with the defender. 69 Haig's army commanders, Rawlinson and Gauff, learned how to mount increasingly effective set-piece attacks. Their subordinates leading army corps, divisions and brigades started to mold their formations into efficient fighting units that could be relied on to take on and defeat the enemy. Come September, in the battles of Flers-Courcelette and Morval, Rawlinson's army was able to break into the German positions almost as effectively as Fayolles's. Gauff's army did the same at Thiepval and on the Ancre in November 70. Being able to beat the enemy on the battlefield, however, was not enough for the impatient and ambitious Lloyd George. Towards the end of the Somme offensive, he restated his oft-voiced critique of attritional strategy. Even after the general Allied offensive, the enemy had in his occupation more territory than ever before, and he still had some 4 million of reserves. How then, Mr. Lloyd George asked the War Cabinet, is the war to be brought to an end? 71. This is a note of despair rather than a recognition that potentially another 4 million Germans and their allies had to be engaged and beaten to end the war. These 4 million Germans were not the pre-war trained reserves that had worried him in December 1914 and had been worn down thereafter. Now an empire in desperate straits was mustering raw, young and old levies. Germany's last hope, in the opinion of one forlorn civilian who watched them parade for the front. 72. The prospect of Germany being able to replace these men if a general attritional offensive was renewed in good time was slim. In a lengthy critique of strategy prepared in anticipation of an Allied political conference that met on November 15th, on the same day Joffre was deciding 1917's strategy with the Allies' military leaders, Lloyd George set out all the problems of fighting a war of attrition, although he remained fanciful in his solutions. Attrition certainly did not yet seem to be wearing out German reserves at a rate at which they could not be replaced. 73 defeating Germany's lesser allies, as the War Minister advocated, was not, however, going to alter the central fact, as Wilson and other generals recognized, that the only thing worth talking about is killing Boche. If we beat the Boche, all else follows. 74. After all, by this point in the war, the Central Powers had occupied Belgium, Serbia, much of Romania, Russian Poland, and parts of France without defeating their armies or forcing them or their allies to the peace table. Why would the defeat and occupation of Bulgaria or Turkey, or even of Austria, bring Germany to terms? Although it obsessed amateur strategists, the occupation of territory was not going to decide the war per se. It could, however, influence the balance of resources. In Romania, for example, blockaded Germany had won large stores of grain, timber and livestock, and control of huge oil reserves that would see them through a potentially difficult winter. 75. The consequences of this may be far-reaching and will help to prolong matters, Sandhurst feared. 76. At the end of 1916, Lloyd George and others were growing unhappy and pessimistic because the reality of attrition was apparent after the battles of the Somme and Verdun, and because there was no end in sight. What is our policy? Has anyone mapped out a road to victory? I have only heard of one. People talk of hammering and of a war of attrition. The success of hammering depends entirely upon whether you are making a greater impression on the barrier or the hammer. The success of a war of attrition depends upon the time it takes and who can last out the longest. 77. In that he was correct, but he was impatient and unrealistic about what was possible in a war with mass mobilization on both sides. In agitating against the conduct of the war to date, he had started to call for a knockout blow to be delivered. Such rhetoric went down well in the press and parliament, even though all the evidence of 1915 and 1916 indicated that this was simply not possible. Robertson, directly challenging Lloyd George, persisted in advocating a total war approach, a policy of all or nothing, rather than a limited war approach predicated on winning battles for political ends or to secure a favourable peace. We cannot hope for a conclusion in our favour unless and until we make a full and appropriate use of all our resources, he represented. As well as a more united and coordinated alliance, he believed that the war effort had to be intensified. Have a full day's work from every man and woman, make all possible use of foreign labour, check present waste and extravagance in national life, become as self-supporting as possible, clearly explain to the nation the grave nature of the task in front of us. 78. Allied strategy in 1917 would once again be compromised by competing ideas of warfare and marked by a bitter struggle between soldiers and civilians over the right way to fight the war. At the end of 1916, Joffre was removed from his command, and a new military quick fix championed by the victor of Verdun, Nivelle, was backed in place of slow, steady attrition. In Britain, Asquith fell from power, and his successor, Lloyd George, engaged his military advisers in battle directly over how the war should be conducted. These were unfortunate political developments, for by now the Entente's military commanders had mastered the new science of war and were starting to wear down the enemy at a more acceptable cost, to their own forces. 1916 was the central, crucial year of the war, when strategy and policy came together on all fronts. The one in which the war machines engaged and the struggle really commenced. Yet what it offered was not a quick, decisive victory, but the inexorable overmastering of one side by the other. The Allies approached the process with growing confidence, the Central Powers with trepidation. The strategic theme of 1915 had been the containment of the growing yet diffuse Allied threat by the Central Powers, with localized yet indecisive successes on all land fronts. In 1916, Allied armies gripped the enemy on all these fronts, held on and endeavoured to grind down their fighting capacity. This was Joffre's plan, conceived haltingly during 1915, but only executed from the middle of 1916. It was a slow-working strategy that had its own flaws and failures. The enemy's actions were the biggest hindrance to the working of the Allied war machine, which, while not yet at full capacity, was nonetheless much better equipped and increasingly effective. 3 further problems hampered Joffre. He had to manage the coalition in order to keep Allied effort focused on the central strategic objective. Offensive military operations had to be designed appropriately so that the unavoidable and inevitably heavy losses to the Allied armies would be proportionate. Political and popular support for the general Allied offensive, the People's Big Push, had to be engaged and sustained. The great human harvest that would transform the face of Europe was now underway. L'Image de la Guerre had informed its readership in July, adding, "The Allies' vigorous offensive, its methodical preparation, the calm and sang-froid of its leaders, together indicate that at this moment they are in control of the enormous war machines that they have forged slowly, meticulously out of necessity. In the field, it would not be a quick battle, but one of sustained pressure on the enemy as they withdrew on pre-prepared reserve positions." 79. When the Big Push failed to produce a decision, on the home front, an increasingly rancorous struggle over strategy would develop at the same time as the people's willingness to see it through started to come into question. These problems meant that Germany and her allies would not be broken in 1916. Yet, by the end of that year, Germany's own forces were in disarray. Her principal ally was growing desperate, their peoples were war-weary, and the options were limited. The fortunes of war seemed to have turned decisively in the Allies' favour. Their armies could fight the war to a conclusion, if only the home front held out. The two sides were now in a death grip, and whichever broke first would suffer complete collapse. 11. Allied hopes. When the Allies' political and military leaders gathered in Rome in January 1917 to settle the strategy for their next campaign, Lloyd George was determined to make his mark. There is a very dangerous tendency becoming apparent for the War Cabinet to direct military operations, Robertson noted ruefully. 1. The Allies' prospect seemed bright after Joffre's general Allied offensive had intensified the pressure on the German army and brought Austria to the edge of defeat. Their war economies were functioning well now, and there were plans to take up such slack as still existed by arming the Italian and Russian armies and mobilizing imperial resources more fully in 1917. But the Allies themselves had been tested by the strains of 1916's intensive, costly campaign. To some extent, it seemed to have brought them closer together. The gathering in Rome was the largest and best prepared Allied summit to date, but it also brought long-standing internal divisions to a head, particularly those between soldiers and civilians. Joffre's intention to re-engage his general Allied offensive strategy in order to complete the attritional strangulation of the Central Powers in the coming spring had been endorsed at another Allied military council at Chantilly on 15th of November 1916. Briand and the Allies' political leaders meeting concurrently in Paris had other ideas. Lloyd George, in particular, had railed against the general's costly offensive strategy, with Asquith's somewhat reluctant backing. Too, Briand was now inclined to rein in the power of his principal strategic adviser to ensure his own political survival as much as anything. Lloyd George's opinions did not sway Briand in Paris, but by the time they met again in Rome, Lloyd George had risen and Joffre had fallen. The British Prime Minister arrived in Rome intending to push for an offensive on the Italian front, supported by British and French heavy artillery and divisions loaned from the Western Front. But the sort of backhanded diplomacy that he favoured. He tried to win over Italian political and military leaders before springing his plan on the French and Russian delegates without warning after the conference opened. Won him no plaudits. It was another plan that ignored military reality. He tried to persuade Cadorna that with more artillery he could force his way through to the Istrian peninsula and occupy Trieste, overlooking the inconvenient fact that if not attacked elsewhere at the same time, the Central Powers would simply move reserves southwards. With the usual fanciful projection of being able to push on Vienna Point 3, it required a deeper advance than any the Italians had yet managed, and even had it won a clear territorial prize in Trieste, it would have been a mere pinprick on the flank of the vast Habsburg Empire. Having talked to Robertson too, Cadorna was unenthusiastic. Not surprisingly, the impractical plan was referred to the Allied Chiefs of Staff for further consideration, a diplomatic way of rejecting it. 4. While Lloyd George liked to present himself as Britain's, and therefore the Allies' new hope, France countered the maverick British Prime Minister with a new military hope of their own, Robert Nivelle, who had replaced Joffre in command of the French army. Nivelle, who had been promoted owing to his successes at the end of the Battle of Verdun, had a bold plan to defeat the enemy quickly. His plan revived the two-pronged assault on the flanks of the German salient in France that Joffre had attempted in September 1915, one a holding attack by the British in front of Arras, the other an attempt by the French to break through along the River Aisne front, but now using the offensive methods developed in 1916. It means for us in a short future, when a general offensive will be carried out on a sufficiently broad front, the absolute certainty of a decisive victory, one French officer confidently announced. 5. But the victor of Verdun offered false hope. Still, he offered just the sort of hope that Allied politicians were grasping for after 2 years of attrition, and with no end in sight. The War Cabinet had already accepted the plan in principle before Lloyd George, on his own initiative, tried to steer Allied strategy along personal lines in Rome. The Prime Minister was to return to London, chastened if not dissuaded that he understood strategy better than the generals, having endorsed Nivelle's plan. The other issues on the agenda, Salonika and Greece, took up most of the conference. Lloyd George dug his heels in against sending further British troops to Salonika. In this, at least, he agreed with Robertson, but the rationale was that the shipping situation, that was to become increasingly difficult during 1917, did not allow it. Greece, the last Balkan neutral, had become an embarrassment. Divided by now between pro-Allied and pro-German factions, Venizelos now led an interventionist movement while King Constantine stood out for neutrality. On the agenda was whether the king should be deposed in favour of his pro-Allied son, high-handed diplomacy of a new sort for the Allies. The Allies began 1917 by thrashing out differences over strategy and policy, similar to those that had marked the last two campaigns. Despite this superficial resemblance, they were in a much stronger position than in previous years, although deliberations over military strategy and delays in implementing the agreed plan would compromise the chance of success as before. Joffre had emphasized the need to strike again powerfully and quickly, not allowing Germany any opportunity to recover and refill the ranks. That looked unlikely come January 1917. As statesmen deliberated and soldiers prepared, the military advantages won by the general Allied offensive were slowly slipping away, replaced once more by the strategic fallacy of the decisive knockout blow. As the plan unfolded, old issues would have to be addressed and new ones engaged. Russia was still arming against the backdrop of an increasingly troubled political situation as Tsarism tottered towards its downfall. The Italian army was still held up in the Julian Alps. Britain and France had to coordinate their military action on the Western Front. There was obvious tension between Nivelle and Haig, and Germany, while battered, was far from beaten and would set the Allies new strategic challenges. As the new campaigning season opened, Hindenburg and Ludendorff dug in the remains of their army in strong defensive positions in the west, went on the defensive in the east, and looked to the navy to decide the war. The German army faced the prospect of another year of attrition with foreboding as the manpower situation was growing critical. Now, practically anyone who can manage to creep on all fours is being called back, Evelyn, Princess Blucher, noted, after one officer who had been at home on sick leave for the past year and a half was ordered to report for duty. 6. By deploying the 1918 class early, combing out rear areas and reclassifying recovering wounded and men previously judged unfit for service, more soldiers could be found to sustain the defence, though it was unclear for how long. This revision of strategy suggested that as things stood, the German army could not win the land war, but the problems that the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare would induce on the maritime front suggested that the Allies were still some way from winning it themselves. Nivelle's offensive offered some prospect of a major military victory in the West if it could be launched quickly and in strength and coordinated with Russian and Italian operations. To that extent, one of Joffre's key strategic principles still held sway. The Central Powers still appeared to be gripped on all fronts. Over the winter, the British Army sustained pressure against a demoralized enemy on the Somme front, nibbling away at the German defences with effective localized attacks. The British Army had grown in skill and confidence, while the GHQ was busy codifying the lessons of its grueling baptism of fire into doctrine appropriate for positional warfare. There was every expectation that it would fight much more effectively in the coming campaign. France, meanwhile, was resting and training troops for the coming offensive. Russian armies were engaged in the Carpathians and Bukovina as far as winter conditions allowed. But this grip was to loosen by the time Nivelle was ready. Russia had let go in the east. Italy was not ready to resume the offensive in February as had been promised, and the German army had slipped away in the west. The Tsar received the latest Allied delegations to the Inter-Allied Armament Summit that met in Petrograd in February 1917 with customary imperial pomp, endeavouring to mask his circumstances. General Wilson, Britain's military representative, could see that the increasing effectiveness of the Russian army at the front contrasted with growing chaos in the rear. His French colleague, General de Castelnau, who had inspected the army's lines of communications, doubted that the Russians would be able to take the offensive that spring with any hope of success. He was not impressed by the men who ran the army's logistics, and the railways were in a hopeless mess. Wilson's private conversations suggested that the Tsar and his regime were heading straight for ruin. General Vogak, formerly Russia's military attaché in London, confirmed the real situation. His chief concern was the internal trouble of the Emperor and Empress. Next was the Russian mind, which had not yet gone to war. Next, the total lack of power of organization. Tellingly, the businessmen of the Moscow Municipal Munitions Committee were deeply critical of the government's management of the war economy. If the poor emperor would only choose the best man, make him prime minister, then go to the Duma and say he would trust himself to the people, he would have the whole of Russia at his feet, Wilson speculated. But such voluntary experiments in wartime constitutional reform were inimical to the Romanovs. The Tsar had postponed the reopening of the Duma in January, calling at the same time for its members to support his ministry in the strenuous and unremitting prosecution of the war. Such rhetoric was becoming increasingly empty. When the Duma reconvened against a backdrop of bread riots in Petrograd, the liberal opposition took matters into their own hands. The February Revolution broke out shortly after the mission's departure, and its plan to set up a British-led commission to oversee Russian munitions production proved stillborn. The revolution, however, was a hopeful development. After the Tsar was forced to abdicate and power became vested in a multi-party provisional government pending elections for a constituent assembly that would draw up the new liberal state's constitution, the political embarrassment of being allied to a despot disappeared. Now, an alliance of progressive states faced one of militarist autocracies. The provisional government determined to honour Russia's Pact of London pledge not to make a separate peace, and her agreement to support another Allied general offensive. The need to beat the Central Powers remained a rallying cry under the new regime, although the nature of the peace that would follow was now debatable, and whether Russia could muster the forces to win it was uncertain. Certainly, the Russian army would be in no position to attack in the spring. although the new regime hoped to be able to mobilize the people to fight on for a just peace. Alexander Kerensky, socialist revolutionary leader and war minister in the provisional government, would emerge as its dominant personality. Kerensky fancied himself as a populist war leader in the French revolutionary mold of Danton or Carnot, and would commit Russia to fight on for a peace without territorial annexations and indemnities that was becoming a rallying cry for the European left. 8. While expanding Russia's forces to their greatest extent in an attempt to build the French revolutionary-style nation in arms that Russia lacked, Kerensky had also sanctioned the democratization of Russia's forces. This relaxation of military discipline opened up the army to weak collective leadership and also to Lenin's anti-war propaganda. What Russia lost through revolution, perhaps, was the military potency to win that or any other good peace. As usual, the Allies' long-standing difficulties of coordination and consensus were exerting friction as a new campaign began. While the Allies were dithering over the timing and nature of the next offensive, Hindenburg and Ludendorff prepared by reorganizing their defenses. On the land front, the Central Powers were struggling. Over the winter, manpower had been combed out to furnish reserves for the next campaign. Germany's 1917 class were already at the front, and the 1918 class were now in training. The concomitant release of older soldiers for the Hindenburg program of manufacturing that was to sustain new material-intensive defensive tactics, however, meant that there was little net increase in military manpower. There was enough manpower to fight on the defensive for another season, although infantry battalion strengths were being cut in favor of the supporting machine gun and artillery arms. Reserve divisions to meet the expected Anglo-French spring offensive could only be found by shortening the defensive front and strengthening the positions that were being defended. In February and March, a strategic retreat to the Siegfried system, the Hindenburg Line, as the Allies called it, was ordered. This newly built and very strong defensive system in the center of the Western Front comprised several deep positions, heavily protected by barbed wire, concrete strongpoints, and intermediate defenses, sited in such a way that the Allies would be obliged to move their artillery forward to engage each position. Now that the Allies had mastered the linear defensive systems built by the Germans in 1915, they would be set a much more difficult challenge. The retreat freed a strategic reserve of 14 divisions with which to face off the Allied offensive and reduce the French army's intended front of attack. For Germany's soldiers, however, the prospect of another grim defensive campaign was dispiriting, the prospects for the war doubtful, the war itself relentless yet abhorrent, and its end impossible to foresee. Here am I, clamouring for inspiration for Germany, of rather for the whole world, Binding wrote home, adding, "It is a fact that fine speeches about duty and fatherland are as worn out as broken-down cab horses. The war is devoid of all grandeur. The human soul is absorbed entirely by the struggle against distress and disaster." 9. Morale, the intangible yet vital human factor against which attrition also worked, was becoming fragile as another year of war began, and in that respect the general Allied offensive had done effective work. The retreat indicated that Germany's new leaders despaired of winning the war on land now that 1916's campaigns had exposed the growing impotence of Germany and Austria's armies against the Allies' increasing material strength. Instead, in 1917, victory would be sought on the maritime front. It was recognition that the overall situation was difficult, if not yet desperate. Russia and France had been attacked in 1915 and 1916 without defeating them. Hindenburg and Ludendorff concluded that it was now Britain's turn to feel the weight of Germany's blows. Being an island, Britain could not be attacked by the army, but the navy and Germany's air forces could strike back at the enemy that was increasingly seen as the mainstay of the opposing alliance and the principal adversary keeping Germany's other war-weary opponents in the war. Submarines could hit directly at Britain's overseas lifelines, and so a resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare was mooted. U-boat attacks would disrupt the flow of war material to the Allied home fronts and potentially starve enemy civilians. To a certain extent, this was justified as retribution for Germany's own people's suffering. A submarine counter-blockade struck at an adversary's will to victory as well as its war-making capacity, suggesting that the solidarity of the home front rather than success or failure on the battlefront could become the strategic center of gravity of the conflict. Undermining popular morale might prove decisive, or at least force peace negotiations that seemed to be Germany's best hope at this point in the war. The attack on Britain could be strengthened with air raids. Zeppelin airships had been bombing Britain intermittently since 1915, but now these raids were to be intensified and supplemented by the first ever strategic bomber offensive against London and other British cities, mounted with long-range bombing aircraft that were now based in Belgium. Gott strafe England, God strike down England, was the watchword in Germany by this point in the war, and Germany would make England suffer as much as she could in 1917 in her renewed effort to break the rival coalition. Air raids became a regular, troubling occurrence from March, but they caused more moral outrage than morale collapse once the people of London and the home counties became accustomed to them. After his own London townhouse was damaged, Sandhurst noted defiantly, Germans, of course, are trying to make our flesh creep by saying that they are doing everything to make Gothas so that they may come by the hundred. They want to get us into a state of panic, and they are undoubtedly succeeding in frightening very many, but this will make no difference in the determination of the nation. It will make everyone set their teeth harder and render the hatred of Germans and everything connected with Germans more intense than ever. 10. Air raids distracted attention and resources, particularly of guns and aircraft that were diverted from the Western Front for air raid defense. But compared to submarine warfare, bombing was no real threat to Britain's war-making capacity or resolve. The statisticians of the German naval staff calculated that Allied merchant shipping could be sunk at a rate that would force them to negotiate within 5 months. Bethmann Hollweg felt the potential gains were not worth the likely diplomatic consequences and acquiesced reluctantly to the OHL's reorientation of strategy. The military now determined Germany's fate, not civilian politicians. Bethmann Hollweg's anxiety was justified because Germany and America were already in a standoff over submarine warfare, and all appreciated that resuming indiscriminate sinkings would make matters worse and might bring America into the war. Up to that point, Wilson had been tacking a course through the Entente's high-handed flouting of international maritime law and Germany's aggressive retaliation, not least because he had been campaigning for re-election. Now Germany actually called Wilson's bluff. To a certain extent, unrestricted submarine warfare was a response to the facts that since 1915, American finance had been sustaining the Allied war effort and American industry had been supplying munitions for the enemy's attritional battles. Germany's avowed objective being to starve England, her U-boats could best do that by cutting off her supplies from America. Moreover, it was clear that the Allies were winning the propaganda battle in the United States, and that the American public's and president's sympathies were not with Germany. In accepting that they would hurt America too, Germany's statesmen reckoned that they could end the war in their favor before America could organize herself to strike back. As Sandhurst rightly judged, Germany has now made the gambler's last throw. Justified if she wins, but I can't see that this is possible by practically declaring war on the world. 11. Wilson responded to the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare on February 1, 1917, by breaking off diplomatic relations with Germany, ignoring Bethmann Hollweg's last-minute effort to dissuade him. Another crass diplomatic blunder, the offer of an offensive alliance to Mexico should the United States enter the war, made by the new German Foreign Minister Arthur Zimmermann in January 1917, ratcheted up tensions. The British, whose intelligence services were adept at intercepting German diplomatic traffic, passed a copy of the Zimmermann telegram to Wilson in February. The German offer undermined what little trust the liberal statesman still had in German diplomats' good faith, and perhaps more importantly, it gave interventionists an excuse to press the president to declare war. This decided the propaganda battle that the two sides had been waging to sway American public opinion. Initially, Wilson adopted a stance of armed neutrality to defend American commercial interests. But the inexorable march of events, now that American ships were being sunk, was towards intervention. On 2nd April, Wilson moved a motion in Congress that America enter the war on the Allied side as an associated power, 12. The German Naval Statistics Office's figures were grossly over-optimistic, but Germany's submariners at least had a fighting chance of making a real impact on the Allies' ability and will to continue the war. U-boat construction had been prioritized since 1915, and by 1917 the Navy had more and faster and better armed boats than it had been able to commit to 1915's unrestricted submarine warfare campaign. After 2 years, their captains and crews were skilled. Sinkings had been rising steadily during 1916. Moreover, the Royal Navy's tactics against the submarine threat played into Germany's hands. Aggressive by tradition and inclination, the Admiralty determined that the way to deal with submarines was to hunt them and kill them, and developed tactics and technologies to do so. Anti-submarine nets were spread to protect ships at anchor or to close off harbour entrances and waterways. Q-ships were commissioned to lie in wait for unsuspecting U-boats, another incentive for submarines to sink vessels with torpedoes without warning. Destroying submerged U-boats was less easy. Depth charges were available, but their use was haphazard. Setting aside the difficulty of destroying it, the real problem was finding a tiny submarine in the vast expanse of the North Sea and Atlantic approaches. Sound-detecting hydrophones that could locate submerged U-boats by listening for their engine noise had only a short range. Aircraft, principally seaplanes, would be used extensively as the eyes of the fleet in coastal waters. Some even started to fly off primitive aircraft carriers in 1918. But directing surface vessels onto U-boats in a timely manner once spotted was difficult. Such tactics tied up hundreds of small ships in anti-submarine patrols. Submarines would not alter the strategic balance quickly, and they were no panacea for Germany's problems on land. For the maritime campaign to have any chance of bringing the war to an end, Germany's armies would have to buy time by containing the Allied spring offensive. Joffre had intended to intensify the attrition of the German army as soon as possible in 1917. Nivelle's steady preparations instead gave Hindenburg and Ludendorff time to reorganize their defenses. Ominously, they also gave time for the consensus behind his plan to weaken. Nivelle expected to break the German front and defeat the enemy in open warfare. This had not worked in 1915, yet Nivelle's 1917 plan was in essence the same as that for Joffre's Champagne-Artois offensive. The British would attack in strength in front of Arras to engage Germany's operational reserves. Then some days later, 3 French armies would attack on the Aisne front, seize the Chemin des Dames ridge, and push through the German defences in the direction of Laon, threatening the railway system that sustained the German front. Nivelle reasoned that his tactics would enable a rapid advance through successive German defensive positions into open country. He then immediately abandoned the central tenet of France's effective 1916 methods, that the artillery's capabilities should determine the infantry's tasks, reasoning, erroneously, that using tanks to support the infantry, which the French army would do for the first time, would make the usual heavy bombardment unnecessary. Nivelle spread the supporting artillery barrage far too thinly. The key lessons of 1915-16 were easily forgotten now that the chimera of quick victory had reappeared. Those who understood battle recognized that Nivelle's plan was fanciful, especially after the German strategic withdrawal. Haig dragged his feet over preparations, since he was in no position to protest, hoping that wiser counsels would prevail or events would force a rethink. The result was that he was formally subordinated to Nivelle for the offensive by the terms of February's Calais Agreement. Another Lloyd George initiative sprung on Haig and Robertson without warning that further soured relations between the British Prime Minister and his military leaders. If anyone could stop the attack, it was France's politicians. Briand, Nivelle's principal political sponsor, fell from office in mid-March and was replaced by the conservative Republican elder statesman Alexandre Ribot, who was heading a government of national unity at a time of growing domestic troubles. His new war minister, Paul Panlev, a socialist mathematician who had previously been Briand's minister for public instruction and inventions, ordered an inquiry into the pending offensive. Nivelle's subordinate commanders, who were to conduct the offensive, Pétain and Michelet, were not hopeful of success, but with British guns already firing their preliminary bombardment at Arras, it was too late to call a halt, especially as Nivelle threatened to resign. This might have brought down yet another ministry and plunged France into political turmoil. As it was, Nivelle's offensive would maintain pressure on the German army, which could not be left free to attack Russia or Italy. 13. It was allowed to go ahead, not because it might decide the war, but because France or the alliance might break if it did not. The offensive demonstrated that both Allied armies could now beat the German army in its defensive positions, but that the Allies were still some way from having the strategic vision and material preponderance needed to win the land war. The British holding attack, the Battle of Arras, started well. On its northern flank, the Vimy Ridge was finally stormed. Its crest was narrow and a deep defensive system could not be established there. After assimilating the lessons of the Somme, British and Imperial infantry and artillery worked effectively together. In places, the infantry was supported by tanks, a new weapon which had made its battlefield debut during the Somme offensive. Above the lines, an unprecedented number of aircraft spotted for the artillery, fought off the enemy's fighter squadrons, and supported the ground troops. This new technological style of military operations, combined arms warfare, as it was called, depended on the material and munitions produced on the home front for its success. It allowed German defensive positions to be captured with relative ease, but as the development of the Battle of Arras underlined, once the defense was alert and reinforced, no amount of material and skill would circumvent a tough fight with an adversary equally well equipped and trained. The results of the French army's attack 1 week after the opening of the Battle of Arras fell far short of Nivelle's ambitions. Nivelle intended that sheer weight of numbers would push the French forces through the German defences within 48 hours. This turned out to be a recipe for disaster with heavy casualties that harked back to September 1915. In many places, the assault troops broke through the German front position, which was weakly held. They were very skilled at this by now, and this was perhaps the easiest task in a battle. Driving quickly against the next line of defence, however, commanders pushed their troops forwards with inadequate artillery support. Once again, the momentum of the attack broke against the second German position, where the enemy's reserves and firepower were concentrated. French reserves piled up behind the leading regiments that had been checked, and logistical chaos ensued. 14. The inexperienced French tank force, from which so much was expected, gave a poor account of itself in its first battle. 15. The only and unfortunate outcome of Nivelle's offensive, apart from 134,000 further French casualties, was that it left the French army engaged in prolonged grignotage along the Chemin des Dames. Although the attack was reasonably militarily effective by the standards of the time, it proved psychologically disastrous, since the army's morale had been raised to a high pitch by the victories of the second half of 1916, only to be dashed in the rain and mud of the spring offensive. The check plunged the French army into a deep morale crisis that temporarily paralyzed its offensive capability and brought France closer to defeat than at any time since August 1914. Although on the surface it appeared much the same, the war that restarted in May 1917 was subtly different. There would be no knockout blow as many, contrary to the accumulated evidence and experience, had hoped for. Instead, the Allies would have to negotiate their way through a difficult summer, in which U-boats preyed on shipping, Russia slipped towards anarchy, France wavered, and Italy struggled valiantly but vainly to make progress. America's entry offered future hope, but also further complications. Political actors were different, and agendas were changing. France was now weaker, and Great Britain stronger. Although civil-military relations in London were difficult and strategy remained contested, Lloyd George attempted to assert his leadership at home and among the Allies. Now that Germany placed her hopes on a maritime victory, the naval war had to be prioritized, although the land war could not be ignored. Because maritime supply determined the effectiveness of the land campaigns in France and Turkey, it became a question of how the army could help the navy, and whether the war on land could be decided before the war at sea was lost. It was now clear that there was no way to finish the war quickly, that armies and nations were condemned to slow, grinding attrition. While ending the war was everyone's wish, when and how it would end and on whose terms peace would be negotiated was impossible to predict. The immediate task was to rethink strategy now that America was in the war and Germany had won a reprieve on land. There was still much of the campaigning season left. How to put it to good use while sustaining Allied unity and resolve had to be decided. Fuller mobilization, more careful military operations, better coordination and steady pressure became the principles by which the Allies would redress their disappointment and prepare for the ultimate trial of strength with the Central Powers that would be needed to decide the war. Lloyd George may have lacked strategic common sense, but he certainly appreciated how to run a war effort. During 1917, however, he grew increasingly reluctant to use that system against Germany. Lloyd George was growing pessimistic about the likelihood of a decisive end to the war. After the spring offensive failed, he now expected that the war would conclude with an unsatisfactory peace of exhaustion. Money would run out before military manpower, or popular will would break before military might. If there was to be a compromise peace, Britain should be in a position where it would be to her advantage, Lloyd George reasoned. Rather than sacrifice more lives in indecisive slogging on the Western Front, therefore, he argued that military strategy should refocus on Britain's imperial interests in the Near East. In Europe, he thought that new populist aspirations, national self-determination and democracy, which chimed with Wilson's idealistic agenda, might be promoted as alternatives to dynastic autocracy in the crumbling empires. Undermining the enemy's home front might prove more cost-effective than trying to decide the land war. As all societies grew war-weary, there was some sense behind this opportunistic shift. Lloyd George's New Eastern strategy became the guiding principle of the War Cabinet strategy thereafter. 16. But this was a policy of half measures and limited rewards, because whatever else Lloyd George aimed at, he could never abandon France and Britain's main military commitment on the Western Front. Moreover, Haig and Robertson demurred. They retained their faith in attrition. An imperially orientated war strategy also reflected the fact that the whole empire was making war. The empire had always been a source of manpower, foodstuffs, and agricultural raw materials for the war effort. Cotton for uniforms and explosives, jute for sandbags, rubber for vehicle tires and gas masks, and that overlooked but vital strategic commodity, the tea that fueled the British soldier on campaign. The enemy soldier had to put up with unpalatable ersatz coffee. As well as raw materials, the Empire provided manpower. The forces raised by the Dominions were now fully mobilized. There would be problems keeping the Anzac and Canadian divisions up to strength thereafter. Non-white soldiers, especially those of the Indian Army, had been deployed from 1914 to France, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and East Africa. Initially, Indian expeditionary warfare had been badly managed by the Viceroy's department in Delhi, resulting in early military disasters. As well as the retreat and surrender in Mesopotamia, an Indian Army force landed at Tanga in German East Africa in November 1914 was badly handled by the German native Askari troops and militia defending the port and was forced to re-embark. Indian troops and Indian and imperial resources would become the mainstay of the war against Turkey as time went on. A parallel but lesser war of attrition was being waged against a large, populous and difficult-to-attack Asian land empire. Comparisons with Austria-Hungary's situation are obvious. The Turkish war dragged on for a number of reasons, both strategic and political. Extensive, generally arid, and with poor internal communications, the Ottoman Empire's landmass was not that vulnerable to Allied military power. The improvised attempt to use sea power to strike at the heart of the Turkish state through the Dardanelles therefore made strategic sense. After that failed, the war against the Ottoman Empire drew in Allied land forces in increasing numbers. From 1916, Turkey was fighting a defensive war on her imperial periphery, while internal problems were increasing. In 1915, a notorious state-sponsored campaign of deportation and terror, in which more than 1 million people died, was carried out against the supposedly disloyal Armenian Christian population. From mid-1916, the Young Turks faced a British-sponsored Arab revolt. British operations against the Turks started to replicate the pattern of the resource-intensive, extended siege operations being conducted against the Central Powers in Europe. Men and resources were deployed for steady, systematic advances into Ottoman territory, sustained by appropriate logistics. General Sir Stanley Maude's reorganized Mesopotamian Expeditionary Force reached Baghdad in March 1917. At the end of 1915, Indian troops were redeployed from the Western Front to defend Egypt. Thereafter, they formed the nucleus of the forces that would undertake the most important and effective Allied campaign against the Ottoman Empire, the advance from Egypt to Jerusalem and beyond. In January 1916, after stepping down as Sixth General, Murray took command of the forces in Egypt. Murray was the sort of professional, staff-trained soldier who understood that a modern army relied on functioning logistics, appropriate equipment, and rigorous training for its effectiveness. Murray spent the summer and autumn of 1916 building the railways, laying the water pipelines, and organizing the Egyptian labor that would allow his army to advance without risking the sort of disasters others had met in Turkey's deserts. 17. Unfortunately for Murray, his methodical, systematic way of managing military operations did not endear him to Lloyd George, who still sought quick, decisive victories of a sort that attritional warfare could not produce. It would be Murray's successor, General Sir Edmund Allenby, reassigned after commanding the Third Army in the Battle of Arras, who would lead the advance on Jerusalem for which Murray had laid the groundwork. As it progressed, the war against Turkey galvanized the mobilization of the British Empire in the East, gearing the resources of India and Egypt properly to the Allied war machine. 18. As the Western and Balkan fronts drew increasingly on domestic resources, there was an increasing Indianization of Britain's campaigns beyond Europe, and the same was planned for Salonika in 1919. 19. By 1918, the war against Turkey, a central element of Lloyd George's New Eastern strategy, was tying down over 2 million British and Indian soldiers and the resources needed to sustain them in the field in an inhospitable climate. At least the New Eastern strategy largely utilized imperial manpower and resources rather than drawing excessively on home resources that were needed to sustain Haig's army. Indeed, the availability of imperial manpower resources allowed the Entente states to keep expanding their war efforts after Germany had reached its peak. Non-white labourers were the next group to be mobilised from the British Empire as the need for manpower intensified. The Cape-coloured Labour Battalion and the South African Native Labour Corps together provided nearly 23,000 workers for service behind the Western Front. Their recruits from the elite of South African tribal societies proved skilled, speedy workers. A compulsory service act passed in South Africa in March 1917 also raised 100,000 bearers for the long-running campaign in East Africa. The voracious need for labour meant that labour battalions would also be raised in Malta, the West Indies, the Seychelles, Fiji, Mauritius, Egypt, Portugal, Greece, Macedonia, Serbia, and from Jewish volunteers and the sons of enemy aliens in Britain. 20 even neutrals could not escape. A Chinese labour corps organised on military lines served behind the French lines from August 1916 and the British from April 1917. In all, nearly 140,000 Chinese were recruited on the sort of indenture terms that had been used to recruit Chinese labourers since the 19th century. 5,500 more served in Mesopotamia, 21. The increasing demands of war necessitated organising the manpower resources of the French Empire. In the established colony of Algeria, and to a lesser extent in French Morocco and other overseas territories, the white settler population was subject to the same conscription laws as the metropole, Overall, 134,000 French citizens were mobilized from overseas, 92,000 of those from Algeria. 22 indigenous forces were also raised to defend France or her colonies. Colonially raised manpower provided 7% of French military manpower, 608,000 men, of whom 449,000 served in France, the others at Gallipoli and Salonika and in ongoing imperial insurrections. Small wars did not stop simply because a huge one was being waged. Although France had to scale down counterinsurgency campaigns in its African colonies pending the end of the European War, 23 Labour battalions and transport regiments were also raised from non-settler colonies such as Tunisia, Madagascar, and French Indochina. Workers were also engaged in the colonies, as well as from neutral and allied countries such as Spain, Greece, and Portugal, to work in metropolitan France's war industries, some 140,000 in all, among them the future Vietnamese independence leader Ho Chi Minh. 24. Proportionately, colonial levies served more in frontline infantry units than in the support and technical branches of the army. Perhaps this was inevitable given that indigenous troops lacked the technical knowledge of Europeans. General Charles Mangin had argued before the war that France's African Imperial Manpower Reserve, La Force Noire, as he called it in an influential treatise, should be developed as a counterweight to Germany's larger population. 25. As the war went on, France raised more and more West African battalions. They were generically identified as Senegalese, although they were recruited more widely. The Entente's use of non-white troops on the battlefield was one complaint that Germany raised repeatedly, probably because they made formidable soldiers. 26. Some 181,000 West African soldiers were recruited during the war, and such battalions were widely distributed among French divisions by 1918. But increasingly coercive recruitment leading up to the introduction of conscription in France's West African colonies in November 1917 proved divisive, provoking individual draft avoidance and widespread civil disorder. France's other colonies provided smaller contingents of varying martial value. 27 Moroccans were the best among them, aggressive soldiers who terrified the Germans who encountered them. In the second phase of mobilization, from mid-1916, the war became truly global in its reach. European manpower reserves were reaching their limit, and so empires were scoured for more workers and soldiers. In French West Africa, for example, the recruitment of large numbers of indigenous troops accelerated in response to the heavy losses of France's earlier campaigns. Non-European labourers and soldiers remained aliens in a white man's world and war. Africa and Chinese labourers were segregated in camps, denied free contact with the civilian population in France, and banned from drinking alcohol. More immediate concerns of immorality and fraternization with white women masked deeper concerns that participation in the war would give non-Europeans a belief in their equality with the white men who officered the labour battalions. 28. In an imperial war, colonial attitudes about race and rights persisted. 29. While colonial subjects could make a contribution to the war effort, their expectations that they would gain recognition and reward for it did not match those of their white working-class brethren on the domestic home fronts, or even women. Recruiting non-white populations for the war effort was merely an adaptation of the existing colonial system to the extreme needs of wartime. When American Negro regiments arrived in France in 1918, they remained segregated from the other units of the American army. With their experience of and trust in African troops, however, the French willingly integrated such troops into their divisions. This was certainly not a war that was going to challenge prevailing perceptions of racial difference and promote equality in the colonies in the same way that it fostered self-determination and social change in Europe. Nivelle's failure forced a rethink of military strategy. On 4 May, British and French military leaders meeting in Paris agreed to resume a policy of attrition pending developments. This their political masters endorsed. Lloyd George seemed temporarily reconciled to an aggressive strategy after April's battles, which had engaged and defeated 36 German reserve divisions and won 45,000 prisoners and 450 guns. "We must go on hitting and hitting until the German ended, as he always did, by cracking," he argued to his French colleagues, who now seemed battle-shy owing to the French manpower situation. 30. This did not mean passive trench holding, but continuing the battles at Arras and along the Chemin des Dames in the short term, and mounting powerful but limited material-intensive offensives over the summer months to further degrade the German army's fighting capacity while Allied strength was built up, wearing down and exhausting the enemy's resistance, and if and when this is achieved, to exploit it to the fullest extent possible, destroying the enemy's divisions with the minimum loss possible. 31. Pétain's professed policy of waiting for the Americans and the tanks did not imply lassitude in the interim. It testified, however, to the importance of manpower and material in Allied strategy. As it turned out, the French army was not capable of mounting such operations before August, and the British army had to commence a major operation in Flanders to liberate the Belgian Channel ports meanwhile. French soldiers' hopes had been dashed by the failure of the Nivelle offensive, and waves of military protest against engaging in costly attritional battles to no obvious strategic purpose swept through the army from April to June. Its new commander-in-chief, Pétain, who replaced Nivelle in mid-May, would spend the summer restoring morale and re-educating his army in tactical methods that would allow it to fight battles that improved the military position significantly, but with acceptable losses. Pétain's methods drew heavily on the lessons of 1915 and 1916. His battles would be limited in scale and ambition and would employ overwhelming firepower, a technique that became known as bite and hold. When the French army went on the offensive again in mid-August, it blasted the Germans off the heights around Verdun with morale-boosting assurance. The Italians would have benefited from such methods, as well as some of Pétain's guns. They played their part diligently in the Allied plan by maintaining pressure on the Austrian army, but regrettably, Cadorna still insisted on driving his forces onwards against strengthening enemy defences. 2 further offensives were launched on the Isonzo front from mid-May to early June and mid-August into September. The first, the 10th Battle of the Isonzo, was badly managed by 2nd Army Commander General Luigi Capello, who on occasion resorted to human wave attacks against strong Austrian defences. Such costly and outdated methods pushed the enemy back towards Trieste, although the city remained out of reach. Borowicz handled the defence well and managed to check and counterattack the Italian Second Army despite his inferior numbers. The largest battle to date cost 157,000 Italian and 75,000 Austrian casualties. 32. Lloyd George still pressed Robertson to release heavy guns for the Italian front to make the Italians' operations more effective, but Robertson dug in his heels while Haig's army was on the offensive in Flanders. The 11th battle in August went better, the Italians showing greater drive and skill. The Second Army had more artillery support and finally established itself firmly on the Baincisa plateau east of Gorizia. But once again, Borowicz could withdraw his forces to a rearward defensive line, and the potential breakthrough evaporated. The Italians suffered 166,000 casualties, the Austrians 140,000. But the Austrian army was being used up. Italy could still afford such casualties, which were becoming less disproportionate. Austria could not. 33. Russia, in transition, tried her best to honour her commitment to the Allies, but her future contribution to the war was uncertain. "I do not think that we shall derive any assistance from Russia this year," Robertson cautioned Foch, who had just become Chief of Staff in the French War Ministry. This presented the Allies with a potential problem. "The only question seems to be whether Russia can retain the whole or greater part of the enemy divisions now on her front," Robertson continued, "and if she cannot, whether they are likely to be withdrawn and where employed." 34. Robertson warned Haig that committees of workers and soldiers appeared to be forming in Russia. 35. Lenin's moment seemed to be coming. Kerensky's determination to pursue the war actively would actually help the Bolsheviks. the Russian army's final offensive in July, to which Kerensky lent his name and Brusilov his skill, ran out of steam quickly. Like Brusilov's previous battle, it started very well. The Galician front was shattered once again by the most powerful bombardment yet fired by the Russians, largely from British and Japanese-made guns, and Russia's armies advanced 30 kilometers. When the enemy inevitably counterattacked, however, the Russian army started to disintegrate. Men deserted en masse, often shooting any officers who tried to stop them. 36 Russia then turned on herself in a typical post-revolutionary struggle for power. In August, Kerensky's new commander-in-chief, General Lavra Kornilov, attempted to suppress Bolshevik-dominated workers, soldiers, and sailors Soviets that held power in Petrograd, mistakenly concluding that Kornilov was threatening the provisional government with a military coup. Kerensky arrested his commander-in-chief, losing what little loyalty the army still retained for the new liberal regime. The army was very much in the revolutionaries' pocket by the time a German drive towards the capital catalyzed Lenin's supporters to seize power in Petrograd in October in the avowed cause of revolutionary and national defense. 37. The liberal hopes that the February Russian Revolution had raised proved ultimately false. Thereafter, the Allies had to accommodate themselves to the convulsions of Soviet Russia's painful birth, and also confront the domestic enemies that Bolshevism was mobilizing. Lenin's bold coup would determine Germany's future too, if she lost the war, or if the Bolsheviks won the civil war that would be ravaging Russia by the middle of 1918. With Britain's allies in difficulties, the attrition of the German army would fall disproportionately on Haig's armies in the summer and autumn of 1917. It was the worsening situation on the seas, moreover, that obliged Haig to take the offensive in Flanders. In its first few months, unrestricted submarine warfare proved devastatingly effective. From 369,000 tons in January 1917, merchant ship sinkings peaked at 881,000 tons in April and did not drop below 540,000 tons between February and June. 38 merchant ships were easier to find than submarines, not least because they would have to make port, and so lurking U-boats could pick them off in the crowded approaches. The fact that merchant ships sailed individually made them even easier prey. The Admiralty seemed to have no effective response. "The submarine war has become frantic," Hankey noted on the 8th of February. "We seem to be sinking a good many submarines, but they are sinking a terrible lot of ships." 39. At the end of March, Hankey was still much worried about the shipping outlook owing to submarines and the inability of the Admiralty to deal with it. "I am oppressed by the fear that I have always had that, while moderately successful on land, we may yet be beaten at sea." 40. The Navy could not lose the war in an afternoon, but it seemed that they might still lose it in a season. The army might yet relieve the situation with an offensive to recapture the Belgian Channel ports. Can the army win the war before the Navy loses it? Was the question on many people's minds in early 1917.41. "I think the country has discovered that we are at war," Sandhurst noted as foodstuffs became scarcer, "but it has taken 2.5 years really to find it out." 42. Unrestricted submarine warfare struck directly at Britain for the first time. It also tested the Allies' ability to manage and distribute resources, dependent as this was on shipping capacity. Before 1917, for example, too much of the shipbuilding industry had been employed building new warships. Thereafter, merchant ships were prioritized. With the United States turning out standardized ships in increasing numbers by 1918, the situation became less worrying. The threat to shipping was certainly a genuine anxiety, but the response was relatively speedy and effective now that the British war economy was centrally managed. Imports would be restricted and war material prioritized. Domestic production, particularly of foodstuffs and bulk commodities such as timber and iron ore that required a lot of tonnage, would increase. A shipping controller, Sir Joseph Maclay, who would balance the shipping needs of the various government departments, was appointed. Maclay was a Glasgow ship owner and one of the men of Push and Go, who Lloyd George increasingly relied on to run the mature war economy. The very life of the nation depended on making the best use of our ships, 43 Lloyd George appreciated, and the British people would have to make necessary sacrifices, 44. The import of brewing material, wines and spirits was reduced, but on the whole, the long-suffering people of this country bore these privations with the same uncomplaining stoicism as they had withstood still greater physical and moral hardships, Hankey believed. There was inevitably some restriction on consumption. Public restaurants had to introduce meat-free days, for example. But although contingency plans were drawn up, food rationing did not have to be introduced until spring 1918. Lloyd George's food controller, Lord Devonport, introduced a scheme of voluntary rationing, setting notional weekly food quotas for people and organisations to observe on their honour, but this could be ignored or circumvented, while Sandhurst organised and chaired a committee of London gentlemen's clubs to implement the new regime in their dining rooms and among their staff. He found others who interpreted the recommendations liberally. Lord Derby's meat-free dinner for the king consisted of soup, fish, chickens and macaroni, 45. The anti-submarine strategy also included improved defence of merchant shipping. Until 1917, merchant ships had sailed the world's oceans unarmed and unescorted. As the number of sinkings rose, a convoy system in which merchant vessels would travel in groups escorted by warships was belatedly adopted. This was forced through against Admiralty objections, principally the belief that there were not enough small ships available to protect merchant shipping. The convoy system obliged U-boats to come to their hunters, rather than these having to seek them out, and therefore proved more economical in its use of warships. Since U-boats would now be forced to do battle with convoy escorts before they could sink merchant ships, thereafter sinkings declined while U-boat losses increased. Signals intelligence, the interception of U-boat radio communications, allowed convoys to be diverted away from lurking submarines, although merchant vessels continued to be sunk until the end of the war. Especially those not sailing in convoy, which accounted for 85% of sinkings in early 1918, shipping losses from mid-1917 were manageable, in the last quarter falling by half from their spring peak. 46 Germany probably never had enough U-boats to sink Allied shipping at a rate that would have changed the outcome of the war. Only 41 U-boats were on station at any one time, out of 121 in commission. Pre-war calculations suggested that 222 would be required to wage an effective campaign of attrition against enemy commerce. 47 unrestricted submarine warfare slowed the Allied war machines and obliged civilians to tighten their belts one more notch, but it could not bring the Allied war effort to a grinding halt. On the downside for Germany, it stimulated Allied resolve to defeat German barbarity and added America to Germany's growing list of enemies. The United States was a major belligerent with diplomatic clout, enormous economic output, and great military potential. America's entry and the bold, moralistic declarations of her president were naturally received with great popular excitement. It was Americans' duty to add their authority and their power to the authority and force of other nations to guarantee peace and justice throughout the world, Wilson had pronounced in January 1917.48. As the leader of an associated power, Wilson would pursue his supplementary agenda by diplomatic means among his allies and towards his enemies, even as he was applying that power. Moreover, Wilson's self-avowed mission to secure a moral balanced peace meant that political complications came with the new liberal hope. Although his new allies appreciated American industry and money, ships and men, they resented the counterpoint between Allied war aims and Wilsonian peacemaking. In practice, since American finance and industry had been geared to the Allies' war effort already, and raising a multi-million-man American expeditionary force to intervene in the land war would take many months, the United States' active belligerence would not make much difference to the Allies' ability to make war in the short term. It would be a year or more before Wilson's ideals and America's intervention might shift the war irreversibly into new channels. For the rest of 1917, Allied strategy would remain attritional. Field forces would continue to wear down the enemy's armies, while blockade would sustain pressure on the Central Powers' home fronts. From 1917, the blockade was working effectively enough, although until an Allied blockade committee was set up in December and absorbed into the Allied Supreme War Council in March 1918, there was no single administrative body charged with managing the economic campaign. American entry helped tighten the economic stranglehold, although goods were still getting through to Germany. By 1917, the value of Germany's import trade had fallen to only 19% of that of 1913, conducted mainly through European neutrals. Switzerland, Norway, Sweden and Denmark were all exporting more to Germany than they had been in 1913. On the other hand, Germany's largest pre-war trading partner among the neutrals, the Netherlands, now exported only 22% of the goods to Germany that she had before the war. This drop more than cancelled out the increase from the other neutrals, 49. The Central Powers were not reduced to starvation, but a gnawing hunger conditioned the final 2 years of the war, working insidiously on the resilience of civilians and soldiers who survived on short rations of monotonous, poor-quality foodstuffs. With the situation on the maritime front still precarious as summer came, the land front had yet to be re-engaged. Attrition had been agreed on in principle in May, but what this would amount to in practice had to be decided once the spring offensives ended. There was a case to be made, as championed by Churchill from the back benches, for active defensive so as to economise French and British lives before the arrival of the American millions would allow a decisive offensive in 1918.50. This wait and strengthen strategy had its advocates. Pétain subscribed to it too, although he believed in a very active and aggressive defence in the interim, while Foch engaged with the task of equipping the French and American forces amply for the 1918 campaign. It also had its risks. It renounced initiative to the enemy and, as Lord Esher warned Haig, Churchill's strategy fails to grasp the meaning to France, to England, to Europe of a postponement of effort. Through the long summer that was crammed full of artificial expectations, and a still longer winter. 51. Lloyd George was certainly sympathetic to biding time until American strength made itself felt. Attrition to him now meant holding the Germans in France while engaging surplus resources elsewhere in search of more tangible victories, heavy guns in Italy, or divisions in Palestine. Dependent as he was on the support of Unionist members of Parliament and the Northcliffe press that both backed Haig and Robertson, Lloyd George could not act decisively against his military advisers, although he did bring Churchill back into the political fold, appointing him Minister of Munitions in July, despite the misgivings of many Unionists. When, in the summer, he convened a politico-military war policy committee to review strategic alternatives, the generals and admirals prevailed. The long-standing objective of recapturing the Belgian Channel ports, made urgent by the ongoing U-boat campaign, was to be pursued in a sustained offensive. This operation proffered a tangible and strategically important territorial objective and the prospect of a clear military victory which might appease the restless Prime Minister. Yet Haig was explicit that to win these prizes would entail further attrition in order to destroy Germany's remaining strategic reserves. 52. Germany is within 4 to 6 months of a date at which she will be unable to maintain the strength of her units in the field, GHQ intelligence had calculated. An over-optimistic assessment, Robertson thought, while there is a marked and unmistakable fall in the morale of the German troops. Haig believed, therefore, that he could force peace on our terms before the end of the year. 53. This was, however, conditional on adequate drafts and guns from home. 54. Disquietingly, Lloyd George was now indicating that, owing to domestic production needs and incipient labour unrest, the time had now arrived when we must face the fact that we could not expect to get any large number of men in the future, but only scraps. 55. Haig was determined to persist with attrition, despite the political will and the physical and human resources starting to wither. Lloyd George countered that the Allies did not have sufficient superiority in manpower to secure victory in the West before 1918. Thwarted, he continued to push his idea that guns should be sent to Italy in the hope of defeating Austria in the interim, even while Haig's armies were on the offensive. 56. In the Third Battle of Ypres, the only prolonged offensive with strategic ambitions during the second half of 1917, old problems reappeared. Haig aimed to capture the high ground around the Ypres salient and push on to capture the Belgian channel ports. These submarine and destroyer bases had been a thorn in Britain's side since 1915. The plan was ambitious and to some extent sophisticated. A breakout along the coast and an amphibious landing with tanks was planned for its later stages. It also began very well with the storming of the Messines Ridge on the 8th of June, aided by the explosion of huge underground mines. The blast shook the windows of the Prime Minister's country house 140 miles away in Surrey. 57. It also shook the 7,300 German prisoners who fell into British hands. Yet the delay while Haig argued his case for pressing on to a reluctant Prime Minister allowed the enemy time to strengthen the defensive positions in front of the Passchendaele Ridge. By the time Gough's Fifth Army attacked on 31st July, it faced a familiar push forwards through deep, well-organized entrenchments and strongpoints, masterminded by the German army's defensive expert, General Fritz von Lossberg. Although the successive stages of the offensive were better executed than those of 1916's Somme offensive, especially the start of the attack and the sequence of battles conducted by General Herbert Plumer's Second Army on the Gelluveld Plateau from mid-September to early October. Poor logistics, command and control weaknesses, and the inevitable autumn mud combined to slow and clog the military machine. The battle ended in a punch-drunk standoff. Although the dogged defenders could slow but not halt the Allied advance, by the time the Canadian Corps established itself on the heights above Ypres at the notorious village of Passchendaele, the Second Army had all but fought itself out. But the German army was also reeling from the ordeal. The troops are being used up at a disquieting rate, Binding noted as his division took its turn in the battle. Everybody is best pleased if his spell is over as soon as possible. General von Lossberg has not got an unlimited supply of divisions. Not many people seem to realize that, how little spirit and determination remains, not to speak of such a quality as dash. 58. There was no end in sight, and as his division returned to the line, he opined, "Nobody can possibly calculate what he or we have got to face. You have only got to consider what 3 years of war did for Russia. Even though the effects will not be quite the same with us, they are bound to tend in the same direction, namely of demoralization and disintegration. The odds against us are too big, 3 times as many guns and 5 times as much ammunition against us." 59. After a few days under the English guns, many of the men can hardly speak. You see wild eyes gazing out of faces which are no longer human. One cannot say that the moral is low or weak. The regiments simply show a sort of staggering and faltering as people do who have made unheard-of efforts. 60. Once again, the campaigning season proved too short, and Allied resources and coordination insufficient to decide the war in 1917. Haig's offensive had started too late, and while hard-pressed, the German army did not break. To some extent, with French, Russians and Italians under pressure, the Third Battle of Ypres was an alliance battle, even though it was largely conducted by British arms, and in addition, heavy losses were inflicted upon the German armies once again. 61 French support had been intermittent. A French army had participated in the battle, covering the northern flank of the British advance, while Russia's and Italy's summer efforts were tangential to the task of wearing down the German forces. The offensive was fought with better weapons and sounder tactics, based on those developed in 1915 and 1916. But since the defense had also adapted, attrition's fundamental principle that military success was measured in terms of enemy soldiers put out of action still held good. The Third Battle of Ypres claimed 271,000 British and 217,000 German casualties. 73 German divisions had been engaged by 57 Allied. Attrition was still working steadily but surely. At the end of the year, German battalion strength was reduced once more from 750 to 700 men, 62. This was the trend in all armies, with weaponry being substituted for manpower. In the summer, French battalions had been reduced in size from 1,000 to 800 men, with a machine gun company replacing one of the 4 infantry companies. 63 armies were adapting and methods improving, as the year's last battles would demonstrate. Half an hour before first light on 23 October 1917, the assault troops from 8 French divisions left their trenches below the crest of the Chemin des Dames ridge under the cover of thick fog and formed up in no man's land before advancing on the German lines behind a slowly creeping barrage. A curtain of artillery fire blanketed the German positions in front of them. Machine gun bullets streamed overhead and heavy shells and gas shells searched out the enemy's defensive strongpoints and gun positions. The infantry attack caught the surviving German defenders, who by this point had been subjected to 6 days of intensive bombardment in their shelters. The first wave of infantry drove forwards towards deeper objectives, while the second wave mopped up the survivors, who had not been wise enough to raise their hands in surrender with grenades, revolvers, and bayonets. Schneider and Saint-Chamond tanks, slow and cumbersome but powerful, moved forwards, engaging enemy positions missed by the barrage with 75mm guns and machine guns. These tanks protected the infantry from counterattacks as they dug in around the shattered remains of Fort de la Malmaison that sat atop the Chemin des Dames ridge, and that gave this now forgotten but remarkable battle its name. It was above all a victory for the artillery. What a terrain! It's frightful. Everything is devastated. We stumble into huge craters, German corpses everywhere blown to pieces, others overcome by gas dying. It's dreadful but superb, one French infantryman boasted, 64. By the afternoon, all objectives had been taken. There had been little fight left in the enemy on the shell-swept plateau, and most survivors were led, demoralized and exhausted, from the dugouts and quarries in which they had cowered during the French firestorm. 12,000 prisoners, 200 guns and 720 machine guns were taken, and the enemy suffered another 38,000 killed, wounded or missing. The French themselves suffered 14,000 casualties. Even the best planned and executed offensive was not without its human cost, but on this occasion this was less than 1/3 of the enemy's. Over the next few days, the French followed up their striking penetration into the enemy's positions before the Germans could reinforce, advancing off the western end of the ridge into the valley of the river Ailette beyond. 65. The German line atop the Chemin des Dames ridge was now untenable, since it could be enfiladed from the lost ground. In early November, Ludendorff gave up the whole of the ridge that his troops had been contesting tooth and nail with the French since General Nivelle's failed attempt to take it in April, which had been held by the German army since the retreat from the Marne in September 1914. This was the decisive outcome of the Battle of Malmaison, the perfect offensive, 66. Malmaison was the last of a series of set-piece offensives that blasted the German army off much of the high ground that it had occupied along the Western Front since 1914. The Vimy Ridge had finally fallen to the British in April, Messines Ridge in June, and the Passchendaele Ridge in October. Perfect, though it might have appeared in the catalogue of First World War offensives, the Battle of Malmaison demonstrated both the principles and the enduring difficulties of fighting on an entrenched, industrialized battlefield. In 1917's third cycle of warfare, the scale and speed of operations had increased to such an extent that armies could start to pursue strategic ambitions once again. Armies were now war machines themselves. Tanks, aircraft, telegraphic communications, novel munitions, and small arms had been integrated into methods of combined arms warfare utilized by all. The infantry takes the ground, clears it, occupies it, organizes it, and keeps hold of it. Pétain's 2nd January 1918 infantry instruction explained, the artillery destroys or neutralizes. The close cooperation between the infantry and the artillery is of fundamental importance. 67 other weapons could be integrated as required into this basic tactical doctrine. The 1917 Western Front campaign ended with a surprise for both sides, which proved how far warfare had come in 3 years. In the late November Battle of Cambrai, 6 British infantry divisions supported by concentrated artillery fire and several hundred tanks broke into a weakly defended section of the Hindenburg Line. The attack was a hybrid of the now well-established artillery-infantry methods of positional warfare. A surprise and devastating artillery bombardment relying on new predictive fire techniques accompanied the advance of the infantry and tanks. With both innovation and outmoded thinking, despite their use en masse for the first time, tanks were not the potentially war-winning invention, Forrester's screwdriver, that Churchill and others later made them out to be. 68 slow and mechanically unreliable as they were, tanks were merely a useful supporting weapon for the infantry. Cavalry was still expected to exploit the break-in and gallop to Cambrai. Tanks' future potential was glimpsed on the plains south of Cambrai, but their vulnerability to anti-tank fire was evident. At Flesquières, in the centre of the battlefield, German gunners effectively halted the British tank advance, turning Cambrai into yet another back-and-forth attritional fight. The Germans brought up fresh reserves and launched a smashing counterattack on the southern flank of the British penetration, using a hurricane bombardment to support a rapid advance by well-armed and highly trained specialist infantry, so-called storm troops, capable of overcoming the isolated pockets of enemy resistance missed by the artillery barrage. Now that unsilenced machine guns could no longer be relied on to halt an infantry advance in its tracks, battle had regained a certain degree of dynamism and decisiveness. In this, tanks would play their part. Even before Cambrai, the Allies had put them into mass production for the faster-paced mechanized campaign contemplated for 1918 and 1919. At the end of a year in which difficulties mounted for the Allies, these localized battlefield successes were a small positive outcome. They pointed the way to greater success in 1918. The year had begun with a liberal revolution in Russia and the Tsar's dethronement. While this offered some hope for a more vigorous popular war effort in the East, it brought considerable uncertainty concerning Russia's military engagement and ultimate political destiny. The resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare in the spring heralded a hard year for the home front and deeper economic mobilization. Yet it brought the United States and other neutrals into the war, strengthening the Allies' grip on their enemies' economic lifelines. By the autumn, the submarine threat had been mastered with the introduction of a convoy system and American troops. The Allies' future hope was starting to come across the Atlantic. But American effort came with conditions. Wilson was pressing a new diplomatic and domestic agenda just at a time when political unity was fragile and war weariness was growing within the European belligerents' populations. As 1917's land campaign drew to a close, the war appeared no nearer to an outcome, but it had changed its shape and nature profoundly. Another year of attritional battles had intensified the mechanical butchery of soldiers, while the lines remained more or less where they stood at its start. Casualties remained high in 1917 as strategic ambitions were still grand, the destruction of parts of the enemy's army with large-scale dynamic offensives such as the Battle of Malmaison, for example. Come the autumn, however, although military ambitions had been scaled back, the land war in France and Belgium seemed to be turning in the Allies' favour. Since 1915, warfare had been remodeled into the high-intensity, material-intensive, fast-paced, attritional style that would characterize the 20th century's wars. The battles that would end the war in 1918 would therefore be fought in a very different fashion to those between 1915 and 1917. Malmaison also suggested a better way to take advantage of the ability that now existed to break into the German defensive system more or less at will. Instead of pushing forwards against an alert reinforced defence, as Haig's forces had been obliged to do in front of Ypres, in the future the battle should expand sideways. Such lateral exploitation, which Foch had trialled in the later stages of the Somme offensive, offered better prospects for quick yet significant victories than grinding deep battles. Other costs, however, had escalated, and these seemed unaffordable. General Persin, a post-war critic of the French High Command's methods, extrapolated from the barrage fired at Malmaison that at that rate of expenditure of munitions, it would cost 800 billion francs and use 10 years' worth of world steel production to liberate France. 69, extrapolating from Persin's calculations, if the governing factor of victory was the area of ground recaptured per attack, 1,000 Malmaisons would have been required to clear 1,600,000 hectares of occupied France. But if the measure was the number of German troops put out of action, perhaps 80 such battles would suffice to destroy the German army and end the war. Fewer in practice, since morale and military capability collapses long before the whole army is annihilated. The lesson that Joffre had learned by 1916, we incline towards disorganizing their forces, weakening them, wearing them out. Once this wearing out has been achieved, the liberation of the invaded territory will follow inevitably, was not appreciated by Nivelle, who reverted to trying to use mass to break through the German defences, Lloyd George's wishful knockout blow. 70. This only served to knock his own army out temporarily. This reverse began a year of difficulties for the Allies, whose early hopes became increasingly empty. While changes and anxieties at home and at sea troubled the coherence and effectiveness of Allied war-making, in the land war Haig and Robertson, Pétain, Cadorna and Brusilov stuck to the task of destroying the enemy's armies that Joffre had set as best they could. As they did so, the wider political situation was deteriorating. The year's final surprise, the Bolshevik coup d'état in Russia, suggested that 1918 might be even more fraught. Haig had privately qualified his expectation of ultimate Allied victory with the proviso that the Russians had to remain in the field. 71 come November, it looked as if Russia was on her way out, now that Lenin, an opportunist, had seized his moment in history. It was a year for opportunists. One had nearly wrecked France, and another was doing his best to undermine Britain's army. Robertson's post-war perspective on strategy in 1917, which had lacked focus, was straight to the point and perceptive. There had never been any difficulty in saying what would be a good thing to do. The difficulty lay in being able to do it. 72. This was the pithy epitaph of amateur strategy, which always hindered rather than facilitated the proper working of attrition. Although in December Allenby's Anglo-Indian forces captured Jerusalem from the Turks, an early Christmas present that ended the year on a triumphant note, it was a largely symbolic one. This capped Lloyd George's preoccupation with the war in the Middle East and vindicated his strategic vision, while having no great impact on the actual war situation. But the people needed victories. Lloyd George had been saying as much since 1915, particularly at the end of such a year. Church bells had rung out in English shires after the success at Cambrai, not so much to signify any major change in the war, but merely that a grim year had ended on a positive note. Raising a victory war loan in Britain in January 1917, just as Lloyd George and Briand met in Rome to plot the Central Powers' final downfall, had, as Sandhurst anticipated, proved over-optimistic. 73 military errors, political mistakes, and naval anxieties had proved that the war was far from over, although attrition had continued to do its steady work throughout. By the end of the year, despite occasional crumbs of comfort, the situation seemed little better than in January. Lloyd George has been Prime Minister for a year. The point of the intrigue which led to his upsetting Asquith was to hustle and finish the war. Where are we now? Sandhurst reflected bitterly come December, adding, "The position is worse than ever. In my view, critical in the extreme. Russia good for nothing or worse, and consequently hordes of Germans and Austrians let loose to crowd by sheer weight of numbers all along our lines, and our attack turned into defence of a very difficult nature. In the lines, the greatest determination will be required to hold on." 74. If there was one major positive from the year, it was that the Allies had come closer together. The conference in Italy at the start of the year had initiated a trend towards Allied military, political, and economic unity that culminated at another summit at Rapallo in Italy in November with the establishment of a formal Allied coordinating authority, the Supreme War Council. Moreover, after another year of attrition and blockade, the Central Powers were in a bad way. The Anglo-French armies in the West could now fight and win big battles, but they could not yet bring the war to an end with sustained attrition, the default strategy on land. Although Germany's armies had not been beaten in West, they had been degraded further, although with the collapse of the Eastern Front, the Austrian forces had a year of relative calm in which to recuperate. This allowed the Central Powers to inflict a serious defeat on the Italians in the Battle of Caporetto at the end of the year, but as with other allies before her, it was not mortal, and she was to recover. At sea, the intensified U-boat war continued, but without decisive impact. With the Second Revolution in Russia, Germany was presented with a diplomatic opportunity to knock one major enemy out of the war at last, an unexpected and vital lifeline. While their armies had held on for another year, the cracks which had opened on the Central Powers' home fronts during 1916 were much wider and deeper. There was war weariness everywhere, and the military and political situations appeared uncertain. In the next campaign, Germany would be gambling desperately again that her army could end the war before her people ended it for them. During the war's most difficult year, the home fronts had become a battleground in response to the events, positive and negative, that unfolded on the other fronts. Having expanded the war to its full extent, diplomacy had shifted into new channels. Peace had become the divisive domestic issue rather than war-making. There is no need for panic. Lloyd George's end-of-year injunction to the nation provoked inevitable skepticism. Certainly, there was still much more to be done. 75. Many thought that one thing that should be done was to get rid of the British Prime Minister. It was that sort of year. 76. During it, Briand and many other political leaders, notably the Tsar, had lost their places. A fair few senior generals had gone with them, most recently Cadorna. Haig appeared to be hanging on by his fingertips, although Foch, now installed as Chief of Staff in Paris, had got a better grip. But as the war entered a new year, the Allied home fronts were remobilized and committed to seeing the war out, come what may. The Central Powers, on the other hand, were increasingly riven with domestic controversy over why the war was continuing and what sort of peace should result, catalyzed by the social hardships caused by intensifying Allied blockade. It remained to be seen whether the Central Powers' armies could force a decision before their people's will to victory shattered. The hardships and sacrifices of war and the elusiveness of peace would crystallize the alternatives in 1917. War, nothing but war, or war against war. 12. The will to victory. President Wilson addressed the voters of Shadow Lawn, New Jersey, on the 4th of November 1916. It was his final speech before polling day, and the incumbent was seeking re-election. Although he had been elected in peacetime, Wilson's first term had been dominated by war. Americans were caught up in the great drift of humanity, which is to determine the politics of every country in the world. Wilson felt that if any man could, he might channel that drift. America's purpose is justice and love of humanity, he represented. Up to that point, he had worked hard to press reconciliation between the belligerents while upholding Americans' rights in Europe's war. One Wilson would be re-elected on the basis of his previous ability to keep his nation out of that war and professed intention to bring it to a settlement. With that mandate, he redoubled his efforts to bring the belligerents to the peace table. Yet within 5 months, America too was at war. Rhetoric was no great weapon against submarines. America went to war with an agenda for peace, which chimed with everyone's mood in 1917. Wilson, an idealistic political science professor who had turned to politics with the hope of doing good, had tried already to act as honest broker between the two sides. On re-election, he asked, fruitlessly, for the belligerents to state their war aims as the basis of a negotiated peace. The initiative only showed how far the belligerents were from compromising. Although Germany responded, William II judged that Germany was offering terms from a position of strength and could oblige the Allies to accept overbearing terms. The Kaiser's hubristic peace terms and the public anger they provoked made Allied reciprocation unlikely. Undeterred, in January 1917, Wilson made a formal offer to mediate between the belligerents, perhaps in a desperate bid to put off American intervention. In truth, the peace without victory that Wilson proffered was already almost impossible at that turning point in the fortunes of war, when the general Allied offensive had been successful, if not decisive. The two alliances were too enmeshed in the conflict to come willingly to terms, and in both deeper mobilization was underway. But a spirit of negotiated peace was abroad in early 1917. As well as Wilson, Pope Benedict XV would offer to mediate. Socialists were preparing to meet in Stockholm to discuss how to end the war, and Austria-Hungary's new emperor, Karl, showed, independently of the Kaiser, an inclination to negotiate. This meant that the objectives of the war on the diplomatic front would shift from winning new allies to promoting war aims. The aims would be to rally public opinion while undermining cohesion on the enemy's home fronts that were growing fragile as war weariness took hold. Although Wilson's formula did not strike a chord with imperialistic war leaders on either side, who felt that a compromise peace was a prescription for another war sooner or later, moving war aims onto the international agenda would strengthen the Allies' diplomatic advantage. Wilson's rhetoric was addressed to the peoples of Europe, the seed corn of his new nation, among whom it had greater resonance. He set himself against the existence of autocratic governments backed by organized force, which is controlled wholly by their will, not by the will of their people, the representatives of an old world that had lost legitimacy through acts perpetrated in the name of Mars, and a category that at one remove the Allied governments also fitted into. Wilson was promoting an agenda of nationalities' rights, citizens' democratic freedoms, and peaceful international cooperation as an alternative to that of Europe's warmongers bent on conquest. In that, at least, Wilson had something in common with that other denouncer of the war, Lenin. Both wished to make the world safe for democracy, while conceiving it and the means to secure it rather differently. 3. A different ideal, a peace without territorial annexations or financial indemnities, was being promoted by the international socialist movement and was seized upon by the leaders of social democracy, notably Kerensky, who became leader of Russia's provisional government in July 1917. Although imperial war had barely got into its stride by 1916, it was increasingly threatening to morph into class war. Entering 1917, war leaders on both sides realized that the war had changed its nature, that its objectives were shifting, and that its end was hard to envisage. By its third year, it had become a struggle for survival, with an uncertain future staked on victory. Or at least a negotiated peace with advantages seemed increasingly probable. And with the consequences of defeat too appalling to contemplate, popular support for the war, solid if questioning through its first 2 years, was becoming increasingly conditional as casualty lists and food queues lengthened. Military strategy still had to be pursued, but now against a background of incipient domestic crisis. A commitment to winning the war was the one thing that might hold fractious nations and alliances together. But what exactly that war was being won for now determined the domestic political agenda. In the interminable bread queues, war-weary civilians started to ask openly whether the sacrifices they made were worth it, and even what they were being made for. The press was full of news of peace initiatives, and wartime censorship could not stifle discussion of war aims. Soldiers at the front, those who might pay the ultimate sacrifice, were restless. Why keep fighting this hellish war in this brutish way? Their leaders would have to acknowledge their concerns and respond, A struggle to sustain domestic unity in pursuit of justifiable war aims defined this mid-war crisis on the home front. Nourishing the will to victory would mean further adaptation to the tyranny of war. As early as mid-September 1914, as one British soldier noted, "There seems to be a unanimous feeling that nobody would mind how soon this war came to a close." 4. Then Germany was checked but not beaten, establishing the essential quandary that nobody thereafter could predict when and how the war would actually end. Soldier and civilian alike became disheartened by this daily drudgery without any vision of an end to it all. 5. That was the root cause of war weariness and the longing for peace that went with it. Present throughout the war weariness reached epidemic proportions during 1917, now that peace was mooted. With the exception of Russia, war weariness did not bring down governments or break states, but it obliged statesmen to look anew at their war, at the people's role in it, and at the way they managed it. A process or remobilization was underway, designed to realign popular will with national goals. 6. This would strengthen unity and resolve in the Allied nations, whose home fronts consolidated behind a new, inclusive political and social agenda to which military activity could be geared. Perhaps, as Corday had speculated after the February Russian Revolution and America's entry into the war, the triumph of democracy was the real aim of the war henceforth. 7. Democracy and its nationalist counterpart self-determination would only prove divisive in the autocracies whose militarist leaders held the people to their pursuit of victory at all costs. By 1916, Asquith's consensus-building peacetime style of government seemed ill-suited to wartime, yet in a war in which national unity and resilience were key elements of strategy, a war leader's ability to build and sustain consensus at a time of rapid social change and political, diplomatic, and military disappointments should not be discounted. 8. Britain could easily have become divided against itself as the war went on, had Asquith not steered the nation into political coalition, built a solid consensus behind the legitimacy of the war, and promoted participation in the war effort. His style of mobilization for Britain's first mass war ensured that during its difficult later years, cracks in the wartime consensus were narrow and dissenters were isolated and muted relative to the nation's resolute will to victory. Lloyd George's ascent to the premiership, divisive as it was, the British Liberal Party never recovered from the split it provoked. Nevertheless, indicated that a society so mobilized and increasingly democratized needed a different sort of leader, a populist rather than a patrician, to steer it towards an uncertain end at some indeterminate time in the future. It seems paradoxical that in 1916 and 1917, belligerents on both sides promoted new leaders more deeply committed to fighting the war on to victory, while seeming increasingly unsure of how to achieve victory, or whether it was achievable. Contrastingly, on the German side, these were military leaders, on the Allied civilian statesmen, whoever was now in charge. The promotion of soldiers or civilians did not give either carte blanche to direct strategy, so civil-military rivalries carried on. At the beginning of 1917, no one could anticipate how long the war would continue. As the traumatic year unfolded, everyone began to fear how damaged societies would be once it finished. Russia's convulsive upheaval furnished a very real example that everywhere provoked a terrified, morbid fascination and widespread expectations of imitation. These events, which were a product of particular Russian circumstances and had been brewing since 1905's partial revolution and probably much longer, took few by surprise. Revolution is now inevitable, Putilov had warned Paleolog during 1915's difficult summer, adding, "A revolution can be a great benefit to a nation if it can reconstruct after having destroyed. But with us, revolution can only be destructive because the educated class is only a tiny minority without organization, political experience, or contact with the masses. No doubt it will be the bourgeois who give the signal for the revolution, thinking that they're saving Russia, But from the bourgeois revolution we shall at once descend to the working class revolution, and soon after to the peasant revolution. And then will begin the most frightful anarchy, interminable anarchy. 9. Putilov was percipient. Lenin would seize his opportunity, assisted by Ludendorff, who saw a chance to further destabilize one shaky enemy and transported the Bolshevik leader and his acolytes from Switzerland to Russia in a sealed train. Perhaps the most fateful cargo of the war, even of the century. On his return to Russia, Lenin was just one activist among many, although an increasingly effective one. In the soapbox politics that followed the revolution, as ideologues competed for followers and votes in the first democratic elections that had been promised by the provisional government, Lenin could find and hold an audience at his pitch on the banks of the river Neva. Farson, who witnessed this skilled orator rousing the masses, recollected. A short, dumpy figure, with an enormous dome of a head, high cheekbones giving a sinister contemptuousness to his Tartar eyes. The great Lenin was not that great to any but a few people then. He was just this undersized new agitator in an old double-breasted blue suit, his hands in his pockets, speaking with an entire absence of that hysterical arm-waving that so characterized all his fellow countrymen. 10. But Lenin was shrewd. His inflammatory speeches condemned the war of which Russians had grown weary. He denounced the capitalists and diplomats who had started it, and who, in the guise of Russia's new provisional government, wished to continue it, to honor Russia's commitments to her allies in pursuit of redundant patriotic goals. Engaging with the atavistic desires of ordinary Russians, he presented an alternative path. Peace, bread and land was the simple slogan that rallied workers and peasants to the Bolsheviks. These became the issues around which Russian politics would revolve during the tumultuous summer of 1917. As well as an ideal, Lenin also had a method. The most widespread propaganda of this view in the army on active service must be organized. That was to undermine the fighting spirit of Russia's war-weary army more effectively than Germany's military effort ever could. 11. Ludendorff's gamble would pay off. Unlike Serbia and Romania, internal implosion, not external military force, brought mighty Russia down. The Bolshevik coup in Petrograd that toppled the provisional government took place shortly before the elections for Russia's Constituent Assembly that would draw up liberal Russia's constitution were due. In seizing power by armed force in the pursuit of peace, Lenin, who was no Democrat, suggested an alternative to the debating chambers and meeting halls in which liberals and social democrats talked about peace while pursuing war more intently. Even the fierce patriot binding now despaired that. The word peace had fallen into disrepute as though it had become marked with some filthy blight or mould. The forces that the nations are bringing into play are gigantic, amazing, almost uncanny, but the sight of them rouses no enthusiasm. They excite feelings of disgust rather than admiration. No nation appears really greater than another. 12. Whether the rest of Europe now faced the same future as Russia, either as consequence of defeat or because victory was impossible, had yet to be determined. During the year, however, French soldiers, British workers, German parliamentarians, and Habsburg minorities would all test their society's wartime resilience. All would pass the test, for now. They are fed up with getting themselves killed with no important success. No decision, Fayolle had noted of France's infantry during the Somme offensive. 13. There had been a small-scale mutiny among troops of the colonial army in July 1916 that had alarmed Joffre. He issued orders that the troops should be encouraged that the victory would come eventually, if not that year. 14. Nivelle's offensive turned what had been occasional localized indiscipline among battle-weary troops. It is only during rest periods that discontent breaks out and not under fire, when they are drunk with the conceit of courage, one commentator noted. into a crisis for the French army. 15. The failure of Nivelle's final decisive offensive, combined with the return to punishing grignotage along the Chemin des Dames ridge, provoked a series of mutinies during which soldiers behind the lines refused to go to the front and negotiated for the redress of long-standing military grievances such as lack of leave and poor rations. 16. Almost half the divisions in the French army were affected, given the fashion in spring and summer 1917 for rousing workers' anthems and red flags. A patina of revolution stained what was essentially a soldier's work to rule. Pétain addressed the poilus' material concerns, at the same time introducing a more open command style. These reforms, capped by the successful offensives at Verdun and Malmaison, restored the army's esprit de corps. In an army in which all the life force of the nation was concentrated, held together by a willingly accepted military discipline, the parameters of command authority and soldierly obedience could be periodically renegotiated by collective action. 17. This was part and parcel of the working of the republican system, founded as it was on its citizens' commitment to duty and consent to sacrifice in the national cause. 18. Inevitably, when such actions occurred, they were momentarily alarming, especially given recent events in Russia and France's own well-established revolutionary traditions, but a democratic nation at war had no need of the sort of culture shift required in an autocracy to sustain the popular will to victory. If the mutinous soldiers called for peace, then so did everyone else. It was an abstract yearning, not a realistic expectation, since their war was far from won. After 3 years of sacrifice, the poilus would certainly never accept peace at any price. The French army's mutinies were one manifestation of the general war weariness that gripped Europe during 1917. The mood of civilians was volatile everywhere, galvanized by economic hardships and expressed in strikes and food riots and occasional pro-peace demonstrations. Wartime privations were only to be expected, and indeed had become accepted, and could to a certain degree be redressed by price controls and the careful management of supplies. Why the war was still going on and what exactly it was being fought for were starting to become issues, however. Over a difficult summer, this would test the spirit of consent and resilience on the home front too. The French home front was capricious. Towards the end of March, the author Anatole France asserted, "This is not an opportune moment for advocating pacifism, even if many, France's wife included, were sympathetic to the Pope's recent appeal for peace." After further German atrocities against French civilians and the very earth of France as they withdrew to the Hindenburg Line, and with the final offensive pending, Nivelle's intentions were common knowledge in Paris, and therefore at the OHL too. France's spirit might endure a little while longer, yet with Zeppelins terrorizing them by night and food and coal in short supply, Parisians were restless. The wave of patriotism that had crested with the late victories at Verdun was breaking. In France, what happened in Paris would determine what happened in the provinces. Politics were increasingly volatile. Ministers came and went, and the Union Sacrée was shaky. Divided among itself, Brion's government had just fallen, but Ribot's new ministry offered little encouragement. As the incoming war minister Panlev himself proclaimed, the future was uncertain. To secure peace within 3 months, we must declare that the war will last 18 months. All could agree that the liberation of France was a sine qua non of peace with Germany, but beyond this, war aims were negotiable, even the return of Alsace and Lorraine. 19. In truth, they were indeterminable, and the new government was no more forthcoming than the last. In his statement to the Chamber, Ribot promised the abolition of the political censorship, Corday noted. "And suppose we discuss war aims," put in a socialist. "We should not allow that," Ribot sharply exclaimed. "A democracy not allowed to discuss the aim it is pursuing." Corday had hit the nail on the head. While the war was making France a true democracy, war leadership remained in the hands of the elements which govern the masses, the privileged classes. 20. At least, Panlev was a radical socialist and committed to the war. France was haltingly recognizing the nature of the war she was fighting and who exactly was fighting it for her. Workers' protests that began in Paris in January spread to many provincial towns as bread prices rose. Some strikers waved the French tricolour to indicate their loyalty, but others marched under a red flag. Workers could at least be bought off with wage rises. 21 Ribot's government survived until September, very wary of the potential infection of the volatile public mood by Bolshevism, which it was assumed, largely erroneously, lay behind civilian and military disturbances. France had enough left-wing traditions of her own and had no need to import Russia's. In September, a whole print run of L'Illustration was seized as it intended to show an incident during the Battle of Riga, in which deserting Russian soldiers had been forced back at gunpoint to the front lines by their officers. In fact, the patriotic periodical was intending to illustrate the terrible consequences of internationalist theories for the life of states, but with military mutinies fresh in the government's mind, such images were just too provocative. 22. Essentially, France's military and civilian demonstrations were protests against the consequences of the war, not the justice of the cause or the need to press on to victory. Eventually, France would find a populist war leader to channel such a mood, radical journalist and elder statesman Georges Clemenceau. After Ribot's government fell, Painlev headed his own short-lived ministry, which lasted 2 months. It was now impossible to form a ministry that excluded the parliamentary scourge on wartime administrations, and Poincaré bowed reluctantly to the inevitable. Could a 76-year-old patriot, who had in his youth seen Germany occupy La Patrie, rally Frenchmen and women for the final decisive battles with Germany? In fact, by the time he came to power, the French had more or less rallied themselves. 23. An old Japanese proverb had been circulating in Paris during the spring: victory goes to the side which can hold on a quarter of an hour longer. 24. France did hold on through 1917, yet in a war that had become a test of endurance. For Clemenceau, it was the side that believed it could hold on a quarter of an hour longer that would triumph. 25. He embodied France's new will to victory. Although in his inaugural parliamentary speech he promised his people war, nothing but war, they were now conditioned to it. 26. Clemenceau was to express and manage the popular will to victory in his forceful leadership, which some went so far as to label a dictatorship. If so, it was a dictatorship on the classical Roman model, one founded on consent, the acceptance of a leader who would command the nation at a time of acute national danger. Clemenceau was not shy of using the stick alongside the carrot. In summer 1918, he put the former Minister of the Interior, Jean Malvy, who in September 1914 had temporarily closed Clemenceau's newspaper L'Homme Libre, on trial for treason. Malvy was acquitted but exiled for 5 years for the lesser charge of failing to suppress defeatist publications. In France, at least, a good political scandal had always served as a helpful distraction from the public's other concerns. The enemy at the gates of Paris on this occasion. 27. Clemenceau could rely on the commitment of France's citizens and soldiers to defeating the enemy in order to justify and avenge their sacrifice, come what may. He also had the good sense to replace the placemen who had rotated the wartime ministries between them with technical experts of the sort that Lloyd George had brought in to run Britain's war effort. France would be more determined and more efficient as she faced Germany's final offensives in 1918. In Foch, the generalissimo the Allies turned to at their moment of acutest crisis, he found a soldier who agreed with him and who believed in himself, and was also the one man among the Allies capable of handling armies that numbered millions. 28. The British home front had its own problems, although the army remained steadfast through its many 1917 battles. Labour militancy, which had periodically troubled the war effort as the more radical trade unions sought to exploit the war for political and social gain, peaked in spring and summer 1917. As usual, the Clyde was the centre of strike action and workers' demonstrations, but these spread to munitions factories and other industries in London, Wales, and the Midlands. The strikers' varied grievances were social and economic rather than political. Shortages of housing in towns which had filled with workers serving the expanding war industries, the rising cost of food and other goods, further government dilution of labour in skilled industries, and tightening controls over labour mobility as a new centralised manpower policy inaugurated by February's Manpower Act, which removed most remaining exemptions from military service, started to function. The government responded with specific concessions and more general palliatives as the propaganda machine refocused from winning over neutrals to sustaining peoples and allies. A commission was appointed to inquire into the causes of working-class unrest during the summer, and many social consequences of the war were properly investigated and legislated for the first time. Although such measures were not on the scale of the Second World War's Beveridge Report, which laid the foundations for Britain's post-1945 National Health Service and welfare state, government attention turned to the new world that would be built after victory. A Minister of Reconstruction was appointed in July, and in January 1918, Lloyd George chose a meeting of Labour leaders as the venue for his first formal pronouncement of Britain's war aims, 29. In August, an all-party National War Aims Committee was created, which organised public meetings to promote a positive message of what the war was about and to explain to civilians the reasons why the Empire had to fight on to a victorious outcome. 30. In 1918, the Ministry of Munitions Aircraft Production Department began a program of shop floor talks and publications in aircraft factories, relating the actions of the machines they had built, to give the worker some appreciation of the importance of his personal contribution towards winning the war. Weekly pay envelopes were adorned with small pictures of the aircraft in action. 31. The nation was now girded for the longer struggle, as long as it would take, as Wilkinson acknowledged. Should we not be wiser to assume a long-lasting war and to work patiently than to act hastily in the belief that victory is near at hand? He asked his Oxford University audience in October 32. That strategic error could be left to the enemy. Collectively, such measures calmed social protest on the home front, although they could never eliminate dissent. Although discordant voices persisted, these could be heard without upsetting the wider resolution behind the war, even if they were not heeded. When in October, former Unionist Foreign Secretary Lord Lansdowne published an open letter in the Daily Telegraph calling on the government to formulate a programme of war aims that would initiate a negotiated peace, it provoked much debate but little action. 33. But the letter acknowledged a bitter irony, as Guards Officer Victor Cazalet pointed out. What people don't realise is that the ordinary Tommy and junior officer has no idea at all why we are fighting, and no ultimate aim or achievement is put before him. He has nothing to look forward to except death, if lucky a wound. He knows that if he survives one battle he is due for the next. All we want is a definite statement of our peace terms. Of course we go on until we get them. Until then, we must naturally not loosen our hold. Forgive this, but people don't seem to realise the extraordinary extent of feeling both among men and officers here, and if they don't soon do something, they must expect them to welcome letters like Lord Ailes. Of course we shall win the war. No one doubts that. But whether we shall win by fighting, no one quite believes that now. And the talk of knockout blows, etc., simply infuriates the soldier here. 34. The difficult mood at home and in the trenches did provoke Lloyd George into stating formally British war aims for the first time, although to some extent this was a diplomatic as well as a domestic political manoeuvre, since Wilson was about to pronounce his famous 40 points, and America's allies felt the need to match their own agendas against such high-minded yet hard-to-realise ideals. Thereafter, the political dividing line in Britain was over whether peace should be negotiated on some or other terms, or the war should be seen out to the bitter end. While British workers were militant and the French were wavering in the pursuit of victory and volatile during 1917, the peoples of the Central Powers were dividing against themselves. Wilson was offering them new choices, while their own leaders appeared anxious and seemed to be losing control. Germany's soldiers were also growing war-weary. Although there was no concentrated mutinous movement in Germany's forces, there were sporadic outbreaks of indiscipline in units behind the Western Front in the spring and summer of 1917. In the High Seas Fleet, at anchor and restless, there was a full-scale mutiny in August 35. Ludendorff was worried enough about his troops' morale to introduce a systematic re-education program dubbed patriotic instruction to reinforce the reasons why Germany was at war and had to fight on to victory. 36. Dreams of peace prolong the war, Ludendorff opined in empty platitudes, and so does discontent. Unity at home makes us strong. Everything else is weakening. 37. Consisting of right-wing indoctrination that refused to address questions of constitutional reforms or limited war aims. Patriotic instruction did not chime with the mood of an army that had become part of the nation in arms, that its patrician leaders had been so fearful of before 1914.38. The officers charged with enthusing the hard-pressed troops felt listless like their grumbling men, even those such as Binding who remained steadfast in the High Command's cause. We, on the other hand, are polite enough to talk about duty, he noted, which is what we substitute nowadays for the beautiful idea of keenness and enthusiasm, just as turnip mash has to do instead of raspberry jelly. 39 developments in the war suggested that Germany's cause was ultimately lost. I am scared, Binding admitted to himself as the British offensive resumed at Ypres. For the first time in this war, I have doubts whether we will be able to hold out against the odds. 40. The despondent spirit of the home front, where the Hindenburg program to deepen German mobilization and substitute war material for declining manpower was proving counterproductive, merely speeding wartime inflation and exacerbating shortages of manpower, coal, and transport, threatened to undermine efforts to raise morale at the front. Ludendorff's memorandum reminds me of what I once wrote, that wars are won or lost by letters from home, Binding noted perceptively. 41. The plan for the Navy to win the war before the Army lost it smacked of desperation, not decision, and further divided an already sundering nation. We all know and feel that Germany is playing her last card, Princess Blucher noted. The resolution for sharpening up the submarine war was received silently by the Reichstag. The middle-class chauvinists and the pan-Germans hail it as an infallible step to a final victory, whilst the pessimists and wise men who are discontented with the war assert that God has struck the German nation with blindness before utterly ruining it. 42. In a misguided attempt to repair Germany's fracturing domestic consensus, Bethmann Hollweg allowed the press to discuss war aims openly for the first time. 43. The substance of a peace agreeable to all shades of public opinion proved intractable. In July, the Democratic majority parties in the Reichstag combined together to force through a peace resolution, representing that Germany should immediately negotiate a democratic socialist peace without territorial annexations and financial indemnities. The resolution made no impact on the military leadership's commitment to a total victory, except perhaps to strengthen their resolve to rein in defeatists on the home front, but it indicated that the Burgfrieden was at an end. Exasperated at the failure of his efforts to maintain some sort of home front unity, Bethmann Hollweg had already stepped down, to be replaced as Chancellor by the weak controller Georg Michaelis, a subservient military placeman plucked from the civilian bureaucracy. He was soon removed from office after failing to block the Democratic Party's resolution to democratize the Prussian franchise. 44. The peace resolution indicated the sort of peace many Germans now wanted. There was no expectation that peace would result, since the nation's fate was in others' hands. The contest between their own military leadership and the Allies would determine it. It was clear that the left was starting to assert itself, and its values were thought-provoking. At the beginning of the war, my colleagues in the metal firm kept aloof from me since it was known that I was against the war, Sender recollected, but with each passing year a greater number became friendly. Finally, many of them came to me to discuss the political situation. They had begun to feel that things were going wrong in the German ruling circles. 45. They were not yet ready to accept Zender's anti-war message wholeheartedly, but they were more questioning of the purpose and practice of the war. Although the popular will to victory remained solid, battle lines were being drawn up on the home front, and it was around the nature of victory and peace that differences were crystallizing. This peace by reconciliation, Ludendorff later noted, was swallowed most eagerly by those who feared the effect of victory on their political aspirations, and this was a sentiment he was unable or unwilling to heed. Germany was not defeatist. The right-wing press, after all, had rejected all suggestions of a negotiated socialist peace. 46 Ludendorff worked to tap that sentiment through the organization of a German Fatherland Party, a conservative mass movement intended to challenge the Democrats' hold over the Reichstag that prefigured the mass movements of the interwar years. Headed by Tirpitz and committed not to a weak surrender at home and abroad, but to a German resoluteness and an unshakable belief in victory, it attracted the support of big business and the middle classes, who had invested heavily in war bonds and victory. 47. The Democrats responded by founding the People's League for Freedom and Fatherland, committed to political reform and a moderate peace. 48. While fighting the World War to its denouement, Germany was also organizing for her next war, which would be fought over the shape of the nation following victory or defeat. Austria-Hungary's domestic problems had different roots and were even more fractious and intractable than Germany's. They were also catalyzed by increasing hardship on the home front and an unrepresentative political system. Nationality issues dominated politics in the Habsburg Empire. On the one hand, rivalries between the dual monarchy's dominant nationalities, the Austrian Germans and the Hungarian Magyars. On the other, tensions over the rights of subject minorities. In urban areas, there was also a rising current of socialism to muddy the political waters further. In October 1916, reactionary Austrian Prime Minister Count Karl Sturck, who had arbitrarily prorogued the Reichsrat, Austria's parliament, in March 1914 and ruled thereafter by emergency decree, had been assassinated by the son of the leader of Austria's Socialist Party. 49. In 1914, all nationalities had pledged loyalty to the crown and marched off to war with the hope of post-war rewards for their allegiance. After 3 years of war, nationality issues were starting to undermine military morale, not least because Germans and Magyars dominated the officer corps and subjected their soldiers to racial slurs that undermined discipline and respect. Disloyalty and apathy, always endemic, were chronic in the army, which thankfully had a relatively quiet year compared with previous campaigns. By then, Borowicz was dividing his divisions into more reliable German and Magyar stormtroop units and line-holding formations of other nationalities. 50. Imperial domestic politics increasingly revolved around whether and how self-determination could be accommodated in the post-war empire, an issue amplified by Wilson's peace agenda, despite America not being formally at war with Austria-Hungary until December 1917. By 1917, the ambitions of Poles, Czechs, Slavs and others were becoming entrenched on the home front. A restored independent Poland, an autonomous Czech and Slovak region, and a Habsburg-sponsored South Slav Yugoslavia were all mooted. Tensions were exacerbated by the fact that wartime political restrictions and censorship limited opportunities to discuss such matters. When in May, the Reichsrat was recalled for the first time since the outbreak of war and censorship was relaxed, Czechs, Slavs and others agitated for their demands in the parliament. On the streets outside, food riots were taking place. In Hungary, reactionary Prime Minister Count István Tisza had held nationalist and socialist ambitions in check until forced from office over the issue of voting reform by the modernizing Emperor Karl in May. His successor, Sándor Vekeli, led a Magyar rearguard action against the forces of nationality and democratization in the Diet, Hungary's parliament, until the empire was defeated. The Hungarians, who produced much of the empire's agricultural surplus, were at least not going so hungry, although their relative comfort had set them against the Austrians. 51. While the Empire had had a relatively easy year on the battlefield in 1917, which was crowned with a major victory in Italy, debates at home over who and what the war was being fought for and what shape the post-war empire should assume promised a very different future for the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe, whatever the outcome of the conflict. There was crisis across Europe's belligerent nations. In 1917, followed by more or less successful remobilization that geared societies up for the final phase of the struggle. For different reasons, perhaps, than at the start, the will to victory remained strong. Combatants, civilian participants, and spectators on the home front remained determined to see their war through to its end. How long this would take, and how much more death and destruction forcing victory would require, none could predict. The very indeterminacy of the war by this point was one of its most troubling features. One of Corday's military correspondents at the front, Colonel Boutiot, summed up the dilemma succinctly. Everybody declares the necessity of continuing without knowing how or how long, but everybody wants peace and would like to discuss it, even if it were only at Stockholm. 52. Lloyd George, for one, had started to believe that the war could not be forced to a final decision, or at least not without unacceptable human and social cost, while others on the margins were starting to call for an immediate compromise peace as a better alternative to pursuing the war to a conclusion. What was becoming certain by 1917, however, was that the end state would be very different from the beginning. Moreover, the longer the war went on, the more difficult and problematic a negotiated peace became. The will to war of 1914 has been overestimated, but the will to victory has been underplayed. Motivations for continuing the war were evolving with the war itself, although one thing remained constant in a war of attrition. The consequences of not seeing it through were potentially far worse than the effects of fighting on. Anti-war voices remained muted or could be silenced in most places, although the spirit of 1918 and afterwards would be different to that of earlier years. While the liberal versus authoritarianism imperialist war over issues of national sovereignty, cultural identity, territorial desiderata, and right versus might went on, a new ideological battleground on which a war would be waged for the people's future had been laid out during 1917. This was due only partly to Wilson and his liberal democratic agenda, democratic socialism, and rather more worryingly for many, Lenin's Bolshevism, had also enthused popular imagination. Everywhere struggles over national self-determination and class had been engaged. Democracy now challenged dynasticism, and utopians championing a proletarian dictatorship presumed to usurp both. Bolshevism was not yet a strong enough force to bring the war to a convulsive halt, but revolutionary socialists stood ready to pick over the carcass when attrition had finally wasted the European body politic. Such ideals and causes would determine that a civil war would follow once the old war was over, one that would dictate the course of the rest of the 20th century. What kept the old war going, meanwhile, was something different. A spirit of vengeance, the need to demonstrate that the costs and sacrifices to date had not been in vain and that a better, more peaceful world awaited the victor. What defeat offered the vanquished was becoming obvious. Russia's progressive collapse into anarchy gave a clear example. And that in itself drove the war onwards into its most intense and potentially cataclysmic phase, a final struggle for survival. While peace was on everyone's minds by 1917, it was simply not possible. The war would end in victory or defeat, the former problematic, the latter disastrous. While societies shook and settled, the war went on. The intensive warfare now being waged on land and at sea offered the prospect of an eventual military decision as long as an alliance held together, ranks were kept full, and war machines continued to function. Which side would triumph was becoming more obvious. Foch and Haig were confident that they now had the method, manpower, and material superiority to force victory sooner or later. With mobilization complete, The trench lines, which had started to flex during 1917, would prove malleable enough for national will and military skill to be tested to a decision in 1918. Among the Central Powers' military exit strategies from a war that they could never win became more fanciful as their home fronts and armies started to buckle under the strain. By the end of the year, Ludendorff was aware that time was running out for Germany and her shaky allies. His own army was suffering acutely. The troops had borne the continued defensive with extreme difficulty, he admitted after the war, adding, "Skulkers were already numerous. Against the weight of the enemy's material, the troops no longer displayed their old stubbornness. They thought with horror of fresh defensive battles and hoped for the war of movement." 53 German strategy had always been predicated on knocking out her enemies one by one. Italy's precipitate retreat and Russia's final collapse over the winter of 1917-18 offered a slim hope that now the real enemies in the West, which had always held a manpower and material advantage there, were vulnerable. If not, Germany's and Austria's fates were sealed and their imperial futures bleak. 13. Germany's last cards. Early in the morning, on 27 October 1917, Cadorna issued an order that was to save his army, but seal his own dismissal. The Isonzo armies were to retire 50 kilometers westwards, behind the river Tagliamento, abandoning all the land the Italian army had fought so hard for 2.5 years to conquer, and more besides. For the first time, Italian soil would be surrendered without a fight. The military situation had changed suddenly and drastically. 3 days earlier, German and Austro-Hungarian forces had smashed in General Capello's Second Army's front between Flitsch and Tolmine, infiltrating along the valleys between the mountain strongpoints of the Italian defence and seizing the river crossing at Caporetto on the upper Isonzo. The Second Army appeared to have collapsed rapidly and with sparse resistance, and now there was a danger that the Third Army, holding the front to the south, would be outflanked and destroyed. Once again, the Allies faced a localized military crisis similar to those at Gorlice-Tarnow, Verdun, and in Romania, and Cadorna was dealing calmly with it, if too calmly for many who felt that Italy was likely to collapse if she gave up her northeastern province of Friuli. For there were many now who were questioning why Italy had gone to war in the first place. On the day the enemy attacked, socialist members of parliament had endeavoured to initiate a public inquiry into secret foreign funding for interventionist newspapers in 1914-15. After news of the attack arrived the next day, Boselli's government was toppled by an overwhelming vote of no confidence. 1. Whether this was just the cut and thrust of factional Italian politics at work, or whether it denoted a sea change in Italy's attitude to the war, remained to be seen. Not all socialists opposed the war, and many backed liberal nationalist Vittorio Orlando's new government of national resistance. That depended, however, on whether Italy's soldiers would fight on. The reasons why the Central Powers offensive had proved so devastating in its first phase were unexceptional. Accustomed to being on the offensive, the 11th Battle of the Isonzo had ended little more than a month earlier. Capello had made the sort of defensive errors that other armies had generally eliminated. His front lines were packed with troops and his army's field defences were weak. His reserves were poorly placed, but the military mistakes were not Capello's alone. Cadorna had been willfully blind to the possibility of an enemy offensive against a previously quiet sector of the front, even when faced with accumulating intelligence suggesting that another strafe expedition was being prepared. Cadorna felt that the Austrians, whose forces had been further worn down during the summer, no longer had the stamina for the fight, and certainly not the resources to take the offensive. Yet Emperor Karl's response to the continued bloodletting was to try to break the demoralizing cycle of attrition and defeat with a victory. Ludendorff, who felt that the Austrians would not stand another Italian offensive, concurred and agreed to send German divisions and heavy guns from the quiescent Eastern Front to support an Austrian attack. 2 German troops brought with them German offensive methods, which added tactical finesse to the attack. A paralyzing surprise bombardment, widespread use of gas, which was relatively unfamiliar on the Italian front, and rapid infiltration by stormtroops combined to overwhelm the Italians' front positions within 48 hours. 3. It was not simply the military facts of the defeat that mattered now. After all, most armies had had their front lines overwhelmed at some point during the last 3 years. By November 1917, the complexion of the war had altered, the staying power of armies and nations was starting to be questioned, and the Central Powers were testing the Italians' will to victory properly for the first time. This had been strong in May 1915 when, with flags flying and civilians cheering, Italy's smartly uniformed regiments had marched off to drive the hated Austrians from Italy, once and for all. As the war approached its third winter, the troops were bedraggled, Italy's people sullen, and both socialist and patriotic critics of the mismanaged war effort were finding their voices. Soldiers disarming their officers and singing the Internationale and other revolutionary songs as they retired from Caporetto was a sign that their mood was volatile, and also that the summer's events in Russia had struck a chord in a dispirited army, feeling oppressed by its leaders and uncertain in its purpose. News of Lenin's Bolshevik coup arrived during the retreat, giving the Italian military crisis a wider resonance on the Allies' home fronts. But as in the other Allied nations, a year of military disappointments, home front difficulties, and political upheavals would not undermine the Italians' will to victory to the extent that revolution was in the air. Much of the dissent in Italian political circles had been directed against Cadorna and his conduct of the war. Even those who believed in the national cause, Orlando among them, were unwilling to remain quiet while Italians died in large numbers. And the commander-in-chief had been killing Italians at a faster rate than he seemed to be killing Austrians for too long. That was the nature of the war, and it required a different approach and better motivation than Italians had yet mustered. Although Cadorna probably had a better understanding of the cruel nature of modern war than is realized, he certainly had a poor conception of the sort of army that was required to fight it. Rigorous old-style discipline maintained authority in Cadorna's army, something that ill-suited a citizen army engaged in a patriotic war. Cadorna executed more men and dismissed more senior officers than any other Allied commander-in-chief. 4. His response to the defeat at Caporetto was true to form. He chose to blame Capello specifically, and his troops and their commanders more generally, for the disaster, and resorted to punitive retribution, shooting stragglers and summarily executing senior officers who had lost control of their units in a misguided attempt to put some backbone into his demoralized troops. 5. What really happened after Caporetto was a collective loss of willpower. Officers had no control over their units, men no desire to throw their lives away needlessly, defending units melted away. Regiments surrendered en masse without a fight. Reinforcements refused to engage the enemy. The Second Army ceased to exist as a fighting formation, losing 686,000 men and 3,000 guns. But only 6% of the Second Army's losses, 42,000 killed or wounded, were as a consequence of enemy action. 294,000 men surrendered, and more shockingly, 350,000, over half the army, dissolved in rout, many throwing away their arms, then milling around in the rear or heading for home. 6. Orlando hesitated over dismissing his hated commander-in-chief until his allies forced his hand. 7. In Cadorna's place, the relatively unknown Lieutenant General Armando Diaz, an exceptional administrator and skillful mediator, took in hand the task of restoring the Italian army's fighting spirit. "You are ordering me to fight with a broken sword," he told the king, confirming, "Very well, we shall fight all the same." 8. After all, by the end of 1917, all the swords and the hands that wielded them were damaged. On the surface, Caporetto appeared to be a very dangerous military crisis, although its striking success took the Germans by surprise more than the Allies, and Ludendorff failed to exploit the defeat of the Second Army vigorously enough to precipitate a general Italian collapse. This had not been his objective. The campaign was intended to support Germany's principal ally, whose resolve was flagging, as much as to defeat another enemy. Ludendorff doubted that the Central Powers had the reserves to sustain the sort of battle that would be needed to destroy Italy's armies once and for all, and it was too late in the campaigning season to expect to do so. They certainly did not have the resources to conquer and occupy much of Italy if, as seemed likely on the pattern of the other states Germany had beaten, Italy would not sue for a separate peace. 9. For their part, Italy's allies would not let her fall. Experience had shown that despite the military and naval grip that held them, the Central Powers retained the strength and strategic flexibility to pick off weaker states. Italy was hardy in the weak military class of Belgium, Serbia, or Romania, so although a crisis, Caporetto was not a disaster. The Allies had learned from earlier years to be ready to meet any individual threat collectively. This time there would be no hasty and chaotic improvisation. In the spring, Foch had toured the Italian front and concerted plans to reinforce it with French and British divisions in the event of a powerful Central Powers offensive there. 11 divisions, commanded by the competent Western Front commanders Plumet and Fayolle, were dispatched to Italy in late October and early November, although by the time these started to arrive, the crisis was abating. Cadorna had ordered a second retreat to the line of the river Piave, where his troops would hold. Only one French division arrived in time to reinforce the Third Army, which, unlike the Second Army, had retreated in good order from the Isonzo front. A final push by the now exhausted and overstretched Austrian and German forces was checked on this new defensive line. Once again, once fresh reserves were deployed in strength, short-term crisis lapsed into yet another positional stalemate. As well as dispatching reinforcements, Allied leaders responded to the crisis with alacrity. Lloyd George and Painlev, with their chiefs of staff Robertson and Foch in attendance, met their Italian colleagues at Rapallo from the 5th to the 7th of November to review the situation in Italy and the Allies' management of the war more generally. This momentous summit finally set up a Supreme War Council, SWC, for managing Allied strategy, composed of permanent Allied political and military representatives advised by a joint Allied military staff, which would sit at Versailles in France. The precise details of how the new strategic coordination body would operate had still to be worked out and would prove contentious. However, the fact that Foch, the most experienced Allied general when it came to conducting coalition military operations, was effectively French military representative boded well for future military cooperation. The establishment of the SWC formalized the trend towards closer Allied cooperation, which had been developing since 1915. A united front was a vital element in a successful strategy of attrition, contributing to efficiency, military effectiveness, and resilience. Events at the end of 1917, a year of great strain for both alliances, indicated that both sides had taken this on board and that the Allies had accepted and applied this principle far better than the Central Powers. France and Britain were ready and willing to come to Italy's assistance in her hour of need, and the Caporetto crisis, although worrying, actually brought the Allies closer together. Disagreements would inevitably still arise, but now a managerial forum in which these might be aired and resolved existed. Unity and cooperation among their enemies was less assured. Divisive political battles were underway in both Germany and the Habsburg Empire. Ludendorff, meanwhile, had lost faith in the reliability of Austrian troops fighting without German leadership and collaboration, a development that had not escaped the attention of Allied intelligence officers. 10. The world is crying out just as busily for peace as it is arming itself to carry on the war, Binding noted as a new year dawned, but now there was a note of guarded optimism in his judgment. Both sides are no doubt genuine in their outcry. We should find it most extraordinary of all to accept ourselves, since we are longing not only for peace, but also for the great victory in the West. Yes, no peace in the East at any price without victory in the West. There is nobody with sound sense who does not catch himself thinking that, If our military situation were worse, we should think otherwise, but people talk now of Calais, Amiens, and Paris as they did in the first months of the war, and at the same time they speak of peace as of a fact which will happen as surely as the beginning of spring. 11. The elimination of Russia and Romania in the spring would give Germany opportunities in 1918, both to take on the Anglo-French armies on more equal terms and to relieve the hardships on her own home front. Ludendorff, for one, expected as much, although his review of the strategic situation at the end of 1917 was far from comforting, and to a great extent the conclusions that he drew from it were unrealistic. Once again his armies had hit one of Germany's enemies hard, but this seemed only to have brought them all closer together. The Navy's promise to bring Britain to the negotiating table with unrestricted submarine warfare had not been honoured. If anyone wanted to negotiate, it was Germany's Democrats, obliging Ludendorff to muster resources to hold the home front. By now, industrial unrest, which had grown steadily through 1917, was taking on the trappings of Bolshevism, with workers' councils forming to push overtly political rather than purely economic demands. In that respect, Ludendorff's one real gain from 1917, the internal collapse of Russia, threatened to rebound on Germany unless the war could be ended quickly. An anti-war faction, tired of the impotency of their social democratic parliamentary colleagues, had split from the SPD in April 1917 and formed an independent German Social Democratic Party advocating an immediate end to the war, around which such agitation coalesced. Its extreme wing, the Spartacus League, was even advocating revolution. At the end of January 1918, 1 million industrial workers went on strike across Germany. A comparable general strike had paralyzed Vienna a few days before. 12 troops were sent in to restore order, and strike leaders were conscripted into the army. The January strike set the pattern of events on the Central Powers' home fronts during 1918, a year in which the number of days lost through strikes steadily increased, while military authority was more harshly applied. If Ludendorff had a strategic objective, it was the same as Falkenhayn's, to split the enemy alliance, physically in this case, and to suggest to Germany's battered adversaries that fighting on was not worth it. Like earlier strategic gambles, this was a desperate undertaking. While hoping to break the individual and collective Allied will to victory, Ludendorff had given up the thought of forcing a peace of mutual exhaustion in favour of pushing for all-out victory and enforcing a victor's peace. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk that the desperate Bolsheviks were to sign with the Central Powers in March 1918 invigorated the German right's imperialist agenda of conquest. By its terms, Russia's Baltic provinces, the Ukraine and Finland, gained independence as potential client states of Germany. Russian Poland was already effectively incorporated into the Reich. Nothing else would justify the sacrifices Germans had made or hold the home front together after the privations of a long war. Germany must triumph or go under, Ludendorff informed Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, the army group commander who was to initiate the spring offensive, a perspective with which the Kaiser agreed. 13. Ludendorff was fanciful to think that the temporary advantage that peace with Russia would bring in spring 1918 would be enough to win a decisive military victory before American strength started to count. Binding was more realistic. Not a single bottle of wine was drunk to celebrate the Russian peace, the most important event which has happened to us since the outbreak of the war, but we have no joy peals left in us. People seem to have left them behind with some other part of their being, and then, now come the Americans, 14. But in early 1918, that was the best and last hope that Germany retained. The collapse of the Eastern Front promised short-term relief of the Central Powers' acute manpower problems. Veteran divisions were now available for use on the other fronts. Peace with Russia and Romania also allowed the repatriation of prisoners of war, a large number in Austria's case. Ludendorff calculated that he could force one more campaign out of his battle-hardened yet war-weary soldiers, their morale boosted by the hope that this would be their last, and it would end in victory on all fronts. Binding was not so sure. I don't believe any of it. We shall never have peace with England and America so long as they do not need to make it, and they do not need to yet. 15. At the same time, peace with Russia raised new commitments. Although Germany seemed now to be achieving some of her nationalist leadership's expansionist war aims, policing vast new territories in Eastern Europe, organizing their resources and shipping them westwards would take time and effort. This would absorb manpower to the extent that while the contest in the West went on, 1,500,000 men remained under arms in Eastern Europe performing security and labor duties, and because there was not enough food to feed them in the West. The East was far from quiescent. By the early summer of 1918, the Eastern Front was springing back into life as white Russian nationalists and even some red patriots repudiated the Bolsheviks' humiliating peace and set about raising a new army to fight German occupiers and their Soviet puppets together. From July, civil war in the East would absorb more and more of the OHL's attention as their new empire showed itself to be a liability rather than an asset. This overt manifestation of German imperialism in the East only reinforced the Allies' sense of the justice of their cause while accentuating the menace posed by German militarism. Old-style imperialists, left-wing supporters of peace with or without annexations and indemnities, and liberal anti-imperialists could all agree that Germany's new empire in Eastern Europe was inimical to their values and interests. Furthermore, on the evidence of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, a punitive peace awaited Germany's defeated enemies. On the evidence of Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson's recent war aims speeches, a democratic one that guaranteed long-term international security would be a fair reward for Allied sacrifices. Before that was possible, however, the German army remained to be beaten. Moreover, for Allied troops, a German army aggressively on the offensive, pillaging more of France as they came on, was now a genuine danger, rather than the abstract threat it presented when on the defensive. 16. Nor was their erstwhile Russian ally forgotten. The Bolshevik regime might have been recognized by its German creators in order to negotiate a legitimate peace treaty, but that diplomatic sleight of hand ignored the reality of incipient civil war in Russia and the successor states of the Romanov Empire. In this conflict, the Allies would take sides too, as rebuilding an Eastern Front, which had always been central to the Entente's diplomatic and military grand strategy, became increasingly important for the wider strategy of the war, especially to the British. While Foch took on the Germans, the SWC was managing the mature coalition war effort and operations in other theatres. The Allies refused to recognize the Bolshevik regime diplomatically, not least because Lenin had repudiated Tsarist debts to Russia's former allies and exposed the annexationist terms of the Allies' secret treaties made with the Tsarist regime in the early years of the war. Lloyd George and his new CIGS, General Wilson, in particular, devoted a lot of attention to organizing support for the emerging white forces commanded by former imperial generals in the hope of reviving the Eastern Front and tying down German forces there. New partners emerged from the melting pot of nationalist aspirations that post-imperial Russia had become. One element of Lloyd George's New Eastern strategy that all the Allies could agree on, if for different reasons, was support for state-building in Eastern Europe. A Czech legion, formed from former Austrian prisoners of war, was recruited and armed in Russia, and a Polish national army was raised and equipped in France with a view to shipping it to the east. Small Allied expeditions were dispatched to North, South, and East Russia to support anti-Bolshevik White Russian movements. 17. This was sensible strategy in a global war, using relatively limited resources to keep the enemy stretched and to protect wider Allied interests on all fronts. The new Eastern Front may have proved of great strategic significance if the war had continued into 1919. To revitalize Russia in some form was therefore vital, Wilson acknowledged in June. Without this, the future of the British Empire will be seriously menaced, and we shall ultimately have to fight at the gravest disadvantage. 18. The main strategic fear was that Russia's collapse had opened the way for a German advance on the Middle East and India through the Caucasus should the war be prolonged into 1919 and beyond as they expected. 19. This defensive precaution anticipated an inconclusive outcome to the war, which many still expected to end in a negotiated peace of exhaustion. This was manifest pessimism, but such fears about the East would distract the Prime Minister sufficiently to enable Haig to get on with the job of beating the enemy in the West, relatively undisturbed. As it turned out, Foch ended the war before the SWC's ambitions and Britain's imperial defence plans could reach fruition, although in an uncertain post-war world their usefulness would be tested. Thus, the stakes in 1918 were raised on both sides just as the fighting reached its highest pitch. Ludendorff's decision to stake all on winning a decisive military victory meant that in 1918 the war refocused once more in France and Flanders onto the land front. The Western Front campaign became a fight to the finish, a year of attack and counterattack, orchestrated by Ludendorff but ultimately controlled and determined by Foch's superior military intellect. The rest of the war would carry on and the other fronts would still matter. The wars against Turkey and Bulgaria could not be suspended, although they were largely conducted as holding actions while the adversaries lined up their guns and their armies to slug it out in the decisive theatre, as Robertson, Haig and Joffre had always expected. At sea, the rhythm of submarines sinking merchantmen and destroyers chasing submarines wore on, but the Allied blockade was tightening, while the Central Powers' counter-blockade failed to grip. Hunger and political agitation persisted on the home fronts, much more so on those of the Central Powers, countered by campaigns of patriotic education and pronouncements on war aims. The tit-for-tat diplomatic battle for international leverage, to promote unity and to split the enemy coalition, remained part of strategy. 20. But now that Germany offered large-scale battle to her main enemies in the Western theatre for the first time since 1914, the immediate problem of fighting the enemy removed the luxury of speculative strategic alternatives to engaging available resources in the principal theatre. This was a desperate gamble. Germany's adversaries were ready to meet her blow for blow in a back-and-forth contest that would ultimately be decided by Allied superiority in material, manpower, maritime control, and military skill. The war had come a long way since 1914, but the destruction of the enemy's fighting capacity remained the decisive objective. The strategic assessments drawn up by the SWC's Joint Allied Staff over the winter were realistic. It was clear that the defeat of Russia presented Ludendorff with a brief window of opportunity in which to engage the Anglo-French armies with some prospect of success, although whether Germany would attack or strengthen her defensive front and hope to hold out for another year or more remained to be seen. Counting up the numbers on each side once more, Allied statisticians rightly concluded that for the first time Germany would start the year with a numerical advantage in the West. By this point in the war, Germany's home depots were more or less empty, apart from the undeployed men of the 1919 class that had been called up during 1917, reclassified rear area soldiers and reformed wounded, but veteran divisions from the east would become available in the spring. 21. The Allied armies' ranks were also thinning, in particular the British armies for the first time. Whether this was Haig's fault, due to the profligate use of men in his offensives, or Lloyd George's for starving the army of manpower to deter Haig's attritional propensities, became a matter of heated political debate once Germany attacked. This was the latest round in the bitter civil-military disagreements that had divided Britain's wartime leadership. Lloyd George had recently removed Robertson as CYGS, after they fell out over the organisation of the SWC's military staff. The former War Office Director of Military Operations, Major General Sir Frederick Maurice, who was also sacked, inaugurated the crisis with a letter to the Times in early May, accusing the Prime Minister of starving the army of men at a time of military crisis. Lloyd George defended himself adroitly if disingenuously in the House, and things settled down. The real truth, however, was that the fully mobilized war economy would need more manpower than in previous years to produce the war material needed by a large mechanized army. This would inevitably be at the expense of military manpower. Conscription had now extended about as far as it could in Britain, with the age of conscription recently raised to 50 by another Manpower Act. Although extending conscription to Ireland remained a possibility, It was considered politically unwise, while Ireland remained, like so many places by 1918, sullen and in many respects restless. 22. The aircraft industry employed 174,000 male and female workers by the end of 1917, nearly 3 times as many as in August 1916. That number would double before the end of the war. One of Sandhurst's parlour maids would be among them. 23. The number of female employees had increased tenfold during the same period. 24. As the year went on, British divisions were going to have to be broken up to balance the manpower needs of the military and manufacturing, especially if, as was expected, the war continued into 1919 or 1920.25. British Army strength had peaked towards the end of 1917, but Britain was now reaching the limit of her reserves, the point at which Germany had found herself at the end of 1916. Infantry battalions were under strength following the 1917 campaign, and Haig was in the process of restructuring British infantry divisions by reducing the number of battalions in each from 12 to 9, just as Germany and France had done previously. Unfortunately, this large-scale structural reorganization undermined the esprit de corps that British divisions had developed on the battlefield between 1915 and 1917, just when they had to meet the renewed and vigorous German threat. Dominion divisions, which retained the old 12-battalion structure, proved better able to sustain the demands of intensive battle and won themselves a reputation as elite formations during the final campaign. Despite the rigours of the 1918 campaign, Haig managed to maintain the British Army's division strength more or less, but only by incorporating Category B men into the ranks on occasion. 26. On the Allied side, there was some substance to Foch's aphorism: the French were exhausted, the Americans were disappointing, and the British were invincible. 27. The reality was that all armies were on their last legs come 1918, with the exception of the slowly growing and green American army and the small Belgian army, which had actually doubled in size after its divisions were restructured over the winter. The SWC, with its inter-allied military staff, effectively presided over by Foch, finally established a mechanism for systematic strategic assessment and planning, cross-alliance resource coordination and management. Its careful investigation of the complete strategic and resource picture over the winter naturally highlighted manpower shortages and other supply problems. Now, however, through its system of subcommittees, controlling sea and land transportation, food supply, munitions, coal and steel, finance and other common supply and logistical matters, tobacco included, those commodities and processes that the mature war effort depended on, could be managed to sustain armies in the field as well as to maintain home front living standards. 28. In the longer term, the Allied position was judged to be secure. American manpower and the increased production of war material were expected to redress the temporary imbalance of early 1918 and allow the Allies to resume the offensive, although it was anticipated that the war would continue into 1919. In the meantime, plans were concerted by Haig and Pétain to reinforce the British or French sector of the front with reserves from the other according to necessity. The setting up of an Allied General Reserve that pooled divisions from all armies under Foch's control proved a step too far politically. 29. But, as Foch emphasized, the Allies would counterattack when the time was right, mounting a combined offensive with decisive objectives the moment the wearing down process, or any other favorable circumstance arising in the general situation, offers the hope of success. 30. When the enemy attacked, the Allies responded by reinforcing with as many divisions as they could from Britain, Egypt, and Italy. 4 British, 4 French, and even 2 Italian divisions strengthened the Western Front between April and June, and speeding up the flow of American troops to Europe. Ludendorff's armies struck the first blow in the final battle on 21st March 1918. A stunning tactical surprise caused short-term panic yet again, but the Allies were flexible and resilient, and Operation Michael, as the offensive was codenamed, was not an operational success. A hurricane bombardment by previously concealed guns caught the British Fifth Army by surprise south of the River Somme, Stormtroops advancing rapidly under the cover of fog overwhelmed thinly held frontline defences and pushed on into open country. As in Poland in 1915, Romania in 1916, and Italy in 1917, temporarily knocking one army out of the Allied line of battle would not prove decisive. Foch, who was quickly appointed Allied Supreme Commander, had reserves enough to contain the armed tide sweeping towards the strategic rail junction at Amiens. The Fifth Army's retirement was not a rout like that of the Italian Second Army at Caporetto. Improvised centres of resistance established in the Fifth Army's rear areas exacted a heavy toll from the advancing Germans as the British troops withdrew in good order behind and beyond the River Somme. This slowed the momentum of the attack, buying time for Haig to march reserves southwards and Pétain to rail them westwards. The British Third Army to the north and the French Third Army to the south held firm, forming the hinges of the doors that Foch closed in the Germans' path. By the end of March, a new defensive line was consolidating on the ridges east of Amiens, Fayolle, who had been given command of the French forces, plugging the gap. Two armies formed into a new reserve army group. Appreciated that the prospects of containing the German penetration increased day by day. The Boche is strong but not very intelligent. He has made a crude error. Having opened the breach between the Oise and the Somme on a 60-kilometre front, he has tried to turn its flanks. To the south, he has been held between Noyon and Montdidier, not much happening in the centre, where the wave has spent itself near the latter town. We have been given the time to concert our riposte. As he predicted, the battle would be over by Easter. Come Easter Monday, we are saved. Now the situation is fine. 31. Ludendorff seemed not to understand the principles of attritional battle or of modern military operations. When asked what the objective of the spring offensive was, Ludendorff brashly claimed that it was enough to punch a hole and that the rest would follow. 32. The day-by-day development of the Michael offensive suggested that he had reverted to the breakthrough mentality of 1915. Perhaps this was an unfortunate legacy of Germany's success in the East in that year. Such a method had worked against thinly held lines backed by inadequate railway logistics, but was inappropriate against the Western Front's well-manned deep defences sustained by mobile operational reserves and extensive railway networks. Fortuitously, Ludendorff's blow in March 1918 had fallen against the most thinly held sector of the Allied front, in which new deep defences were incomplete, exaggerating the effect of his offensive tactics. Thereafter, Ludendorff seemed to be questing for some weak point whose exploitation would turn another typically efficient German tactical success into something more decisive. The focus of his first offensive, and of Ludendorff's spring campaign as a whole, shifted according to circumstances and events, often on a daily basis, a manifestation of Ludendorff's stunning strategic and political ineptitude. 33 Foch anticipated that the enemy's attack would lack operational coherence. It will be combined as a function of space and time, that is to say, it will be directed upon different portions of the Anglo-French front, perhaps of the Italian front, at various intervals of time. 34. The Allies would still have to fend off powerful flailing blows, even if the OHL had a weak conception that destroying enemy reserves was the basis of a military victory. Nevertheless, due to its scale and the early shock, Operation Michael cost the Allies heavily, 255,000 casualties, including 90,000 prisoners. It was to cost Ludendorff's armies dearly too, 240,000 irreplaceable men, 35. Ludendorff would attack again, but the first signs that his troops were feeling the strain were appearing. Resources were scarce, and after German troops broke into the British defences, the reality of the two sides' war efforts was manifest. Advancing in Operation Michael, Binding had come across huge Allied supply dumps. There are new guns of the latest type, masses of gun parts, valuable brass fittings, cables, electromotors, axles, wheels, gun carriages, and everything you can think of, standing about in such colossal quantities that one runs amazed and staring from one to the other, just as if it were an exhibition. One sees a pyramid of iron nails of every sort. while with us a packet of nails is a rarity, to be indented for in writing in the most elaborate way. I got the impression that the English made everything out of rubber or brass, because these were the two materials which we had not seen for the longest time. 36. The abundance of Allied war material contrasted starkly with the difficulty Binding encountered finding horses for his division, which went into action 200 short. These were promised to him once the spring offensive was underway, hopefully to be captured in the advance, no doubt. 37. Prospects of victory and of forcing a peace favourable to Germany, which many still saw as a fair reward for Germany's trials and sacrifices, would sustain the German soldiery during the spring offensives, even if they were by now no more than the positive expression of war weariness. 38. Binding, for one, reflected, as he looked on the death and destruction of what was by previous Western Front standards a very successful offensive. Undoubtedly, if the statesmen and politicians of all countries could have taken part in this progress through the desert and stopped here for a while in this most recent devastation, if they could bear the privations in the dirt and blood and have to sit tight under constant fire from in front and above, none of them would be against peace. Any peace would be good enough for them. But as it is, they sit at their conference tables and regard it almost as a scandal that the armies cannot succeed in advancing on all the fronts together. 39. Operation Michael had cost Binding's own division dearly. It was reduced to a fighting strength of only 600 by the end of the battle, having been badly mauled by fresh French reinforcements. 40. The subsequent blows struck by Ludendorff's armies were to lengthen the casualty lists with equally indecisive results, and all the while a wilier adversary was awaiting the opportunity to counterattack. Until midsummer, the initiative lay with Germany. After the initial drive towards Amiens had been contained, Ludendorff's armies repeated his smash-and-grab strategy 4 times, without managing to seize any vital strategic objective or break the will of any of Germany's adversaries, except perhaps the Portuguese, whose army corps bore the brunt of the second German attack across the river Lys on the 9th of April 1918 and melted away in confusion. In this offensive, codenamed Operation Georgette, the German Sixth Army pushed towards another strategic railway junction southwest of Ypres at Hazebrouck, although the momentum of the advance was again contained by British and French reinforcements before Allied communications could be compromised. Ludendorff was finding it more difficult than he had expected to break the present unity front of the Entente. 41. This had actually been strengthened by the appointment of Foch as Allied Generalissimo, as now, for the first time, Allied reserve divisions could be employed along the whole front at the behest of a single directing mind. French divisions had helped to halt Ludendorff's 2 thrusts against the British front, while American divisions had taken over quieter sectors of the line to liberate French reserve units. 42. The German spring offensive was accompanied by an escalation of the air and sea campaigns against the Allies' home fronts. The bombing of Paris and London was intensified, and to this was added a new outrageous terror, long-range guns that bombarded Paris and Amiens after the German army advanced. Although casualties and physical destruction were limited, there was renewed panic, and civilians left the threatened cities in large numbers. Even well away from the danger area, the constant threat of aerial bombardment produced sustained anxiety. In Bruce Cummings's case, that the print works that was producing the first edition of his published diary would be bombed. 43. Now, however, the Allies could strike back in kind. In the summer, newly formed British and French independent air forces flying new types of bombing aircraft started to raid German industrial cities. Ludendorff would attack for the 3rd time on the Aisne front, where the line was held more thinly. Manpower reserves were starting to dwindle, morale was starting to decline, and although ample munitions remained, sufficient guns were only available to support one operation at a time. There would be a delay, therefore, as the heavy artillery moved to a less well-defended sector of the front. On 27th May, the Blücher-York offensive struck against the French army. 3 million shells carried the assaulting infantry through the Allied defences on the first day, after which it became a matter of pursing Allied rearguards southwards until a new defensive line could be formed. 44. The Chemin des Dames ridge was retaken, and another huge salient was punched into the Allied front before the momentum of the advance was contained 2 weeks later. By that point, the 7th Army had reached the River Marne, which German troops had not seen since early September 1914, but it had been a deceptive and rather lucky victory. The initial attack had overwhelmed understrength, resting British and French divisions that had been badly handled in earlier battles, while the French army commander, General Denis Duchesne, had concentrated his troops in the front lines where they were most vulnerable to the new German offensive techniques, rather than trying to hold his defensive front in depth as French doctrine now prescribed. Not surprisingly, Pétain relieved him of his command, and his actions were subject to a court of inquiry. 45. This was the most spectacular success seen on the Western Front to date, but it would not end the struggle. Although the 16 divisions in Duchesne's 6th Army had been shattered, once again defeating one army did not mean defeating them all. Foch would find reserves to throw into the battle, with the parsimony he had learned at Ypres in 1914, as each day the momentum of the advance slowed and more fresh Allied divisions, including whole American divisions used in the battle line for the first time, deployed to contain and to counterattack the enemy penetration. Less steady than Foch, who by this time had all Allied reserves in hand and distributed them to meet any eventuality, Ludendorff again overplayed his hand. 46. He ordered further advances through an apparently open door, allowing losses to accumulate until it was again shut in his face, rather than halting once the initial objectives of the advance had been taken, consolidating and striking at his off-balance enemy elsewhere. It had been another costly battle both for sides, with 105,000 German and 127,000 Allied casualties inflicted in a little over a week. Offensives of this scale and nature greatly intensified the rate of attrition for all armies. 47. Yet at the battle's end, although his armies appeared to be menacing Paris, all Ludendorff had to show for his latest advance was an extended and vulnerable salient thrust into Allied territory. Ludendorff continued to press the Allied armies through June, but with diminishing returns. A fourth German blow between the recently created Somme and Marne salients, codenamed Operation Gneisenau, struck General Georges Humbert's Third Army astride the River Matz on the 9th of June, aiming to break through and cross the River Oise. But after the usual early German success, the French easily brought the advance to a halt. Ludendorff could no longer muster the number of men and guns he had for previous battles, so attacker and defender were more evenly matched. 8 German storm troops divisions supported by 2,276 guns and 16 second-line divisions engaged 15 French divisions supported by 1,058 guns and 165 tanks, while the French army had learned quickly how to counter German offensive tactics. 48. The German blow again overwhelmed the French forward defences, but the Third Army was able to conduct an orderly retreat. Reinforced, it turned and held the Germans, while a hastily improvised counterattack directed by the aggressive General Charles Mangin 48 hours into the offensive knocked the enemy off balance. The next day, June 12th, an attempt to push forward on the western flank of the Marne salient was also contained, largely by French artillery fire. The losses were 25,000 German and 35,000 French. The tide of battle was starting to turn. 49. Belatedly, Austrian forces had also resumed the offensive on the Italian front. Ludendorff had expected General Arthur Artz von Strausenberg, Conrad's successor as Chief of Staff, to take the offensive against the apparently beaten Italians at an early point. It was indicative of the shaky relationships between the Allies that Artz's armies did not attack until 13th June. Relations between Germany and Austria-Hungary had worsened after their joint victory on the southern front in autumn 1917, Thereafter, Germany had progressively withdrawn her divisions from the Italian front to strengthen the Western Front offensive. Details of the peace feelers Emperor Karl had offered to the Allies in spring 1917 had recently been published by the French in an attempt to undermine the enemy coalition. The Kaiser responded by strengthening Germany's hold over her ally. Karl was obliged to sign a closer treaty of alliance in May that effectively tied the Habsburg Empire economically to Germany and bound the German and Habsburg armies more closely together through the creation of a single high command and the standardization of arms and uniforms. 50. This did not stop Karl from sending out further peace feelers, but none were acceptable to his enemies. Austria was now obliged to fight to the death or glory with Germany. Still, after the defeat of Russia, there were many among the Austrian High Command who shared Ludendorff's view that the Allied armies were so weakened that they could be dealt a knockout blow. Artz and his two army group commanders, Conrad and Borovich, had been planning to renew the offensive all along the Italian front, and Emperor Karl was persuaded to agree, not least because it might placate the Germans, since peace with Russia and Romania had liberated guns and experienced divisions for operations elsewhere. For the first time, Austria would have numerical parity on the Italian front. 60 divisions faced 56 Italian, 3 British and 2 French. 21 divisions came west during the spring, their ranks filled up with over 500,000 repatriated prisoners of war, although this manpower boost was somewhat offset by the Bolshevik ideas these men brought with them, as insubordination and mutiny became common in the army. More usefully, Artz had taken advantage of the spring lull to train his forces in the new offensive tactics that were proving so successful on the Western Front. 51. But the support they might expect from the home front was uncertain. In January, war weariness had inspired a general strike. There were calls, in obvious imitation of the Bolsheviks, for peace, justice, and bread. Troops were needed to keep order on the streets, reducing the army's frontline strength. The navy, cooped up in its harbours in the Adriatic, mutinied in February. 52. Armaments and munitions production was slumping owing to the growing impact of the Allied blockade, coupled with continuing strikes in the munitions industries. Although Austria's forces had received a boost, their Italian opponents were no longer the army they had smashed so easily in November 1917. Diaz proved a much more professional commander-in-chief than Cadorna. His promotion after Caporetto was earned through proving himself as a capable division and army corps commander. His first actions in command, echoing Pétain's, were designed to improve the ordinary soldiers' conditions of service. He also introduced systematic monitoring of their morale, part of a wider national pro-war propaganda drive by the so-called P Service, a model of integrated information management that engaged Italian writers in a fervour of moral renewal. 53. His armies too were developing apace, trained in material-intensive tactics by the British and French troops that had come to their aid, and were now more fully equipped by Allied and Italian industry, the latter now expanded by Italy's own architect of victory, Armaments Minister General Alfredo Dall'Olio. 54. The Italian army now had the support of 7,000 guns and 676 aircraft and sufficient lorry transport to move reserves rapidly to any threatened point. The army had also been rebuilt, with 25 divisions being reconstituted from the stragglers of 1917's rout. The manpower situation was delicate, however, with only 2 annual contingents, including one of 18-year-olds called up in February, around 500,000 men to replace losses. 55. While awaiting the resumption of battle, Italy and her allies were simultaneously engaged in another offensive, distributing pro-nationality propaganda among Habsburg troops and encouraging self-determinist movements in a sustained campaign to undermine their cohesion and resolve. More practically, Italy added a Czech legion of 14,000 Habsburg prisoners of war to the army's order of battle. The people's mood remained delicate, with a wave of industrial strikes during the spring and summer, and peasant unrest in the south. Although, like those in 1917, these were largely clashes over economic issues rather than expressions of war weariness. Italy was clearly endeavouring to democratize her war effort under Orlando's more enlightened leadership. 56. Like his French counterpart Clemenceau, he presented Italians with the stark choice between fighting on or the humiliation and chaos of defeat. Now that Friuli and part of the Veneto were occupied, an unpopular war of conquest could be neatly metamorphosed into a war of national defense and liberation, and a robust, aggressive patriotism sprung up, expressed through the appearance of populist organizations such as the Anti-German League. Italy had belatedly become a fully mobilized state like its allies, with a new series of war orders boosting the industrialization of the northern regions. By the end of the war, Italy had 100,000 people working in an aeronautical industry that had not existed in 1915.57. It seemed that 1917's troubles had been redressed and a fight to the finish was in the offing on the southern front too, but Italy's underlying social and political divisions persisted. A simmering domestic conflict over the modernization of Italy remained to be fought out once the international war was over. The determination of the two sides would to be tested in mid-June. A two-pronged Austrian attack against the wings of the Italian front would attempt to repeat the success of October 1917. Conrad's army group mounted a preliminary attack to take the contested Tonali Pass at the western extremity of the front on 13th June. This attack was contained by Italian artillery and machine gun fire before it made much progress. Success was mixed in the main attack on the 15th of June. On the Asiago Plateau, Conrad's forces broke into the Italian defences but were contained by the end of the day. Despite a shortage of munitions only allowing a relatively weak bombardment, Borovich's attack across the river Piave enjoyed more success in its early stages, but this was because the Italians had adopted elastic defensive tactics. Having contained the northern threat, Diaz deployed his reserves southwards against the Austrians' bridgeheads, checking the momentum of their advance. With supply proving difficult and under pressure from Italian counterattacks supported by powerful artillery fire, the Austrian commanders chose to retire behind the river. 9 days of fighting cost the Austrians 118,000 casualties and the Allies 85,000.58. By the offensive's end, the lines were more or less where they were beforehand. The Austrian threat, such as it was, had been contained, although despite the fact that captured prisoners revealed a state of deep demoralization after the offensive failed, Diaz was reluctant to follow up aggressively. Stalemate seemed to have resumed on the southern front. 59. By the end of June 1918, Austria seemed fatigued if not quite finished. In the offensive, the troops' morale had been strong, believing that they might end the war, although they were physically disheveled and their bellies were empty. 60. It was now up to her ally to win the war, but she remained obliged to support Germany, which was also running short of men. The upshot of the defeat on the River Piave was that Austria would now be pressed to send divisions to support Ludendorff's armies on the Western Front, where the battle continued to rage, and where as summer passed into autumn it was clear that the land war was reaching a climax. Although the Austrian army's ranks were fuller than they had been for some years, the willingness of the men to battle on was questionable. Thereafter they held their lines, watching events unfold in France. During the summer and early autumn, fighting on the Italian front settled into localized grignotage. Come the summer, Ludendorff's own troops were starting to show signs of the strain of continual battle. 61. But their commander persevered. He planned further strikes along the Western Front, against Reims, in Flanders, and then against Amiens and Paris. More flailing, ill-coordinated blows that he hoped might capture some strategic prize and break the Allies' will. 62. He was wildly over-optimistic when he dubbed what was to be his final attack the Friedensturm, or Peace Storm. His troops were tiring and resources were hard to obtain. Binding was concerned because the oat supply had run out, and his division's draft horses were now living on turnips too. The Allies, it was rumoured, had 4,500,000 horses and ample fodder, while his army had only 1,500,000. In the coming offensive, his division would have to leave 1/4 of its guns behind, since there were no horses to pull them. All the same, everybody hopes for the best. I should do so too if I did not see these flaws in the reckoning. 3 gun batteries, though counted as 4, reduced ammunition quotas, and horses without oats in their bellies to haul these guns. 63. Come the summer of 1918, the Allied blockade was finally having a noticeable impact on Germany's ability to make war. Ludendorff attempted to exploit the push to the River Marne by pinching out the city of Reims on the new salient's right flank, an important rail junction and frontline cathedral city whose loss would impact badly on French national morale, and found the defence better prepared. Although in the Marne-Schütz-Reims offensive from 15th to 17th July, German troops crossed the Marne west of Reims, the attack in the Champagne sector east of the city was contained by a more elastic defence in depth. General Henri Gouraud's matter-of-fact order of the day made it explicit that German forces would be destroyed. Every soldier must have only one thought: to kill them and to keep on killing them until they have had enough. 64 Binding, who was acting as a liaison officer during the offensive, lived through the most disheartening day of the whole war. On a scorching summer's day, his troops were attacking across a chalky wasteland that had last been fought over in 1915. No shade, no paths, not even roads, just crumbling white streaks on a flat plain. Across this wind, rusty snakes of barbed wire. Into this, the French deliberately lured us. They put up no resistance in front. They had neither infantry nor artillery in this forward battle zone. Our guns bombarded empty trenches. Our gas shells gassed empty artillery positions. Only in little hidden folds of the ground, sparsely distributed, lay machine gun posts like lice in the seams and folds of a garment to give the attacking force a warm reception. After uninterrupted fighting from 5 o'clock in the morning until the night, smothered all the time with carefully directed fire, we only succeed in advancing about 3 kilometers. In the whole area in which we were kept confined by the enemy's fire and our own helplessness, neither man nor beast had anything to eat or drink. We did not see a single dead Frenchman, let alone a captured gun or machine gun, and we had suffered heavy losses. Since our experiences of the 16th of July, I know we are finished. 65. He was right. With the Germans preoccupied to the east, Foch had prepared a surprise that he would unleash against the western flank of the Marne salient, finally reversing the fortunes of battle. All Germany's early 1918 offensives began with a striking tactical success. They demonstrated how armies had adapted to fighting on the fortified battlefield, as well as the development and manufacture en masse of specialist munitions such as high-explosive, gas and incendiary shells, and the variety of modern weapons that fired them. The science of ballistics had advanced astonishingly. Gunners could now fire blind, accurately predicting where their shells would fall. Overwhelming firepower could now facilitate forward movement, briefly at least, instead of lengthy artillery preparations that aimed to destroy defensive positions before an assault, which were the defining characteristic of mid-war offensives. In 1918, local surprise could be achieved in most cases through carefully concealed preparations followed by a short hurricane bombardment that temporarily paralyzed the defense. Offensives kicked off the moment artillery laid down a curtain of fire that rolled forwards with infantry following closely behind it. When the barrage's effectiveness relied on careful observation of the fall of shells, battles had been drawn-out affairs, fought over shell-shattered landscapes. Now they were shorter, would take place in more open country, but would peter out within a week or two once the shocking effect of the artillery's early firepower was spent. The internal combustion engine added some dynamism, but essentially, battles still took place at slower than walking pace. It was a tactical system that worked. The Allied armies had developed equivalent combined arms methods by the end of 1917, but it could be countered if the defense was organized in depth to absorb the momentum of the initial advance, as Gouraud's Fourth Army demonstrated east of Reims and the Italians on the River Piave. Even when the potent first assault knocked the enemy off balance, it only bought a short period of time, generally a few days, before he reinforced and organized a defense or counterattack. However powerful, offensives had their own built-in inertia, Advancing away from railheads against thickening defense lines would inevitably slow and then halt each German advance once the tyranny of logistics combined with the exhaustion of men and the attrition of reserves. 66. Once beyond its railheads, the German army had only 30,000 lorries at its disposal, with limited fuel and iron-rimmed wheels as oil and rubber were interdicted by the Allied blockade, compared with 100,000 on the Allied side. 67. Therefore, the plan of attack envisaged capturing the narrow-gauge railways behind the British front and putting them rapidly back into service to sustain offensive momentum. 68. One cannot go on victoriously forever without ammunition or any sort of reinforcements, Binding opined. 69. In that respect, 1918's battles were exactly the same as those earlier in the war. Foch understood perfectly well that the waves will diminish as an attack's energy dissipated, and that therefore, while there were moments of alarm, there was no need to panic. 70 Ludendorff's series of operations differed from those that Foch would direct against him in the second phase of the 1918 campaign because they lacked system and purpose. Germany's earlier victories suggested that her army might eliminate enemies one by one, yet such an annihilation strategy had little chance against the more powerful Allied nations, especially now that their armies were fighting as a single coordinated force. In themselves, battles were insufficient to bring the war to an end. The capture of a local objective or the defeat of one or more of the enemy's armies along a front was never significant strategically. Yet while not conceived as attritional offensives per se, the scale and intensity of these spring battles contributed significantly to the attrition of both sides' forces. Foch knew that the attrition of Germany's army would determine the outcome of the war and appreciated how to pursue this long-standing objective to its denouement. Ludendorff had tested and tired his enemies over 4 months but had not come close to defeating them. Over a similar period, Foch would break his. 14. Victory on all fronts. At first light on August 18, 1918, 2,133, Allied guns swept the German defences west of Soissons with a sudden hurricane of fire. Simultaneously, 9 infantry divisions advanced behind a curtain of high explosive and shrapnel shells in the usual procession of companies and battalions through and beyond the German trenches. To all appearances, it was just another barrage, the cacophony and firestorm that heralded one more battle. Foch knew otherwise. He was beginning his long-prepared destruction of the German army. For the Germans who were engaged in their own offensive, the Allied counterattack came as a complete surprise. The western flank of the overextended Marne salient that the Germans had punched into the French line in May was weak. The carefully planned attack by Mangin's 10th Army aimed to recapture the railway junction at Soissons, which had fallen on 28 May. It was a truly Allied offensive. British, French, and also 3 American infantry divisions taking part in their first major offensive were all under Mangin's command. A modern mechanized army was on the move. The assault troops were supported by 493 tanks, including light Renault FT7s, a new model fast enough to keep up with the rapid pace of the infantry advance that had become the norm in 1918. 1,143 aircraft buzzed overhead, supporting the advancing infantry by strafing retreating enemy columns and bombing more distant targets. One Mangin's troops did well, and by mid-morning they were through the thinly fortified crust of the German defences and engaging scratch positions at close quarters in open country. As was always the case, the advance started to slow on the second day, but by then the attack had achieved its objective. The attack had the momentum to reach the enemy's gun line, the ultimate goal of offensive operations, and 20,000 prisoners had been captured, as well as 518 guns, 300 trench mortars, and 3,000 machine guns. 2. It was now realistic for Mangin to aim for Soissons, which fell on August 2nd, while it had not been so for Falkenhayn to target Verdun or for Hay to target Bapaume in 1916. Around the perimeter of the Marne salient, French, British, American, and even a few Italian divisions were joining the counter-offensive as Foch ordered the four armies surrounding it to destroy the enemy's forces trapped south of the rivers Aisne and Vesle. 3. Under concerted pressure, and with communications threatened on both flanks, Ludendorff had no option but to evacuate the salient and organize a new defensive line along the river Vesle. 4. After months of intensive battle, Allied troops were tired and they could not stop the Germans from slipping out of the net that Foch had tried to close around them. But the tide of battle had clearly turned. In the Second Battle of the Marne, 52 Allied infantry divisions, supported by 3,679 guns, tanks, aircraft and cavalry, engaged along an 80-mile front. On both sides, casualties were heavy: 133,000 Allied and 168,000 German, including 27,000 prisoners. Ludendorff's strategic reserve had been reduced by 20 divisions, and those divisions that remained were largely fought out. The first phase of the sequence of Malmaison-sized battles needed to destroy the German army had been engaged successfully. French intelligence calculated that there were now only 543,000 German replacements available, including 300,000 men of the 1920 class, a contingent that France was not due to call up until October. 5. Although it was not yet apparent, the Second Battle of the Marne was significant because it marked the start of the final defeat of the German army. Foch had developed an appropriate attritional operational method that was to make the difference between the two sides in their most intensive campaign to date. The newspapers emphasize our entry into the fifth year of war, Corday noted. They all preach resignation and sacrifice, with all the attitude and phraseology of religion. They all promise victory, but naturally, without defining it. The turning of the German tide sweeping into France so emphatically renewed faith in ultimate victory and in a proper victory. No compromise peace, we must crush them, former Minister Puech declared. 6. The final battles would engage two weakened and punch-drunk opponents in a fight to the finish. Manpower problems were growing acute on both sides. The German army's temporary advantage in manpower reserves that reinforcement from the east had brought had been worn away during the spring offensive. Reserves, such as they were now very thin. The next annual contingent of young men would not be available until the autumn. Such men as could be found meanwhile were physically weak or potentially unreliable. Old men, recategorized sick and wounded, released prisoners of war from the east, tainted with Bolshevism, pressed home front strikers and criminals were processed through Germany's depots. 7 troops from the Eastern Front, who had either fraternized with the Russians or been indoctrinated by the Bolsheviks while prisoners of war, did not share their Western Front comrades' commitment to victory. Indeed, many, perhaps as many as 500,000 of the Schlachtwehr, animals for slaughter, for Flanders, as they styled themselves, simply melted away as their troop trains passed through Germany. Those who reached the Western Front spread their defeatist message among their comrades, particularly behind the lines where they had the time and the inclination to listen. The ranks were further thinned by the Spanish flu epidemic. It afflicted all armies, but the ill-nourished German soldiers had weaker resistance to it than Allied troops. 6 hours of shivering, a temperature of 102 degrees, then hours of perspiration till I was so weak that I could not move a limb without help, and all my nerves were in commotion. Binding was laid low in August and never returned to his unit. 8. He was not there to witness the progressive breakdown of authority on the German army's lines of communication as Foch's armies pressed on. Although the summer's intensive battles suggested that the field army still had plenty of fight in it, behind the lines deserters proliferated and straggling, pretending sickness, easy with the flu epidemic in full flood, delaying a return to the front and other evasion strategies, became widespread as war-weary troops awaited the end of a war that seemed to be on its last gasp. But collective outbreaks of pro-Republican agitation and refusal to fight do not seem to have been widespread before October, when it was realized that the war was lost. 9. To meet the German offensive with fresh manpower, the age of field service for British conscripts had to be lowered from 19 to 18 and a half. But the French army's losses remained within statistical forecasts, and there were always the Americans to call upon if the front could hold. Some 3,700,000 Americans were by now under arms in anticipation of building a 100-division army. Doughboys were now arriving at a great rate after the SWC had negotiated an accelerated deployment of American manpower in response to the German attacks, not without some difficulty. 10. By July 1918, 25 formed divisions were in France, although 10 of these were still training and 2 were depot divisions. 11. The American Expeditionary Force would largely be equipped from British and French stocks, saving time and scarce shipping capacity in mobilizing American strength. Despite its commander-in-chief, General John Pershing, pressing for the formation of a separate American army for political reasons, from late April, American divisions started to take part in the fighting piecemeal, closely supported by seasoned Allied formations. Although they were still raw formations, they were powerful, with twice the infantry strength of other Allied divisions. Moore had taken over quieter sections of the line to free veteran French and British units for battle. Together, these shifts in the manpower balance restored parity between Allied and Central Powers forces in the West by July. Pétain stressed to Pershing that as well as manpower and material, morale would count in the outcome of the war. 12. Although they remained greenhorns for the rest of the campaign, the very presence of American troops in the fighting line in large numbers was a real boost for Allied morale and dispiriting for their enemies. The steady arrival of American reinforcement must be particularly valuable for the enemy, Hindenburg later suggested, even if these reinforcements were not yet up to the level of modern requirements in a purely military sense. Mere numerical superiority had a far greater effect at this stage when our units had suffered so heavily. 13. On the 4th of August, Ludendorff issued an order of the day to his weary troops, commending their efforts during the spring offensive, but announcing that the army was resuming defensive warfare. His hollow promise that an Allied offensive will only speed the attrition of their forces fooled no one and dashed German soldiers' hopes of forcing a quick end to the war. 14. One feels that the year from which for the first time one seriously hoped for a decision because there was no holding out any longer has been simply thrown away. Binding lamented. 15. At home they are impotent and there is endless self-delusion. He recognized, so under the thrall of the army leadership the war would continue. Ludendorff's armies would still have to be vanquished before he accepted that Germany had failed in its endeavor. The enemy was not yet short of reserves. French intelligence calculated after their reverse in the Second Battle of the Marne that there were still 39 fresh and 28 reforming German reserve divisions to be engaged and defeated. 16. These were losing their relish for the fight. With his own division at rest, Binding had time to reflect. Even such an ardent patriot was reaching the limit of physical and mental endurance. One keeps on repeating that there is no sense in using oneself up. One repeats, too, that one is not here to go on being used up in this never-ending folly. I have no more to do with the theory that one is bound to go on sharing in the folly of the human race because one belongs to it. Here is the stupidest war of positions starting afresh. It is necessary because it is forced upon us, and from the military point of view it may yet prove justified. In the end, it may lead to something which can be called peace, but I am not convinced that it is reasonable for me personally, and therefore I feel it is unreasonable for me to go on. 17. The German army that Foch would engage in the second phase of 1918's campaign was certainly not as formidable as that which the Allies had faced hitherto. Foch had the manpower, resources and method to bring this shaky Leviathan down, not with a knockout blow, but by pummeling his weary adversary into submission. Hit here and hit there, hitting and kicking without cease so as to give the enemy no time to recover. It turned out to be a dramatic forecast of his method which the great soldier was soon to employ and which ended in complete victory for the Allies, Lloyd George acknowledged after witnessing Foch demonstrate his method animatedly with flailing fists and feet to the British Foreign Secretary. 18. The actual plan would take shape as events dictated, as was Foch's way. Now, however, a counter-offensive could be mounted with some hope of success, and the attrition of the early months of the year could be completed, perhaps before 1918 was out, or if not in 1919. On 7th August, Foch issued an order of the day to the French army. 4 years of effort aided by our faithful allies, 4 years of trial stoically accepted, commenced to bear their fruit. Today I say to you, tenacity, boldness, and victory must be yours. 19. This was nothing new. All previous offensives had been prefaced with stirring exhortations to the troops. Unlike Joffre and Nivelle, however, Foch understood how to destroy the enemy's army once and for all. This was not a call for tenacity and boldness for one fight, for a single offensive. It was a plea for his troops to see out the final, long, intense sequence of battles that, once engaged, he intended would go on until one side or the other broke. Since the end of 1916, he had been planning to fight a decisive attritional battle of reserves. Now that time had come, and according to his calculations, his armies would win it easily. Foch was a rare thing, a soldier who Lloyd George was prepared to acknowledge as a genius. 20 largely forgotten nowadays, Foch was the one soldier who really engaged with, understood, and resolved the problems of waging attritional warfare. Since 1914, he had put his theoretical knowledge into practice at the various levels of command, always reflecting on and learning from his experience. This wide understanding of command and his familiarity with coordinating Allied operations made him the obvious choice for Supreme Commander. His conduct of the defensive battle from March to July gave his political masters and military subordinates confidence in his ability to wage a war of reserve with skill and sufficient parsimony. He shuttled divisions along the front from sector to sector, army to army, in a process of roulement, rotation, that ensured that each German thrust was contained, while all the Allied armies grew accustomed to working side by side under the careful direction of their generalissimo. When it came to counter-attacking, Foch understood it was important that he had all Allied forces under his control. Tout le monde à la bataille, everyone into the battle, was one of his frequent exclamations. They would all be needed in the sophisticated attritional offensive that he had been gestating. Come 1918, it was possible to pursue the cumulative attrition of the enemy's fighting power with hope of success. At the end of the Somme offensive, Foch had noted that the Anglo-French forces had engaged and defeated 120 enemy divisions in 4.5 months, but that the slow tempo of the battle and the power of the defensive had allowed the enemy to repair the damage. He reasoned that if the same could be done in weeks, if 120 German divisions were reduced to half their strength and put out of action for several weeks, it would mean the whole German army in the West had been beaten. To do so, he concluded, required army-sized actions geared towards consistent tactical and strategic objectives, complete agreement and reciprocal loyalty, as well as a large space in which to operate. 21 Foch's Battaglia Generale, General Battle, would engage the German army from August 1918 and not let it go, eroding its manpower, material and morale. A sequence of offensives, each one within the capabilities of a single army's fighting power and logistics, would be engaged at a pace that would exhaust Germany's ability to sustain battle once and for all. Ludendorff's attacks had drawn his armies out of the deep, solid defences of the Hindenburg Line beyond their strategic railway system and into vulnerable salients. This gave Foch an operational advantage that he could exploit. Mangin's 10th Army smashed in the flank of the biggest of these salients on the 18th of July, and made the reinforcement of Ludendorff's frontline armies problematic during the first stage of Foch's counteroffensive. The specific instructions Foch issued to Allied army commanders set geographical objectives for each component attack during the Bataille Generale, a dominant ridge, a railway junction, an enemy defence line to be occupied. Yet cumulatively, this series of battles had a specific strategic objective: to embarrass the enemy in the utilising of his reserves and not allow him sufficient time to fill up his units. 22. 3 or 4 powerful concerted attacks would get through the enemy's fixed defences, after which his reserves could be engaged in hastily constructed positions. How long they could resist would depend on the quantity of their reserves. 23. Foch's planning and decision-making was founded in careful calculation of the balance of the two sides' resources. In practice, he was still pursuing the plan for active defence followed by counterattack that he had presented to the SWC in January 24. By July, for the first time that year, the Allies had superiority in fresh reserves, enhanced by a great material advantage in tanks, aircraft, and guns. In contrast, the enemy, Foch assured the Allied commanders-in-chief, had been forced to take urgent measures in order to meet the crisis in the supply of men for the month of May, and a new crisis is now asserting itself. 25. By the middle of 1918, the German army was desperate for reserves and suffering from the cumulative impact of 3 years of Allied attrition and its own spring offensives. The OHL's statisticians had calculated at the start of the year that if wastage continued at the usual rate, the German army would run out of replacements except reformed wounded soldiers by August, and during the intensive battles of the spring, the rate of attrition had actually increased. 26 Foch would therefore take on an army that could no longer adequately refill its ranks, which perhaps made Foch's task easier than he anticipated. Once battle was engaged, there would be insufficient time for resting and reconstituting fought-out divisions, so that Germany's already flagging forces would finally be exhausted before the year was out. Foch would accept the reciprocal wearing down of his own forces' fighting strength, secure in the knowledge that a steady supply of new American divisions and thousands of tanks, aircraft, and guns would be available to support them if the French and British armies could not complete his grand design that year. Concomitantly, the enemy's morale, the other objective of attrition, which reports from prisoners indicated was already shaky, would be broken. 27. Foch's counteroffensive, the 100 Days Offensive, as it is known, had 3 phases. The first, which lasted through August and September, was designed to free Allied forces' communications and to position them to take on the enemy in a sustained final battle. Phase 2, which Foch determined to launch in late 1918 rather than hold over until 1919, engaged the enemy's whole army in a huge battle along the Western Front, evicting them from their line of fixed defences. Phase 3, one of the most intense phases of fighting of the whole war, drove the remains of the German army out of most of occupied France and part of Belgium, sustaining military pressure while armistice terms were negotiated. All along, men were killed and captured, equipment and supplies were taken, and already shaky morale was degraded. All this was now possible because the Allied armies could mount offensive operations that would carry them to the enemy's gun lines and beyond in rapid succession. Foch was asking a lot of his subordinates and their troops. When he called the Allied commanders-in-chief to a conference on 24th July and presented his plan, initially they demurred. Pétain and Haig represented that their troops were too exhausted after the spring battles to resume the offensive, while Pershing had yet to form the American army that he intended to command in the field. Nevertheless, after 24 hours' reflection, they all agreed, given Foch's assurance that he would regulate the pace of the counteroffensive according to the success obtained as we went along. 28 Albert I, King of the Belgians, who until then had commanded an army that did little more than hold a quiet sector of the line and defend the last corner of unoccupied Belgium, assented to taking the offensive after the first phase of Foch's operation proved successful. In September, a new Allied army group with orders to exploit the weakening and attrition of the enemy was formed, which would undertake the liberation of Belgium. It was nominally commanded by the king, but in practice directed by General Jean-Marie de Goutte, its French chief of staff appointed by Foch. 29. It remained to be seen how many set-piece army-scale battles like that fought at Malmaison would still be needed to break the German army. Foch had 17 Allied armies at his disposal with which to fight them, 10 French, 5 British, 2 American, and the Belgian army. Each would have to fight several battles and sustain pressure on the enemy between them, although Ludendorff's spring battles had already achieved some of the necessary attrition. The burden of fighting fell disproportionately on the formations in the Allied centre, the British 3rd and 4th and the French 1st and 3rd armies, that mounted the first phase of the operation against the Somme salient that had been created by Operation Michael. The British 3rd Army, one of the most heavily engaged, mounted 10 set-piece attacks against defensive positions, carried out improvised attacks on temporary defences on 17 days, and pursued retreating Germans for 15 days between 21st August and the armistice. During that period, it advanced 60 miles, captured 67,000 prisoners out of 100,000 casualties inflicted, and 800 guns, and lost between 115,000 and 120,000 casualties itself. 30. Foch's counteroffensive began on the 8th of August with an Anglo-French offensive to disengage the railway junction at Amiens, carried out by Rawlinson's 4th and General Marie-Eugène de Bayny's 1st French armies. Today, the Battle of Amiens is remembered as a triumph for the Australian and Canadian forces that on 8th August advanced rapidly with artillery, tank and air support, shattering the German defences south of the River Somme. Subsequently, the battle expanded southwards as the French 1st and 3rd armies advanced 20 kilometres to capture Montdidier by 11th August. 31. The Allies inflicted 75,000 casualties, including nearly 30,000 prisoners, and captured over 450 guns, suffering 44,000 casualties themselves. 32. For Binding, whose division was ordered back to the front, the writing was on the wall. I shudder to think of going through the Somme wilderness for the 4th time. It will be the same all over again, but without any confidence. Our troops will be thinner and worse. For days the horses have not had a grain of oats. The men are being given barley bread which will not rise in the oven, and we have taken some knocks. Against us we shall have thousands of tanks, tens of thousands of airmen, hundreds of thousands of hearty young men, behind whom there will be an American army which may number 1,000,033. The night before he had dreamed that ordinary people had hung the Kaiser, and he did not seem disappointed. 34. It was a time for regicide. Rumours were abroad that the Bolsheviks had just executed the Tsar and all his family. 35. At this rate, only 20 battles would be needed to complete the destruction of the German army. Set-piece offensives thereafter were rarely as spectacular or successful. The pursuit of the enemy to his pre-march defences continued through August and September. Operations developed a certain pattern. The enemy would be driven out of a fixed defensive position. He would then conduct a fighting retreat to the next defensive position, against which a new set-piece attack would be organised. Haig's 4th and 3rd armies, with Debeney's 1st, were in the van, with the British 1st and the French 3rd and 10th armies supporting their flanks. They advanced at a steady but not spectacular pace. The British 3rd Army advanced 15 miles in 18 days between 21st August and 7th September, including recrossing the devastated Somme battlefield of 1916, before pausing to regroup and bring its heavy guns forward. Its next obstacle was the much more solid Hindenburg Line. All the while the German army was disintegrating. 51,576 casualties, including 33,827 prisoners, were inflicted during the Third Army's advance. 36. Farther to the east, the American 1st and French 2nd Armies pinched out the Saint-Mihiel salient east of Verdun in mid-September. Although somewhat tangential to Foch's desired axis of advance, this long-anticipated operation did at least give Pershing's now constituted American army some much-needed experience in conducting a large-scale offensive and added 13,250 prisoners and 460 guns to the Allied haul. Now that his Bataille Générale was progressing well, Foch had to make an important and potentially war-ending decision. Was his offensive going well enough? Were his own armies strong and fresh enough, and were the enemy's armies weakening enough for there to be a real chance that they could be defeated before the year was out? Certainly his armies were operating dynamically and usually achieving their objectives, more or less. Ludendorff, on the other hand, was increasingly disheartened. After the battles of Amiens and Montdidier, he had informed the government that the army could no longer win the war and that a diplomatic resolution should be sought. Then he remained hopeful that the army could hold a winter line behind the old Somme battlefield while the diplomats conducted negotiations. But Haig's armies stormed that line at the start of September, obliging withdrawal to the Hindenburg Line, Germany's last fully engineered line of defense. 38. The Allied troops' morale was on the rise from the moment that they turned back the enemy in the Second Battle of the Marne, even though their ranks were thinning like the Germans, if not as fast. 39. Being successfully on the offensive and the fact that American manpower was starting to engage were real boosts to troops that had exhausted themselves in defensive warfare. But the troops were growing tired and would have to be carefully husbanded as the campaign went on. The ever-cautious Pétain had warned Foch during the Marne counterattack that French soldiers certainly have excellent morale, but fatigue is high. We are at the limit of our efforts. 40. Once again, Foch's tiring central armies would have the main task to break the deep central section of the Hindenburg Line. But Foch had yet to engage all his forces. 2 more British, 1 American, 4 French armies, and the Belgian army were poised to attack elsewhere along the front. Ludendorff would be so engaged that he could not find the reserves to reinforce when the main blow struck. German forces were being degraded. Divisions were now being broken up to find reinforcements for others, and French intelligence estimated that the enemy only had 20 fresh reserve divisions available by this point, and signs were increasing that their morale was declining. 41 formed units were surrendering en masse, although that was in part because Allied operations were fast enough to cut them off before they could retire. 42. The soldiers thus captured were exhibiting all the signs of war weariness and reporting a severe morale crisis among their comrades. Foch was not a man to hesitate in such circumstances. He would always choose the boldest course. The decision to organize immediately a general battle of the Allied armies was taken at the end of August. 43. Through the autumn, the armies under Foch's direction would push the German forces back slowly, steadily, continually, in what he later described as a series of well-ordered actions, bringing all the Allied resources into play as rapidly as possible, so as to prevent the enemy from recovering before we could effect his definite destruction. 44. The climax came at the end of September. On September 26th, the second phase of the general offensive, a concerted sequence of battles all along the Western Front, from the Meuse to the North Sea, with the objective of fixing and using up reserves, began. 45. The American First Army attacked in the Meuse-Argonne sector, west of Verdun, supported by the French Second Army to the east, and the French Fourth Army in Champagne to the west. The next day, the battle shifted elsewhere, when the British First and Third Armies struck at the northern end of the Hindenburg Line towards Cambrai. On 28 September, the New Flanders Army Group, comprising the Belgian, British Second and later French Sixth Armies, started the Fifth Battle of Ypres by attacking north and south of the Ypres salient. On 29 September, the British Fourth and French First Armies struck the final blow in the centre against the strongest sector of the Hindenburg Line. Ludendorff had no reserves with which to resist. On 30 September, he informed his army group commanders that the OHL no longer had reserve divisions to draw on, and that they must do the best they could with the troops under their own command. 46 Foch had won the Battle of Reserves. Ludendorff had lost his nerve along with his army. He informed the Kaiser on the 3rd of October that an armistice must be sought. By the time the Kaiser asked the Allies for an armistice and a peace negotiated on the basis of Woodrow Wilson's 14 points on October 4th, most of the Hindenburg Line defensive system was in Allied hands. The remnants of the German army had no choice thereafter but to conduct a fighting retreat while politicians and diplomats settled Germany's fate. It would not be Ludendorff's army much longer. As part of a belated democratic political reshuffle in Germany, he would be replaced, on the grounds of nervous collapse, on 29th October, the final phase of the campaign. Haig's long-anticipated exploitation phase entailed pursuing the retreating Germans across France and Belgium during the time it took to negotiate an armistice, to sustain pressure, and to prevent the enemy from resting and recovering. 47. In these weeks, if the German defence threatened to solidify along a river or canal line or other natural obstacle, a quickly organised set-piece attack could restore the momentum of the advance. 48. On the whole, however, these were mobile operations, with mixed forces of infantry, horse-drawn field artillery and cavalry supported by aircraft, and on occasion tanks and armoured cars, snapping at the heels of the scurrying Germans. Such operations cleared territory at a far faster rate than previously, with much ground being given up voluntarily when Allied flanking attacks made it untenable, but battle remained linear. Foch's armies never broke the German front, but they pushed it back at a steady pace, degrading their adversary all the time. Less than a mile a day averaged over the period from 8 August to 11 November. In their turn, in their pursuit of the German army, across France and Belgium, the Allied armies soon outstripped their supply lines. However, a more dispersed front-wide linear offensive did allow pauses to reorganize the logistics system, extend rail lines and bring up reserves and supplies. Although the number of shells fired in an offensive had increased vastly since 1916, the railway and road systems, if stretched more than ever before, could cope. Yet the armistice was timely, since the Allied armies would need to pause to sort out their supply lines eventually. 49 elements of the German army would still fight hard during this final phase, some of the hardest fighting of the war. Military traditions and the ingrained practices of 4 years of war do not disappear overnight, and tenacious machine gun-armed rear guards exacted a steady toll of their pursuers. If nothing else, the army had to buy time for the plenipotentiaries to negotiate armistice terms, and also to show that there was still some fight left in Germany, should the Allies seek harsh terms, as Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson inevitably did. 50. But the fact that surrenders were increasing and men were being led by their officers into captivity once it became known that an armistice was under negotiation and that the war would be over soon suggested that the German army in the West was exhausted and demoralized by November 51. But Allied troops were tiring too. Back with the Guards Division after being gassed during the spring fighting, Oliver Littleton noted how tired his comrades had become. Even though the enemy was clearly also tiring, he feared the annual cycle of attrition might yet be re-engaged. Strategically, the Boche is in a little easier condition. For the moment, there are no dangerous salients for him. He will escape individual disaster, but cumulatively he is hammered terribly. Every day we take 4,000 to 6,000 prisoners on the 200-mile battlefront. That cannot go on forever, though I think it will last longer than people think. His new class, 400,000 men about, are not yet engaged, I believe, but I don't know, 52. But his men were exultant in their pursuit. We all have the feeling of men let out of prison into the open, 53. When the armistice came 3 weeks later, however, there was a great sense of anticlimax. I had expected riotous excitement, but the reaction of everyone, officers and men, seemed the same. Flat depression. By the afternoon we were already bored. We had lost our profession in which we had been immersed for 5 years. We had already begun to wonder what awaited us in peacetime. 54. Foch's attritional Bataille Générale had achieved its objective of breaking the fighting power of the German army once and for all. French military intelligence calculated that there were only 2 fresh German reserve divisions capable of being sent into battle behind the Western Front on November 11th, the day the armistice came into force. Since the Allied counteroffensive had begun, Ludendorff had had to break up 23 divisions to find reserves for the rest of his army. During that period, it had lost 385,500 prisoners and 6,615 guns, on top of the killed or wounded casualties that, with the breakdown of its administrative systems, the army was no longer able to collate, but which probably reached a similar number. 55. By November 1918, Foch's offensive had completed the work of attrition, which in 1918 developed at a pace and with a cumulative effect more substantial than that of earlier years. The scale and tempo of the bataille générale that Foch had conceptualized, and that the modern semi-mechanized armies under his control were now able to fight, proved too much for an exhausted, demoralized, manpower and material deficient enemy. This was more than a strategy of opportunity. 56 Foch the thinker was pursuing a plan based on his military experiences since 1914 and grounded in careful calculations of what was necessary to decide the war. 57. While the individual engagements that defeated the German army were planned and synchronized according to operational developments week by week, overall, the Battaglia Generale was governed by the strategic goal which the Allied commanders had set at the end of 1915, the destruction of the German and Austrian armies. Foch, the leader, was able to inspire the Allied forces to victory. It was a victory of intelligence and willpower. General Maxime Weygand, the chief of staff who had been at Foch's side since 1914, attested, and also of the offensive spirit with which, never tiring himself, he had reanimated the armies, never letting them forget, even during the days of a murderous defensive, that their final duty was to attack. 58. Now that the German army was being bled white and could no longer shore up the southern and Balkan fronts, her allies were also vulnerable. While Germany's forces were collapsing in the west, simultaneously her allies were dropping one by one. Foch subscribed to the principle of concerted Allied military action that had been followed since 1915 and pressed during the summer months for supplementary offensives in Italy against Austria and at Salonika against the Bulgarians. Although Foch directed the armies in the west, he had also assumed authority to coordinate with the Italian front, where British and French divisions remained deployed. Diaz stalled, asking Foch for tanks and gas shells, then trucks and extra divisions. Come October, however, he could see that the tide of the war was finally washing in the Allies' favour, and that Italy should seek to win her own war by breaking the Habsburg armies once and for all. 59. Italy's autumn offensive, when it came on 24th October, was on a scale and had an impact far greater than anything Italy's armies had managed in earlier years. But the grandiloquently titled Vittorio Veneto offensive, the victory in the Veneto, fell on an army that had already decided to be defeated, and Diaz's armies did not have to fight too hard. An overwhelming preparatory bombardment had escalated the rate of desertion from the highly demoralized Habsburg army, and once the Austrian front had been broken, advancing Italian troops were more likely to encounter white flags than machine guns. The fact that 500,000 enemy prisoners were taken in 10 days, while only 30,000 battle casualties were inflicted, was proof that the fight had gone out of the Austrians. 60. An armistice came into force on the 4th of November. Austria-Hungary's war was over. The Habsburg Empire was also at an end. It would dissolve into its component nationalities over the ensuing weeks. At Salonika, General Louis Franchet d'Espèrey, in command since June, had been preparing to strike at Bulgaria's weary divisions. The Allied counteroffensive in France had drawn off most of their supporting German battalions, and they were heavily outnumbered by 670,000 to 170,000 men. On September 15th, a cosmopolitan French, British, Serbian, Greek-Italian army crossed the Vardar River and drove northwards. their enemy all but collapsing. 61. The Bulgarians signed an armistice that came into force on September 30th, before German divisions could reinforce them, although the stiffening that these divisions could provide was questionable by this point. Fearing the Allies could now advance unhindered into Austria and Romania just as the Western Front was collapsing, Ludendorff and Hindenburg deemed it time to ask for an immediate armistice. Their own army would be broken before Franchet d'Espéré's forces could make much more progress. 62. The Turkish fronts remained a sideshow to European operations, effectively run by the government of India by this point, but here too offensive operations intensified. Allenby's forces resumed their offensive in Palestine from mid-September, and in cooperation with Arab nationalist irregulars reached Damascus by early October. The British army in Mesopotamia was advancing too, and captured the oil fields at Mosul by early November. Turkey's strategic position worsened when the defeat of Bulgaria isolated her from Germany and left her capital, Constantinople, threatened by Franchet d'Espéré's advance. This threat, rather than the Allied advances in the Levant and Mesopotamia, brought the Turkish government down, and its replacement asked for an armistice, which was signed on October 30th, 63. The defeats of Bulgaria and Germany forced Turkey to seek terms. The small wars that simmered on the edges of the former Ottoman Empire until a revised peace treaty was signed with Kemal Atatürk's nationalists in 1923 indicated that Lloyd George's New Eastern strategy had fermented post-war imperial problems in the Middle East, while having little impact on the outcome of the war in Europe. The Central Powers did not exactly collapse like a house of cards. That would suggest they were mutually supporting. During 1918, the Entente alliance grew together and got stronger when faced first with adversity and later with opportunity, while their adversaries split. Although their enemies' surrenders coincided, they were all defeated separately, and tellingly, each negotiated for an armistice independently. Successes on the other fronts did not determine the outcome of the battle in the West, or have much impact on the cohesion of an alliance which existed in name only by this point. For some time, Germany's allies had been unwilling participants in Hindenburg and Ludendorff's deluded quest for decisive victory, while no longer sharing their convictions. Victory over Russia and Romania offered all the members of that alliance some reward for their sacrifice, although imperial conquests no longer reflected the desires of a great section of their populations. By summer 1918, they were not really fighting a joint war anymore, and stayed together only because none of them could secure separate peace terms. Germany had effectively abandoned them to concentrate what remained of her military strength on the Western Front, before any of them were engaged and defeated by Allied forces. Once Germany had been beaten, her allies would not have fought on. Ludendorff could be expected to struggle on whatever happened in the east and the south. Ludendorff might use Bulgaria's defeat as an excuse to press the Kaiser to seek an armistice for Germany, establishing a pervading myth that Germany was obliged to capitulate following the collapse of her allies. But Ludendorff was fully aware that the Allied offensive was sweeping his armies from France and Belgium and destroying their fighting capacity while Germany's conservative military dictatorship was imploding. There is a view that the early months of 1918 determined the war's outcome, that by mounting costly but indecisive offensives, Ludendorff exhausted the already tiring, hungry, and inadequately supplied German army to a point that the Allies could turn the tables and reap the rewards of their enemy's own folly. 64. In this judgment based on the shifting balance of resources, the arrival of Americans in large numbers weighs heavily, as much for its moral effect as for its military impact, which was limited. Certainly the heavy losses sustained in Germany's offensives added significantly to the cumulative attrition of previous years. But the Allied armies suffered severely too. Overall, 1918 was the greatest year of attrition for both sides since 1914, with attack and counterattack stretching both sides ever more thinly. Superficially, the moves and countermoves of 1918's final decisive Western Front campaign suggested that positional warfare was at an end, and that operational maneuver had returned to warfare and would prove decisive. But the underlying determinant of the shifting fortunes and the outcome of the campaign was the availability and attrition of reserves, not the ground captured by armies. The Allies would have had a much harder task to defeat the enemy in 1918 had the German army remained on the defensive throughout the year. Indeed, the plans taking shape by mid-1918 for a material-intensive, decisive campaign in 1919 suggest that Allied leaders appreciated that fact. However, this judgment negates the impact of Foch's prepared and coordinated counteroffensive on the German army's ability to fight on. Explanations of the German army's defeat in terms of its own internal breakdown go only so far, and the thwarted nationalists' post-war attempt to blame Germany's overall defeat on a collapse of the will to victory on the home front rings hollow. Ludendorff's forces were battered by July 1918, but they were not beaten and far from broken, as the strength of their frontline soldiers' resistance from August to November, even while their support services were imploding, demonstrates. It would not be a stab in the back that finally toppled German militarism and the army that manifested it, but many thousands of bayonets in the front. When it was obvious that the war was lost, Ludendorff and the Kaiser would try to spread the burden of responsibility around defeatists at home through a belated attempt at democratization that might save their own skins and hopefully secure easier peace terms from the Allies. Such hubris did not alter the fact that by then the army had lost the land war, something that would have to happen for the war to end. 65. The fact that this occurred simultaneously on all the Central Powers' hard-pressed land fronts indicates that the Allies had won the war on the other four fronts too. Their navies held and kept the seas against Germany's submarines throughout the war, enforcing an ever tighter attritional blockade that starved enemy populations, and by 1918 had severely degraded the Central Powers' ability to manufacture war material. Their diplomats expanded the coalition while undermining the cohesion of the Central Powers. By 1918, the Central Powers were only held together by Germany's refusal to let them break apart, at least until their separate military defeats allowed each an honorable way out. This indicated that the Allies' united front was also stronger and strengthened as the war went on, as its attritional nature became apparent and Germany's ability to strike powerful blows against individual members of the coalition demonstrated the need to pull together. In the SWC, the Allies created a sophisticated modern administrative mechanism for political, economic and military coordination that would serve as a model for future coalition wars and peacetime international collaborative organizations. Their home fronts were also more solid. Although all home fronts experienced unrest in various forms as the war dragged on, liberal democratic institutions were flexible enough to respond to the intensifying economic and social challenges of modern war, while Allied war leaders were able to offer their peoples just rewards for participating in the war effort. This allowed the people's will to victory and soldiers' commitment to the cause to adapt and remain broadly solid despite the short-term fluctuations in the fortunes of war. 66. It also meant that war mobilization could be more intense, sustained, and productive. Neither the Royal Navy nor the American Army won the war, although they made it unwinnable for the Central Powers, the former by keeping the seas for the Allies, the latter by ensuring that Germany could never triumph in the manpower struggle. As it turned out, the vast majority of America's millions were never needed in the fight, which by 1918 the French and British armies and to a certain extent the Italian army, could conduct effectively and with purpose. The victory on land was achieved by the three armies that had engaged with and fought the attritional war from 1915, and with increasing skill, determination, and results from 1916. They wore out the German and Austro-Hungarian armies to a great extent on account of the munitions produced on home fronts. In that respect, this was the people's victory, one in which British, French, Italian, and American workers and citizens in uniform, led by determined soldiers and statesmen, fought and won the world's first war of attrition against equally resolute adversaries. Epilogue. The Great War for Civilization. AS 1916's General Allied Offensive got underway. Corday noted, an officer posted to Paris on special duty portrays Joffre as a tired man who declares over and over again, in a gruff tone muffled by his moustache, "We must kill as many of them as possible. Kill Boche, kill Boche." To a middle-aged civil servant on the home front, whose son was at the front and potentially a victim of Joffre's strategy, this was a really puerile attitude, which willfully overlooks the immense reserves of German manpower. 1. The logic of attrition was hard to grasp for a non-military, casualty-conscious, essentially pacifistic observer. It still is. The military mind better appreciated the necessity for a strategy of attrition. Far from puerile, it suggested strategic thinking attuned to the era of mass mobilization, although inevitably it was odious to those who analyzed war on morale, not practical criteria. Joffre's strategy was developed in full awareness of the vast reserves of German manpower, the center of gravity of his, France's, and the Allies' war of attrition against the invader. This obliged Joffre to kill Boche and to accept losses in his turn. Joffre and the other soldiers who dominated the first half of the war determined on and set in train the war of attrition. Falkenhayn's strategy was founded on wearing out his enemy's military strength and commitment to the war to such a point that they would come to the negotiating table. A peace of exhaustion was considered Germany's best hope once the war had stalemated. If she exhausted her enemies more than herself, Germany might even emerge with some advantage, and the war might thereby be justified to patriots on the home front. But even to achieve this modest victory, Germany would have to maximize manpower and material mobilization in the face of a superior hostile coalition determined to squeeze the lifeblood out of her with aggressive siege warfare and blockade. Even in these straitened circumstances, there were many, on both sides, who overestimated Germany's power and still believed that the Central Powers had the strength to inflict a crushing defeat on their enemies, principal among them Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the military duumvirate, who would inherit Falkenhayn's responsibilities. In pursuing this goal, they would stake Germany's political future on an impossible victory. In raising Britain's new armies, Kitchener had grasped the nature of the conflict straight away, recognizing that the last fresh reserves would be the decisive factor in a long attritional war. Britain's military forces were raised to take their proper share in the struggle, to play a part worthy of England, as well as to impose terms in consonance with our interests at any peace conference, he informed Repington in the only press interview he ever gave. 2. He was wont thereafter to declare, when asked how long he thought the war would last, that the real war would only begin after 2 years, when attrition would start in earnest. Despite 1915's horrendous casualty rates, by the time Britain's armies were ready and her allies were more fully mobilized, battlefield attrition had barely started. The land war really began in 1916, when Joffre, Kitchener, and Falkenhayn engaged their expanded mass armies on the Western Front in a prolonged fight for superiority. In the East and in Italy, the Russians, Austrians, and Italians were doing the same. After false starts in 1915, the 4 supporting fronts were also engaged. Diplomats had expanded alliances through 1915. Sailors had engaged competing naval blockades, and statesmen had begun to draw their peoples behind the war effort and to work more closely with allies and neutrals to coordinate strategy and military operations and to fund the war. Above all, the home fronts were reaching a state of wartime mobilization that allowed the army's voracious consumption of war material to be satisfied thereafter. Above all, attrition was Joffre's military strategy. Although Kitchener shared his grasp of what was necessary while disagreeing with Joffre over what was practicable. Although neither man saw their strategy through to victory, they found reliable executants in Foch and Haig. Attrition was the guiding principle of their military policy. Perhaps they did not execute it as well as they might have. More accurately, it took time and experience for them to learn how to implement it properly. Yet from early 1915 they were re-equipping, retraining and reconceptualizing warfare to make destroying Germany's vast reserves practicable within 4 years. Even while they were doing so, many doubted that this was possible. Did the war end with the exhaustion of nations rather than the victories of armies, as Churchill had forewarned in December 1914? In 1918, there were clear victories of the armies of one side over those of the other. The decisive outcomes to the land campaigns in France and in Italy, at Salonika and in the Middle East, were built on earlier victories that had exhausted Germany and her allies steadily and tired the allies themselves greatly. This collective land war would be the decisive front, and breaking the Imperial German army would be its crowning act, although victory in the field depended on success on the other 4 fronts. The Allies had endured and secured victories on each by the time the final land battle was engaged in 1918. Their navies controlled the seas and were squeezing the life out of the enemy's home fronts, while merchant shipping kept their own increasingly collaborative war effort running. Their peoples had outproduced the Central Powers. From 1917, their societies has remobilized to pursue democratizing and moral, political, social, and international aims. Their diplomats had constantly expanded the coalition against Germany and managed neutral states' engagement with the war, largely to the Allies' benefit. By the second half of the war, the Allies worked effectively together to improve the efficiency of their war effort through new, centralizing institutions, the Joint Allied Command and the Supreme War Council, while Germany only held her coalition together on sufferance. Lloyd George had feared in December 1914 that the enemy possessed an enthusiasm and a spirit, according to every testimony, which cannot be worn down by a 2 or 3 years' siege of German armies entrenched in enemy territory. 4. That in effect turned out to be exactly how the war was conducted and decided, although much energy which could have been devoted to the task was dissipated by Lloyd George and other pessimists during the process of attrition. Whether the popular will to victory could be sustained while they did this became an issue by 1916. It could be, but doing so entailed deep-seated social and political shifts towards democratization and the recognition of the citizens' role and rights in a mobilized state. France managed to adapt her system of military discipline from one founded on passive obedience to harsh military authority, with execution by firing squad the ultimate sanction, towards participatory individual consent founded on a republican social contract of mutual duty and responsibility between soldiers and their commanders as the war progressed, for example. 5. The human costs and psychological consequences of mass war temporarily broke the popular will to repeat such a military trauma, in Britain and France at least, even if it was to revive when a new German menace emerged. Perhaps that was a paradoxical consequence of a democratic victory. In Germany, Italy and Russia, states that did not achieve their war aims, defeat or disappointment necessitated remaking the state in a totalitarian form. These new states took wartime organization as their model and geared up for continuous war against internal class or racial enemies in peacetime and looming external threats. This was a misguided attempt to unite their societies in a sort of community war effort that they had not been able to manufacture or sustain between 1914 and 1918. In a war of attrition, the control of territory, if not irrelevant, was much less significant than reserves and resources. Lord Esher lamented the misjudgment of strategic progress in the summer of 1916 by ministers who counted up losses while examining small-scale maps. 6. The German army could drive the Russians from Poland in 1915 without significantly altering the balance of the war in their favor. Conversely, they could hold a more or less static line in France and Belgium from 1915 to 18 while gradually surrendering their early tactical and material advantages over the Allied armies facing them. When Côte 304 was recaptured by the French army in August 1917, Corday lamented, "This struggle over Verdun is a perfect proof of the hideous futility of war in itself. For after 18 months of fighting, the two opposing armies are back exactly where they began. It is just as if they had never fought at all, except that there are now 200,000 corpses on that small plot of earth." 7. It was those corpses, the inevitable and terrible price of attrition, that were proof that they certainly had fought. The trenches form a vast furrow in which seethe 2 million men. What will be the harvest? Corday asked himself when stalemate set in. 8. By 1918, that harvest had risen to 9,408,615 men killed. In all, 71,500,000 men were mobilized, of which 53% became casualties of some kind. 21 million men were wounded, and more than 7,500,000 were recorded as missing or prisoners of war. Many of the others remained psychologically scarred. In absolute numbers, Germany suffered heaviest of all the great powers. In pursuing Joffre's attritional strategy, the Allied armies had to kill 2,037,000 Germans and 1,100,000 Habsburg Empire soldiers, and wound and capture more than 11 million more before the destruction of the German and Austrian armies was complete. France sacrificed 1,375,000 men to do so, the British Empire 908,371, Russia around 1,800,000, Italy 578,000, and America 114,000. Nearly 17 million Allied wounded, missing or prisoners, 7,500,000 of them Russians, were also incurred for victory. In absolute numbers, the Allies suffered more casualties than the Central Powers, although proportionately they came off better in the war of attrition, with 46% of the men they mobilized becoming casualties, as opposed to 63% on the other side. The burden of loss fell disproportionately and depended largely on how long an army was fighting. France came off worst, with 78% of those mobilized becoming casualties, then Austria-Hungary with 77%. Germany lost 56% of the men she mobilized, while Italy and the British Empire lost 38% and 36% respectively. Russia lost 59%, and Turkey 48%, with the smaller states suffering losses between Bulgaria's 67% and Greece's 14%. America only lost 8% of the men she mobilized, although a rather higher percentage of those who actually saw action in France. Such stark statistics have to be treated with caution. Lies, confusion, and errors in summation all skewed the figures, as well as the fact that a man might be recorded as wounded, perhaps more than once, return to action, and then become a prisoner or be killed, or be released from captivity at some stage in the war, and then be wounded or killed. The The figures for men killed are therefore the clearest statistics on which to judge the effects of attrition. Roughly 12% of those mobilized were killed, 17.5% in France, 15% in Germany, 12% in Austria-Hungary, 11% in Russia, and 10% in Italy and the British Empire, but only 2.5% in the United States. 9. In addition, many millions of civilians suffered the direct or indirect consequences of war: famine, disease, displacement, and death. This was a high price to pay for victory, and an even higher one for defeat. Thereafter, the survivors and their descendants have had to live with the weight of the dead on the living. 10 societies entered a cycle of protracted mourning and ongoing commemoration that shows no sign of abating as the war's centenaries pass. Nevertheless, it should be recognized that for early 20th century societies, this sacrifice was not considered too high a price to pay to resolve a conflict over deeply felt and divisive issues, be they patriotic, imperialistic, political, social, or economic, fueled by atavistic hatreds that lurked beneath modernizing mass society's veneer of civilization. Europeans had always settled their differences, temporarily at least, with wars, and for statesmen in 1914, the parameters of international diplomacy were no different. 11. It turned out that the parameters of war were very different, something with which statesmen were to struggle and which citizens would come to regret. Attrition, the strategy that both sides were forced to adopt after stalemate, set it, while militarily essential in a war in which millions of men fought over deeply felt ideas to the bitter end, was always morally questionable. Achieving victory over the Central Powers involved a reciprocal sacrifice of Allied troops, which has weighed heavily on their descendants, to such a degree eventually that it became their own leaders, incompetent commanders, or belligerent politicians who slaughtered them, not the enemy's soldiers who actually manned the machine guns and artillery pieces that killed and maimed men in huge, repetitious battles. This harsh truth opened a gulf between civilian sensibilities and military realties that still divides opinion on the conduct of the First World War. Post-war, this conflict over the necessity for and conduct of attrition boiled down, in Great Britain in particular, into a standoff between statesmen and soldiers. The former accused their military leaders of narrow-mindedness and inhumanity, while the latter condemned their political masters for amateurishness and wishful thinking. In truth, all were engaged in the same war and must share responsibility for its conduct and consequences. Although heavily implicated in the pursuit of attrition himself, Lloyd George could still represent afterwards that a war of attrition was substituted for a war of intelligence. 12. By the time he did, he had many sympathetic readers. Along with Corday, Forrester, and other moral critics of attrition, the former Prime Minister became the conscience of the war generation. By the time they were publishing in the 1930s, disillusionment with the war had set in. Hopes for post-war peace and democracy, founded on wartime corporatist principles, collective international security, and the reintegration of states into a prosperous global economy, were receding, and another greater conflagration loomed. No wonder then that the sacrifice of 1914 to 18 was questioned. The Great War's soldiers became its victims, of a new sort of impersonalized killing, orchestrated and managed by the state and predicated on the duty of all to serve, and if need be to die for it, a phenomenon which rising totalitarianism was to take to an extreme. It needs to be acknowledged that these soldiers were not victims of those who directed them, but of a determination that most of them shared to secure victory by destroying the fighting capacity of their adversary. Dutiful soldiers, civilians who manufactured shells and guns and invested in war loans to pay for them, and those who consumed newspapers of bellicose war rhetoric and wrote daily to their menfolk at the front, were all complicit in the bloodletting. The statesmen and soldiers who managed it, meanwhile, strove to master the unprecedented tasks of mass mobilization, war production, and military action that confronted capitalist empires at war. The generals who managed and fought costly attritional battles remained society's scapegoats, their reputations tarnished by political animals shocked at the true nature and consequences of modern warfare. Lloyd George's provocative war memoirs set out the case for the prosecution of Haig and Robertson in particular, and British military leadership more generally. I saw how the incredible heroism of the common man was being squandered to repair the incompetence of the trained inexpert, for they were actually trained not to be expert in mastering the actualities of modern war, he asserted in answer to his critics. The general's inadequacies were manifested in the production of equipment, in transport, in tackling the submarine menace, in the narrow, selfish, and unimaginative strategy, and in the ghastly butchery of a succession of vain and insane offensives. 13 condemnatory adjectives aside, these are the essential components of a war of attrition. Economic organization, supply, and large costly battles, the type of war that had crystallized in 1915 and was thereafter waged by Britain's political and military leaders. Such a war was already underway between Britain's allies and enemies. There were false starts everywhere, but the belligerents soon attuned to the nature of the conflict in which they were embroiled. In a war of national survival, in which effective mobilization of men, manufacturing and shipping determined success or failure, home fronts sustained armies and navies, mass armies had to be broken in battle, and popular will to victory had to be engaged and sustained. The sort of leadership Lloyd George accused his generals of would mean defeat. The fortunes of Russia and ultimately of Germany and Austria-Hungary proved that. In condemning his own warriors, Lloyd George was some 20 years later also mounting a critique of modern war as another approached, of not only the horrid and squalid aspects of war, but its muddles, its futilities, its chanciness, its precariousness, its wastefulness of the lives, the treasure, and the virtues of mankind. 14. His war had not, as he had hoped, ended wars, and that may explain his bitterness and disappointment. Lloyd George was a fine war leader, attuned to the needs of the time, with others. Asquith, Churchill, Clemenceau, Diaz, Foch, Haig, Jellicoe, Joffre, Kitchener, Pétain, Orlando, Wilson. He faced up to the demands of a war of attrition and brought his country and his allies successfully through their greatest challenge. He was certainly no strategist, yet he was a bumptious and vindictive man who wrung his hands throughout the conflict and nursed deep resentments at his powerlessness in the face of militarism unleashed by both sides. Perhaps his tendentious criticism might best be confined to the dustbin of history. It did not dupe the warriors themselves. Watching the BBC's groundbreaking 50th anniversary documentary series The Great War, whose script drew heavily on Lloyd George's writings, Littleton had many times to exclaim, "No, it wasn't like that." We, by which I mean both officers and men, did not feel so doom-laden, so utterly disenchanted. We thought we were fighting in a worthy cause and had no idea that our efforts would one day appear as merely absurd. No one who has not experienced it can know the heartbeat of a battalion, or its discipline and corporate spirit, and how they sustain the individual man, and how the whole greatly exceeds the sum of its parts. 15. The warlike mood of the war generation has become diluted down the years, such that it is now hard to understand the reasoning and motivation of those who went to war and fought on to the end through horror, trauma, and loss, or indeed why those who stayed at home sustained them in their fight. For Littleton and the rest, their individual motivations. To do one's bit, to defend one's home, to help one's friends. Meshed with a collective societal mood, no doubt founded in pre-war lessons and values, but mediated very greatly by the events and experiences of the war itself. The war's early traumas, enemy atrocities, civilian suffering, and vicious mass battles, paradoxically engaged with these core values, and its course sustained them. Only its consequences fractured them. The Great War's end, when it came, was unexpected and uncontrolled, perhaps uncontrollable, since World War had escaped the parameters of conflict as its practitioners and participants understood them. Conventionally, the war ended with the armistices in autumn 1918. Peace of sorts in Europe and the Middle East took until 1923 to sign and settle. The victors, wishfully rather than confidently perhaps, dubbed it the Great War for Civilization, the inscription common to the Allied nations' victory medals. Such intense barbarity was not a good advertisement for, nor could it be a precursor to, civilization. We can fully see the irony in this postscript at the war's centenaries. In 1918, there was the potential for it to be a democratic victory, and for promoting values that in time would come to determine Europe and the world's future. The war did confirm the virtue of peace, not as an outcome of war that set the parameters for the next one, although in this instance that certainly occurred in the flawed peace treaties drawn up at the Paris Peace Conference, but as an abstract concept. From 1917, peace had become the objective of the war, alongside justification of the sacrifice, but revenging the dead, survival and issues of state and imperial power, societal change and political reward remained mixed in. The war had become more complex and more divisive as mass mobilization transformed a war between states to a war between peoples. While America's liberal president admirably wished to change the world for the better, he failed to appreciate how difficult it was to change the world. His better world was not considered so by many. The conflict crystallized in time into a war between democracy and autocracy, but this was merely the drawing up of new battle lines for the 20th century's wars. Both democracies and autocracies could raise and equip mass armies and had the resources to fight long and bloody wars. But a stronger unifying belief in the cause existed on the Allied side, alongside a collective public acceptance of duty and sacrifice, and heartfelt clashes over specifics notwithstanding, a genuine civil-military compact. 16. Such democratic advantages built resilience and allowed victory in this war, as long as the physical power required to break autocracy's military machines could be harnessed, and the intellectual will to undermine the militarism that sustained the German leadership and replace it with something more humane persisted. This impetus for change came not just from without, but also from within the restive autocracies. The sacrifice in the First World War gave these values a chance in a remade world. Come 1918, international relations and internal relationships were both starting to reform, although a century later the principles of Wilson's new diplomacy are still bedding in, and social democracy's eventual success remains fragile. These would still have to be fought for, as Germans found. Many of Germany's defeated soldiers at least hoped there would be a victory for democracy. Marching into Germany under the terms of the armistice, they invaded a different country, familiar yet alien, one that was verdant, orderly, undamaged by the passage of armies, and at war with itself. The Kaiser had tried far too late to acknowledge the impact of war on social relations within Germany by establishing a constitutional monarchy before seeking peace terms. Ludendorff's bitter judgment that it was the defeatist elements on the home front that had brought Germany down, and that they should clean up the mess for which they are responsible, suggested, however, that conservative attitudes in Germany would die hard. 17. Most combat veterans only wished to return home and resume their civilian lives as best they could, but the political rivalries that had been brewing behind the front would force them to take sides. Nevertheless, the military were to become players, and the outcome of the war a battleground in interwar German politics. 18. There would be war on the streets in the short term. The Kaiser had gone, abdicating and fleeing to the Netherlands after he lost the confidence of the army's leaders. 19 political power now rested nominally with the SPD's moderate social democratic leaders, who had gained all they wanted but were threatened by the revolutionary left, who saw an opportunity to imitate Lenin and seize power on behalf of the workers. The Navy had mutinied, and workers, soldiers, and sailors' councils on the Bolshevik model were springing up. So in order to hang on to power, the Social Democrats would make a fateful compromise with the army, big business, and moderate trade unionists, creating a temporarily stable but doomed democracy, the Weimar Republic. Wartime corporatist structures became the model for post-war politics and social relations, but Germany's revolution was incomplete. 20. A curious revolution, Binding had thought as he lay in his hospital bed, listening to the chants of workers marching in the street beyond his window. What surprises me, in spite of the constant talk of violent convulsions, is its superficiality. After the workers' councils had had their moment, he expected a stronger government to step in, and he was proved correct. 21. This shaky compromise between Democrats and what remained of the wartime military-industrial complex, in which political modernization was not accompanied by genuine social change, left Germany vulnerable to a drift to the anti-democratic political extremes. International communism, as Bolshevism redefined itself in 1919, and a new hybrid totalitarian philosophy of nationalist right and patriotic left, National Socialism, would contest Germany's and Europe's future with liberal democracy. Germany's imperialist survivors waited in the wings. Ludendorff was to march alongside Adolf Hitler, the emerging populist leader, in a failed right-wing putsch in 1923. Thereafter, belatedly recognizing that popular determination as much as military capability underpinned a successful war effort, he set about formulating a military philosophy by which Germany might organize her home front properly to do better in the next World War. 22 President Hindenburg was to preside over the dismantling of German democracy in the early 1930s, opening the way for Hitler to try to do so. Tightening the state's grip through promoting a now racially defined community rather than expressing the will of all the people would have even more disastrous consequences for Europe and the world than the war of which he was a disillusioned veteran. Germany was just one of the battlegrounds of the war after the war, a civil war in which nationalistic ex-soldiers and militant workers took sides over the future of Europe and its nation-states. Immediately afterwards, it appeared that the war had been a triumph for liberalism and democracy. Yet the peacemakers who met in Paris to determine Europe's fate still held true to many of their pre-war imperialist assumptions and capitalist values. If states had changed, statesmen had not. It was not to be a peace without annexations and indemnities, although there came into being in the new League of Nations an international forum with the potential, although hardly the power, to keep the peace through collective security. As the fate of the Weimar Republic showed, peace on the home front was to be compromised by a deep post-war economic slump that meant that political reforms were not buttressed with social improvements. Fatefully, the reach of the peacemakers extended only tenuously into Eastern Europe, where legacy conflicts over national self-determination, disputed borders, and political ideologies persisted. It was to be a French-trained Polish army that stopped the spread of communism westwards on the river Vistula in the autumn of 1920, not the statesmanship of Lloyd George or Wilson. Armies remained more potent than ideals in the troubled post-war world, whose territorial and ideological clashes lumbered Europe with simmering resentments and a political vacuum along its eastern frontier, where liberal Poland separated Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union. Here a new ideological conflict threaded through with unfinished business from 1914 to 18, would resume in 1939, and a second, more disastrous war of attrition would play out between 1941 and 1945. Europe was not to be safe for democracy until 1945. Even then it would not be secure, with Eastern Europe in the grip of Soviet communism and the continent divided into two armed camps. Thereafter, Western Europe flourished for 40 years under a social democratic consensus, although it relied on American protection and remained armed for self-defense until the collapse of the communist Eastern Bloc after 1989. The issues of the First World War and the practices of wartime mobilization were to determine Europe's destiny for the rest of the century. He would not live to see any of this, but Cummings was dismayed by the consequences of a war that he had watched, appalled and aghast, while wishing that he might participate in it himself. Some speculators have talked wildly about the prospect of modern civilization, in default of a League of Nations, becoming extinct. Civilization in its present form is ours to hold and to keep in perpetuity, for better, for worse. Worse was to come, now that war had shattered the societies that fought it. We are now entered on the kingless republican era. The next struggle, in some ways more bitter and more protracted than this, will be between capital and labour. After that, the millennium 23. During this war, which would burn hot and cold for the next 70 years, societies would inculcate the principles and practices of the First World War. For all the talk of a war to end wars, warfare remained a legitimate means to promote or defend the interests of the state, and these were now bound up with the ideologies that emerged militant from the Great War. In the ensuing decades, men of the war generation would rise to lead states and strive to impose their beliefs in domestic and international politics, and violence had been legitimized as the means to do so. The war had brutalized a generation, and soldiers returning to civilian life saw no incongruity in imposing the methods and values of the trenches on their shattered societies. This was felt most profoundly in German politics, where Nazi thugs adapted the communitarian values and militarist structures of army life into the foundation on which they attempted to build a united racial community, the pure alternative to the apparently fractured Germany that had lost the war. 24. The lessons some Germans had learned from the war were anti-democratic, and the menace of militarism was far from extirpated. The spirit of German militarism, as Prussia first developed it, is every whit as monarchical as it is aristocratic and democratic. Germany's leading military writer, Lieutenant General Baron von Freytag-Loringhoven, wrote, as the nation approached its 1918 Götterdämmerung, it would cease to be Germany and the mighty expression of German imperial military power and military efficiency if it were to change. If our enemies, to whom with God's help our militarism will bring defeat, abuse it, we know that we must preserve it, for to us it means victory and the future of Germany. 25. On this residue of pre-1914 values, and abetted by the remnants of Imperial Germany, the army in particular, the Nazis could establish a new Third Reich. They were determined to excise the residual weaknesses in the German body politic and to test that spirit once more to destruction. The Nazis were not alone in wishing to fight once more for the undecided causes of 1914 to 1918. In the 1920s, Benito Mussolini's Italian fascists redirected disappointed Italy's politics into stridently nationalistic channels in anticipation of founding a second Roman Empire. Communists everywhere, but in the Soviet Union in particular, were organized to fight the class struggle against the proletariat's enemies, while Lenin's successor, Joseph Stalin, turned the fury of militant communism against his own people. Since the bloodthirsty values of wartime remained abroad, the worthy attempts of liberal democratic peacemakers would come to nothing. The beneficiaries of the post-war peace settlement found that victory rested on shallow foundations, and that their newborn civilization had to be defended. Although a spirit of pacifism prevailed in the 1920s and early 1930s, a period in which societies plunged into deep mourning for their wartime fallen, when a new menace to world peace emerged, their citizens could be rallied once more to fight against militarist totalitarianism. In 1916, when his battalion attacked on the Somme, Littleton had thought it neither incongruous nor insensitive to write to his mother of his first face-to-face meeting with the German enemy. "Then we killed. I have only a blurred image of slaughter. I saw about 10 Germans writing like trout in a creel at the bottom of a shell hole, and our fellows firing at them from the hip. 1 or 2 red bayonets." 26, Littleton and many others had gone to France to kill Germans, with the blessing of his mother and the encouragement of his country, and when the time came to kill them again, there was some disappointment but little compunction. Following his father's example, Littleton's eldest son strove, despite the residual effects of childhood polio, to join the fighting services. 27. Nor was it only the defeated and disappointed states that were organized for refighting industrialized war should the need arise. 28 First World War models of state-private enterprise collaboration and professional secondment to government were utilized. In the Second World War, Littleton would serve as Minister of War Production in Churchill's cabinet. In that role, he procured the munitions with which to engage and defeat Germany and her allies. As the war approached, he had been seconded from his city career to manage Britain's purchases of strategic metals. 29. Foch's prediction that the Versailles peace settlement with pseudo-democratic Germany would serve only as an armistice for 20 years proved remarkably accurate. Britain and her former allies would have reason and means to kill Germans once more in September 1939. In all nations but Soviet Russia, where after German invasion there was no choice but to engage in all-out war, the reciprocal sacrifice that this entailed was conditioned by First World War experience. Before the war, Neville Chamberlain's British government was reluctant to commit a large army to the continent for a second time. "No more Sommes" was one injunction heard in the corridors of power. As it turned out, a second BEF would go to France in 1939, and the mass conscript army that Britain raised once again would no doubt have followed it there, had not the German army rapidly smashed the French army in summer 1940. The nation that had made the greatest blood sacrifice between 1914 and 1918 seemed enfeebled and proved unable to repeat its defiance. With the fall of France, Britain was spared a repeat of the entrenched bloodletting of 1914 to 1918, but Britain would not be spared the trials and traumas of another long attritional war. Blockade and submarine counter-blockade once again determined the course and outcome of the maritime war. To this was added the new scourge of aerial bombardment, now that the home front was a legitimate military target. In retaliating in kind against Germany, it was the airmen who served in Britain's Bomber Command who were to fight the most costly attritional campaign of Britain's Second World War. Yet, where British forces did find themselves engaged on the battlefield in static campaigns, against successive German defensive positions in the Italian peninsula and among the hedgerows of Normandy, fighting had all the characteristics of trench warfare, and casualty rates were equivalent to and frequently exceeded those in the worst battle of the First World War. 30. Once again, this was a war that was decided by a combination of American industrial might and the willingness of one allied nation to engage and defeat the powerful German army in a prolonged attritional campaign. Soviet Russia had no choice once Hitler let loose his armies in summer 1941. Between 1941 and 1945, the Red Army contained and then counterattacked Germany and her allies, and then pressed on to Berlin to complete the final humbling of German militarism. Between them, Hitler and Stalin unleashed upon Eastern Europe a war that took its exemplar from the First World War. In its scale of destruction and barbarity, however, it exceeded all previous human experience and escaped all humanitarian constraints. Refugees, deportations, slave labor, famine, genocide, and Holocaust amplified the extensive physical destruction and huge casualties of battle itself. 8,688,000 Soviet military deaths and more than 2 million German battle fatalities on the Eastern Front. 31. The victory over Nazism was won by incongruous allies. The united front of the Second World War was born out of strategic necessity rather than ideological affinity, much like the Franco-Russia alliance of the previous war. The Cold War between liberal democracy and communism that ensued after their shared victory was only to be expected. Since the spectre of nuclear holocaust was ever present, hot war was wisely avoided, and conflict between capitalism and communism was waged by proxy in small wars of decolonization or on the diplomatic front. This confrontation had its phases of attrition, notably for America in Vietnam and the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. These superpower humiliations broke credibility and public confidence rather than armies or nations, but were decisive campaigns nonetheless. The Cold War dragged on until the obsolescence of communism, born out of 1917's traumas, but increasingly irrelevant as the prosperous 20th century drew to an end, became manifest. It had lasted just about as long as the war generation had. Thereafter, only superannuated war veterans remained to remind us of the horror and futility of the trenches, which, following a new shift in the parameters of war and diplomacy, seemed quaint, a black and white war rather than the colourful backdrop to confrontational world affairs. These men, too, are now gone. Looking back from our vantage point a century later, their war seems remote, irrational, and perhaps now unknowable. To dismiss it as futile as many do is, however, a regrettable failure of understanding. We will continue to mark the veterans' passing, to seek out their stories, to mourn our society's losses, to honour their contemporaries' sacrifice, and to lament and commemorate the sacrifices and slaughters that their generation unleashed on the world. We will do so as long as we still live in their flawed civilization.